Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Yolanda Weeks, the host for tonight election watch night here on WinFM 98.9. Tonight we're streaming live on our social media platforms as well: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, TuneIn app. Okay, so tonight we have a lovely panel set here for you. A lovely panel consists of two ladies and three gentlemen. I'll allow them to introduce themselves, beginning with the lovely lady on the other side.
Happy to be here. It's exciting. I can't wait to see what's going to be the results for this evening.
All right, I guess I'm next up. Good evening, folks. I'm Dessel Hamilton. I'm joining you guys from the lovely sister island of Nevis, representing. And yeah, I'm looking forward to having an excellent discussion with the panelists tonight.
And good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jeremy Abel, no stranger to anyone. Yes. Journalist, and it's good to be here to discuss elections night. You know, as they say, we have to keep guard. I don't know why, because for some reason we're going to be up all night counting imaginary, keeping the count. So yeah.
Why is it imaginary?
I mean, we're here, but the counting is there, so yeah, we're doing some imaginary counting in here tonight.
Let's hope we won't be up all night.
Well, the running joke is the low voter turnout today, so by 7 o'clock we should know who wins, that sort of thing. So
Okay, so there we had Tawana Wigley, Desil Hamilton, and Jermaine Abel. Mr. Azad Gums, a lawyer and the deputy chairman of the People's Action Movement, will join us shortly. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, tonight we will be featuring three panels across three different shifts, with yours truly first, Yolanda Weeks, up until 10 p.m. Then Kevon Brown from 10 o'clock, just picking up after us, with his panel until 12:30, and Devon Cornelius will pick up thereafter. So ladies and gentlemen, today we had the hosting of the National Assembly elections here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Devon and I touched down on Nevis. We voted there, and we used the opportunity to actually just get a first-hand look of everything on the ground in Nevis, see how everything turned out today, and so on and so forth, before we came back to St. Kitts. We also had a team on the ground here in St. Kitts, but we'll give the panelists that opportunity to tell us a little bit about their experience at the polls today, what they saw, what they analyzed from the polls today. We're going to begin with Desil.
All right, well, I have quite an embarrassing election day story. Because, I've been trying to, settle down from all the different hype that's been going on, and, well, pay attention, but not, too much attention, because you don't want anybody to, frustrate you and stuff, because, the political tension is just really, really high. So I had the idea that the polling stations were going to be open at 6. So I got up very early in the morning, headed out my house for 6 o'clock. And when I got there, the polling station, everybody's, just starting to set up and everything. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Everything should be up by 6 so I could get out in here early. But the worst part about it was that I forgot my IDs at home. So I ended up having to go back, and then while I'm going back, I noticed that my gas is running low.
What's going on? This sounds crazy.
Listen, I had a whole fairy tale journey. So, and on the way back because I didn't have my wallet, then I don't have any money to get gas. But I did end up, going to one of the local gas stations there on Nevis, and fortunately for me, I'm a trustworthy person, so I was like, hey, I need some gas to get home, and I'm coming back. So I was able to go get the gas, come back in. I got back at the polling station around 7:30. I didn't rush back because I was already just almost over the whole experience. I got there was about 50 persons lined up.
About what time was that?
And this was
Yes.
about like 7:30 in the
Okay.
morning, and I didn't leave there until like 9. So even with a few persons at the polling station, the process was still very, very slow. There was just like one booth inside. So, persons were just, coming and going. The elderly line moved pretty fast. Might have to wear disguise next election.
Or maybe you have to wear a pregnant belly.
Something. But the process was smooth. The only thing, everybody was, very calm and everything. I think one of the representatives passed through at the time there, just to, say hi to the folks that were there. So it was a pleasant experience, better for me. I voted on Nevis. It's the first time voting in Nevis. I was registered in St. Kitts for quite a while before that. So the St. Kitts experience was, far more challenging because the numbers especially.
Sorry, what constituency did you say that?
Where am I? Where am I in Nevis? Nevis 10. So I'm in Nevis 10. Prior I was in St. Kitts 3. So, it was interesting to see the shift in terms of, how things went in St. Kitts. Like I actually got what do you call it again? I put on suntan before I left the house this morning because in 2020 I got sunburnt waiting.
2020 was horrible.
I got sunburnt waiting.
Horrible.
So, it was really interesting to see the shift. But I feel like overall there might have been like a low voter turnout, even more so in Nevis, because even like while driving through the island to get to my polling station, I didn't see, like much traffic or people. But then again, it was early as well. But I know from my experience in St. Kitts that whether you go early or late, you're going to meet a crowd. So I really just wanted to get that over with. But that's my experience for the day.
Jermaine, your introduction, tell us what you experienced at the polling station today or at the various polling stations as a journalist and a voter as well.
Well, I think most people know who I am. I'm also the second vice president of the St. Kitts Nevis Media Association. So, yeah, that's most of it, being a journalist for over the last 13, 14 years. So, yeah, that's it, much of it for me. I've been covering elections for quite some time, and today's election was somewhat different because, as my fellow panelists would say, there was this low voter turnout. That it was something that you did not expect to see, especially coming off of the way in which we got to this point. You were expecting to see polling stations to actually be long lines and all of that. I mean, when I went this morning, the lines were long, but everybody, the older folks, or the mature folks, those who want to get in and get out early and get to work, they were actually in there. So, the lines were long. But to say that it was for a long period, no. And that's something that was striking from 2020 and 2015, right? The two recent ones. So it was interesting for me when I saw that this morning. And yeah, we were expecting to see a very, very low voter turnout this elections. And it's going to be an interesting night ahead because that's not something that we were all expecting.
Tawana?
Well, my story is a little different. It didn't feel like low voter turnout for me in constituency number 2. I got up at about, let's say, 5. I know the polling station is opening at 7, but I was up and about ready to move. I got there about 6:30. And here I am thinking, okay, it's just one long line because that's how everyone was lined up. And then in the middle of the process, they just said, A to D over here, E to F and whatever, just like that. And then the lines just broke apart. Persons who would have been behind were now in front. And everyone was like a bit confused because it now felt like I got here early and it's not a benefit for being here early. Then persons started to become, restless. People started arguing. It was just a bit rowdy this morning. And it took me a long time. I didn't leave there until about 11:30, and I was there from 6:30. It was such a long process. I never thought I would be so like, when I think about it, I want to change my last name because it's W and it went from L to Z. So I was like, I'm like in the worst line. So it was terrible. I didn't like the experience at all.
Okay, well, like I said before, Devon and I, we were in Nevis. Today we voted in Nevis 9, so that's the first stop we had in Nevis 9. He voted at the Magistrate Court. I voted at the Charlestown Methodist Church. And just like Desil and Jermaine said, the first thing we recognized that was that a lot of people didn't turn out. Usually we would hear early out, vote them out or vote them in or whatever the case is. People come in early usually, and by 6 o'clock, there are 40, 50, 60, 70 people in the line before. But today was something very, very different. It was very unusual today. Okay, so we have here, ladies and gentlemen, Tawana Wigley, Desil Hamilton, and Jermaine Abel. Azad Gums will join us later. So 2 years after the 2020 elections, folks, we are back. I guess that fallout between the tripartite Team Unity government, that terrible fallout that put us back in this position today. And we have like 7 parties we've heard about in this election, 7. And that's the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, the People's Action Movement, the People's Labour Party, and the United Lyomegan Party on St. Kitts. And that's by an independent candidate. Over on Nevis, we have the Nevis Reformation Party, the Concerned Citizens Movement, and the Moral Restoration Movement. Running independently were Carlton DuPont in constituency number 6 and John Jeffers Rascalonji in constituency number 2. Okay, so we're going to dive into a discussion about young people. What I recognize on the grounds over the past few weeks of the campaign is that a lot of young people have been saying, I am not going to vote because them politicians ain't doing nothing for me. What does that really mean? What does that really mean? And how can we fix this situation?
I think basically we are looking at a time where a lot of changes are happening, and we are now, persons are now moving away from country above self to now self, me. I would hear persons say, I can't vote because I haven't seen my candidate as yet. And then you would speak to them and say, well, did you see the plans? Did you see the videos? Did you see the progress they would have made in the past, or even some of the projects they would have worked on before they became a candidate? Do you know the person? The answer is yes. But they think that they can't vote unless they speak to someone individually at their home. Because I've had persons say, well, we did speak, but it wasn't at home. So I'm not sure where that comes from. But I can say that for the young people who say, they're not doing anything for me or whatever, if you literally ask them, what do you want them to do for you? Most of them are stumped. I think it's just something that people say when they're unsure, they don't know who they want to vote for, so you look for the easiest excuse, and that's just like, basically, it's just a quote. You're just saying it. It doesn't mean anything. Just ask them. The follow-up question should be, what would you like them to do for you? And you would see that there isn't a real answer.
I think I can follow what you're saying, but sometimes, as you said, people are very self-motivated. It's about them when it comes to the answer, because they might say, Mel, I need a fridge, or other people getting paid to vote and stuff like that. And I think one of the major problems is that information is so readily available. And we've had an elections just 2 years ago. And some of the persons who, even though it's illegal, and I guess maybe nobody's reporting, some of the persons who got their little handout to vote or whatever, they go to work with their money and they're flashing it in front of other people. So people are seeing it. So people are like, well, wow, if this is happening for them, then what's happening for me? One of the things that I found, like, I was just, like scrolling through WhatsApp, and, everybody has their statuses up. And there was this one that was going around. I haven't seen, well, don't I look brokes because nobody come and try, like, pay me to vote yet. I'm like,
Yes.
no, maybe you don't look desperate and stupid. So that's probably why, nobody has approached you. So I because, people are aware of all of the different corruption and things like that, they just feel, like, okay, well, if I'm going to participate in this, very corrupt voting thing, then might as well I get something out of it. And like you said, it's unfortunate that people feel like they have to, talk to their candidate. Like, it's a must that you see them face to face. I mean, I have spoken to candidates from, each party. So, but at the same time, I'm not voting mainly because of them or whatever relationship I might have with them. But we're in a small society. People believe that, everything is run on links. I'm not saying links aren't important, but links are very important. But I think one of the things people want is to have that repertoire with the candidate, that friendship. So that, like, they could call, hey, Janelle, I got something. And then, they know they're going to get something out of it, which is unfortunate. And that's not how government works. Government should be more on a community level, on a holistic level. You should be focused on, the educational plans, the health plans, where, well, it mightn't benefit you immediately because you mightn't have cancer, so you don't need, a machine that deals with cancer here on the island. It might benefit your auntie or your uncle or your cousin or whoever. So people.
So basically, we have to look at the long term and not just the short term.
People are very short term. We're not thinking about,
We're just living in the now.
Yeah, it's not about sustainability. It's definitely not about sustainability. And I think, it's more about how we are cultured, how the education system is as well. But at the same time, again, young people say that they know and they see everything, but at the same time, they're not making the right decisions in terms of, going out and voting and stuff like that. Some people, just recently someone said they don't believe in voting, and I was just like, wow.
We always see the running joke on, like, social media. Oh, I'm selling my vote. Please contact me. We make jokes about it, but it's like it's real. People really want you to come out and talk to them so that you can maybe make a payment. This is something that's been happening quite some time now, and it seems to be more rampant than usual. I'm not sure why that has happened, but it's something that I think we need to look into and have that rectified, because if we don't, it's going to get out of control. It's already out of control, but there's going to be no way to pull it back.
Where do we start in fixing that situation?
Well, we start with legislation, campaign financing and stuff like that. We need to see the receipts. We need to see the receipts. I mean,
well, legislation, education, because we really need to get the young people, because they're the ones who are stepping forward to vote now. And we need to get them to understand the right way. You have to instill it in them from maybe primary school, ramp up that social studies syllabus. Let's get something moving there.
Yeah, definitely. Because at the same time, and this is what I kind of observed at my polling station. There were a lot of, more mature folks or, older folks, persons who probably voted at least 6 times already. And they were there. They came out to vote. And the crowd that was there in terms of, like, the young people, like persons under 30 or anything, I could probably count them. They were less than 10 from my observation. So, the youth aren't necessarily participating. And then, my question to them is, okay, well, you have all your issues. You want to say you're not political, which is fine. If you don't want to, align yourself to any political party, that is fine. But at the same time, you won't necessarily have your issues addressed if you're not going to go out and vote based on those issues, because candidates pay attention to who are supporting them.
If I could jump in here, and good evening, everyone. I'm just stepping in for German. Of course, you're familiar with the voice. I'm Devon Cornelius. So it's interesting that you said that, because I remember a few days ago or weeks ago, and from time to time, I often make the statement or the comment that if you don't vote, you don't count. And some people have taken me to task for saying that, saying, "Oh, you mean if you don't vote, you don't count? Are you saying that because I don't dirty up my finger or put on something, a political color, I don't mean anything?" I'm not saying that. If you don't vote, you don't count. And it goes back to what Desil was saying when there's some people that would say, "I don't get involved in politics." No, you don't have to get involved in the partisan politics to be a voter. You go out and you vote. You have people who they participate in every single election and they vote for a different party or a different candidate
based on what they present,
based on what the candidate present to the table. You're looking at the track record of that candidate, seeing what they have delivered for the constituency, and you say, "You know what, I'm going to give this person a chance." But there's some people who are of the view that voting is not important and they don't see it as something that they should participate in. You said, Desil, that the politicians won't even, let me say, bother with you then if you're not voting. And it is the truth. It is the truth. I remember having a conversation just Tuesday night after the Culturama, and the guy was really passionate about the issues in the country, and he was getting on and on and on, and he finished by saying, "I don't vote."
and then that diminishes everything he would have said before.
I was floored because I couldn't believe it. So I'm like, what are you going to do about it? Talking about it, going on Facebook, going on YouTube, whatever platform, to me, that does not make any difference. It doesn't help to make a change. Voting does.
Well, I'll disagree with you a little bit there.
Yeah.
Being pat or being civic-minded comes in many different forms. I think voting is the ultimate,
final.
The final thing, nail in the coffin in terms of, trying to make change. But, being active in, like community groups and stuff like that, being an advocate for different changes that you want to see, that makes a part of it too, because even though you may not vote, being part of these things might influence people that actually do vote. And then again, because politicians are paying attention to people who vote,
yes,
then they start to pay attention, issues like marijuana and things like that, different issues with healthcare, different social issues that might happen. Even though you're not a voter, you can take part and support, because we have to, understand that in a democracy, the majority is who rules.
Correct.
So if you're forming part of that, major opinion, then you're actually helping to move, certain things forward.
But you said something, you said a key thing there. You said even if you don't vote, but you participate in groups, but you would find some persons that don't participate in any groups. We always call it a talk shop. Some people, they just love to have a talk shop. To get something done, you must, at some point in time, do it yourself. You must get involved. You must be able to vote people in. You must be able to, make a change, make an impact, even if it's a small little, just a little ripple effect. When you throw a stone on the water, you have to be able to do that. You can't just be speaking on social media. Social media will get you likes. Right?
Well, maybe you might be able to influence somebody to vote even if you don't vote.
Okay,
I don't know.
You can,
I think that is possible.
I 100% believe so.
Because I might be listening to Desil talk about the issues that affect specifically Nevis. Desil does not vote. Well, I think he does. He voted today. But let's say that Desil does not vote, and he's talking about the issues and saying this is what we're facing right now, and this is what I think should be done. You might influence me to vote. I might vote for for the incumbent. I might vote for the opposition. It doesn't matter.
This at first it will be impactful. Don't get me wrong, because when a new voice speaks,
Yeah,
people tend to listen.
very true.
So when this happens, persons are going to try to rope you in because you're lobbying on behalf of some type of change or something. And when they try to rope you in and they see you're just talking, you don't want to be involved. Oh, I don't want my face there. I don't want to be this. I don't want to do that. After a while, the talking, it doesn't go anywhere.
You lose steam. And I mean that's our society in general. Even with the politics and the campaigning, campaigns are filled with just a lot of, smoke and mirror promises. I say,
Yeah.
everybody says we are going to fix healthcare. But
A broad
what's
statement.
your
Oh my
plan?
gosh.
Like, give me a 5-year plan. Yes, you're going to fix the hospital, or you're going to build a new hospital. Can we expect you to do that in the next 2 to 3 years? Give me something that I can hold you accountable with. Because let's just say you're going to fix the hospital. I give you 5 years, you ain't start to fix the hospital yet. But when you come back the next election, you're going to say, we had some challenges, but we are going to fix the hospital. So it's a political, it's a gimmick,
I don't want to believe. I don't want to believe that. Listen to me. We need to hold them accountable. The way to do that, I think, is the most powerful thing is the manifestos, because you have it written out in words. And when they have their manifestos, you don't allow them to generalize. You hold up that thing and you say, you said here. When they come to talk to you, because, we always want them to talk, build, rapport. When they come to talk, you said you are going to fix the hospital, but there's no date. Where is the date? This is a loophole.
And not only date, but how you're going to get that done, where you're getting the money from, and all of that, the financing and everything.
Guys, nothing annoys me more, right, than a candidate saying I'm going to fix healthcare. I want to fix education. General, broad statements. And we as voters, we say, yay. Because right now, let's say it's a case where our healthcare system is not the best right now. And so a politician comes to you and say that they're going to fix healthcare. You get so excited. 5 years later, healthcare is still where we met it.
I think we live in this time where, if the one we have so bad, and you say it's just like you just accept it. Okay, this person is terrible. You say you're gonna fix it. Let me give you a do. It's always let's give them a do. Give them a do. Like, mind you, nothing is wrong with if something is not working, you have to make the change. I agree with that, right? But we just live in a time where someone comes to you and say we're gonna fix it. You say, well, it is broken and no one is fixing it right now. Sure, come on over.
Do you think that's why people get tired of voting? When they say, not when they say sorry, they vote and they vote and they vote and they feel as if their vote is not making a difference.
If I feel that's why.
That could be part of it, because
I think
campaigning now compared to campaigning probably, back in the early 90s and stuff like that, where people weren't as educated as before, when information wasn't as readily available to persons, when you didn't have everything, all the campaigns recorded on a video, and you could go back and dissect it later and take out piece here and piece there and, compare and see who's doing ABC, X, Y, and Z. It was harder to, point out the craziness or the flaws in what the different candidates and stuff are saying. So when people see that, okay, wow, we're in 2022 and we're still campaigning in like we're way back when, like, why am I getting involved in this? And to people who think like that, I'm saying, you should get involved, because if you step out, then they'll think that it's working and they won't change it. You have to, force water up the hill, as some people would say, because if it keeps flowing in the same direction all the time, then we're not gonna get anything better. I mean, on the campaign trail, I heard some politicians campaigning about Bradshaw. till now? Like, why in 2022 we're talking about bone in rice and pepper in soup and going back? Batcha in here.
When I heard about flour,
And
I do
Like-
understand. I agree with you, Destin.
hello?
I agree with you.
What are we doing?
That's it. You have to look. You have to look back. You have to look at the history, and you have
I
to
know the
come
history.
forward. You have to come
that's a
forward.
lot of history.
Yes, it is. But you have to. Sometimes people want to be able to make reference to say this is where we were and this is where we are now. And the best way to do that, to talk about now, is sometimes to talk about the past. So
But
I
not
think
too
you have
far
to put
back.
it into
Like,
context. You have to put it into
There-
context. How
there's no good.
I have to argue with that because not a lot of the current generation would be interested in some of what was being said in the past. You know, let's say, I'm just going to use me for example. I'm just going to say if I'm in my 20s or teens now coming to vote, my parent or parents, you know, voted on party lines. Why would I want to know that somebody said they should go in this? That's not for me. If I'm somebody who wants to study overseas, and one party is coming to say they're offering me scholarships, and that party quote unquote said they throw bone in whatever it is, right? Why is that now going to influence me when I know my agenda or my thinking for the future development is actually to go overseas and or even go anywhere and further my education?
German, I
Right.
think context is important. We have to find out why someone would say something. Why would they reference
Because they
history?
don't have anything else to
That's
talk
not-
about. They're not
that's
talking
what
about the scholarships.
That cannot be true. That cannot in this day and age. You cannot come and not present anything. I think it's context. You want people to know, and that is what happens with a lot of the young generation. We don't want to look at our history. You hear what you said earlier? I'm not interested in what happened back then. You should be interested in a lot of things. We should be interested in knowing what happened, what our great grandparents went through, or whatever. We must be interested.
We
should.
have to be
True.
interested,
We
but
should.
culture and history evolves. It doesn't stay
Exactly.
static. So some of the issues that existed, I mean, even if you look back at it, look at what's happening now. In terms of the relationship between, not even the, well, in terms of the leaders of the party, Bradshaw is no more.
Of course.
He is far gone.
Yep.
The party's now had a problem with Denzel Douglas as the leader of the Labour Party. He is no longer the leader of the Labour Party. There is a new leader, you know, a new, young, vibrant leader who has all the issues of the young people at heart. During the pandemic, this was a man who went out there and got tests, COVID tests, you know, for the country, even though they didn't use them. You know, this is a man who cares about not just one set of people, he cares about everybody. You know what I'm saying? So to hold Bradshaw to the current leader, I think is very unfair. You know? So you can't just assume that because that happened 30 years ago in a time where information wasn't as free. Transportation between the islands wasn't 7 minutes because you could get from St. Kitts to Nevis in 7 minutes. You know,
5 to be exact.
Even 5. You know, you could run the countries off of WhatsApp. You know, you cannot just come and say, you know, boiling rice and pepper and so.
See what you did.
But
when others do it, you say, no, it's unfair.
but for me though, I think you have to come because yes, there's a culture of going back in the past and hitting out at what people would have done in the past. But I keep hearing this notion from both sides. Well, all three sides, because no longer there are two sides.
Several sides.
All the sides.
All the sides. Right? We keep saying, for example, I keep hearing this argument that if you elect the Labour Party, you're going to go back to the days of crime. The Labour Party then is going to say, if you re-elect Dr. Harris, you're going to hear family again and on. These are the sort of things that you have to come to the people and tell them what are the policies. For example, we're in COVID now. I don't think any right-thinking administration would want to send a country
down a rabbit hole during this time, and I'm just being practical, down at this specific period when
You want me to take a
inflation
break after Jeremy
continues
make his
to
point? Can we
skyrocket.
try to rectify the issue?
Oil prices of the chain.
So,
Right.
what
So
should
it's
I say? We're gonna,
policies
right,
people
we're gonna
want to
take
hear.
a quick
I
break,
want to know,
and we'll come right back
you know,
with
what
some more
specifically are you
election
doing
watch
to
nights.
curb the cost that I'm feeling in my pocket? That's what people want to hear.
And that has come about, but like there's still rightfully said a campaign. We spoke on a campaign, we spoke on how sometimes things lose their steam. How are we to say that when persons are talking, you have to add in different elements. We have to touch on our history, our culture, what we plan to do.
On the emotions.
We have to touch
Exactly.
we have to touch on legislation. We have to give you what the plan is for the future, what we have done in this space of time. We have to give you everything. You must be well informed from all angles, from all different areas. You can't just say, you know what, I have tunnel vision. I only want to hear about specific policy, and if you can't give me the policy right now, I can't deal with it. You have to be well informed, well rounded. We want to hear everything.
But unfortunately, what catches traction is the little social media ads with you know, all the false information, the quick little tidbits.
Now, Sesha, we want to hear you.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Election Watch here on WinFM 98.9. Our panelists are Jermaine Abel, Tawana Wigley, and Desil Hamilton. We are still waiting on Azad Gums to arrive. He'll be here shortly. We'll get right back into our discussion. And Desil was making his point, and we'll let him continue.
Wait. Had a nice brain.
Yeah, but basically what we were talking about, is that even when you have the manifestos out and people are looking at them, you can't really tell the difference in terms of the party policies or the party direction, because everything is so generalized. And historically, you could only really tell the parties apart from each other, aside from their color, by how they were, how they were created. The different persons who authored the parties. And it brought up the point that we need to start having electoral election debates, which some politicians mightn't want to do because maybe they're not as, what do you call it again? They're not as good in public speaking. But I don't think, for me, the public speaking part is a small part of it. Once you can, make proper sentences, you're fine. And I can understand that your direction is different from the others. And there's no winner to me for it. I mean, yes, it might, push you in terms of popularity and all of that. But at the same time, a political debate is not an election. It helps you, but it's not an election. The election is what still ultimately decides who is going to win, yes or no. So I think that it is something that is needed to get more people involved. People want a bit more out of campaigning now. People are tired of the ads popping up in their feeds. They're tired of just hearing.
We just want to hear you speak, and we want you to, speak and compare and contrast, so we can get, like we were saying, we can get all the political leaders to discuss, give a general sense of what they have planned for each ministry. And then we can have the different representatives for each constituency talk about their plans for the constituency and just have them go versus each other in a healthy debate.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would be, impactful.
I think too often, and it may be a case that it's a cultural issue, because society itself has not developed to the point where we want to hold politicians accountable. Because if we want to hold politicians accountable, if Mr. Abel decides he's going to run for office and he's the Minister of Agriculture, but then he's not prioritizing farming and small farmers and getting to the root cause of why we have an issue with food security, right? But then he says, oh, the former administration did this and the administration before that did that. That's not what I want to hear. We want to hear, how are you planning to, one, tackle the challenges that we have when it comes to the high food import bill, one. Two, what measures and systems you're going to be putting in place to assist farmers. And thirdly, what are you going to be doing to get more young people involved in the field of agriculture? We don't want to hear the bickering. Yes, you can then reference to say, my plan is much better than, but you're going to explain why it is. You can say, oh, the former administration did not do this, or the administration 10 years ago spent $50 million, but we still have not, got to the point where we're comfortable with agriculture, right? So you're stating policies and then you're comparing and contrasting those policies. You're getting a point over so that people can understand, rather than telling me something that does not help the fact that we're still struggling with agriculture and food security and food sustainability in the country. And I think that's the way we have to go. We have to begin to hold everybody accountable, regardless of if you support them or not. Because if I support you and you're telling me that this is what you're doing, but at the end of the 5th year, we're still struggling to get proper food, we're not growing anything, our food import bill, it's much cheaper to get imported food off the shelves of the supermarkets rather than going to the actual market itself to get food. So it simply means that you're not tackling the actual issue. So then I'll have to hold you accountable.
I want to interject there, because you said something and you said, we have to hold them accountable. And a lot of the times we struggle with that because we want to know who is to determine the measuring stick. Because, for example, I'm just going to make an example.
I was coming to that.
Okay, good. Because if let's say you're whatever, you're voting for Labour, you're voting for PLP, I'm voting for PAM, and your rep, the Labour rep, was there for, let's say, 5 years, and nothing was done in agriculture. And then a PAM rep is elected and goes in for agriculture, and after 6 months, Desil is jumping up, well, what happened? What happened? That is where the supporters now are now riling up, in a sense, saying, well, what do you mean, what happened? Where don't we, your people was there before, what happened in that 5 years? So now, when you say those things out loud, your candidates, like we rightfully said, they're listening. And now they almost feel like they can have it as a coach as well. I want to believe that would happen. It's a psychological thing when your supporters are telling you, take your time.
Take your time, yeah.
But this happens because no one can determine what is the measuring stick, because where you will give grace to the person you are supporting, you're not going to give grace to the person you are not supporting. So where your person takes 5 years and you're satisfied, the job is done. It's done within the time frame. And then another person takes 5 years. Your response might be, well, how come it take 5 years? Because election are come. So it's just different. I think that's the struggle.
What I would say is that we have global measuring sticks. I remember back in, I think it was either late 2019 or early 2020, just before the Antigua general elections. During that time, they did a debate, and I think they took about 5 different sustainable development goals. They gave them to the candidates, and I guess they had to do their research or, pose or align it with their plans and their policies, and then they presented that. And right now, there are 17 sustainable development goals that globally the world governments and stuff are moving towards for 2030. I believe that is the year for that. You have zero hunger, which probably life on land, life on the water. We have stronger institutions. We have climate change. We have gender equality. We have it's a ton load of them, and under each one there are different subsections and all of those things, and things that are broken down so that you can see that, well, hey, as a country, where is my country's stance on gender equality? Are we making better spaces for women, in decision-making places? Do we have laws that support women so that they can report domestic abuse? What policies do we have in place to support women and men who suffer from domestic abuse? So now we have something to say, well, hey, this is happening over here. These other countries are pushing towards this and that, and they're creating the different plans and everything. What are we doing? I mean, I'm studying tourism. Like, we don't have a tourism master plan. And that is something that many of the small island developing states, Jamaica, I know, has one. I think their one goes up to 2024 or something like that. Barbados has one. I think like 2 or 3 other Caribbean countries have them, and their focus is on sustainable development goals. While they mightn't achieve them overnight, it's a long-term plan. It's a strategy, and we don't have that. And even if we do have it, it's not available to the public. So we don't know. We who need that information to hold our government accountable don't have these things, so that at the end of the day we can say, well, you said you were going to be here, are you going to do that? But you aren't. So they can still come every single time that we have elections throughout the general promises, and people go, yay! And run with it.
But my thing, my and I agree with what you're saying, but I have one concern. It's not sexy enough. Here what I'm saying.
We
that
like confusion.
You're correct, because the minute you begin to speak technically, sustainable development goals and a master plan,
It's boring.
Exactly.
Oh my God, you're putting me to bed.
Exactly. The layman, honestly, they don't want to do that. So for me, the general idea would have to be begin educating society on, I don't want to say the way forward and politics,
But you have to begin to educate society on these things. We in the media have the same issue. You could write tomorrow, you could do the best investigative piece tomorrow. Nobody wants to hear about it.
But
Once
you
it's
could
not.
make it spicy. You could make investigation spicy.
Yes, but the
You
point
need
is,
to-
if it's not something that's hitting against the party that's in power, and the opposition party supporters want that, they ain't going to listen to it. They're going to say, oh, my government this and my government that, and you're trying to bring it down my government. The point is, we have to begin to educate society about certain issues. It's not something that's going to be done overnight and accomplished overnight. I can tell you that much.
that is
It's
true.
not. So we have to begin to lay the groundwork for society to understand these critical issues, right? And if we don't do that, we're going to keep spinning the wheel, and the wheel will keep going around, and we'll keep harping at the same issues 10 years from now.
And I'm really glad that you brought the media in on it, because the media has a huge responsibility when it comes to that, even during the election process. When it comes to reporting, you're just hearing, let's say Pam had a meeting over here. That's the big media house news report. There was a Pam meeting in Wrigley Avenue. This is just an example. A PLP meeting over here. Hundreds of people went or whatever. So you're just regurgitating what was already said and done. Like you barely get any kind of investigative journalism from anybody anywhere. I have seen a shift in one or two media house where they're trying a bit, and I'm like, okay, I mean some motion, but it's not as in depth. And like I said, there are ways and means to go out there and find the information that you need and just bring it forward and push it to people and be like, hey, the politicians are here saying this and that. I mean, and you see the opposition people doing it, or you see the government people doing it, versus the opposition where they bring up clips of people saying ABC, X, Y, and Z, and then they got the history and they got the this and the that. So why aren't the media houses assisting the process by doing comparative analysis of those different things?
It is not as easy as you make it sound.
If I had time, I'd help out.
I need to get
I'll
in
give
here.
you a week. I'll give you a week in the life of a journalist. Just a week.
Okay, then.
I need to get in here because you said something, and I look at. Sometimes I'm reading something, and there's this thing that says "see more," and when I click the "see more," and I see this long paragraph, I'm like,
yeah, man, read it again.
and then I have an internal battle, and I say, is this something I'm interested in? Let's say it's not something I'm interested in, but I clicked on it because it has a catchy photo, and I said, wow, let me see what this is about. But I open it, and it's multiple paragraphs, but I'm not interested. I'm going to close it. You mentioned making it catchy, but to make something catchy, the person must first read it. How many times you see in comments somebody says, summarize that there for me there? Me ain't got no time to read that there. What are they saying? What are they really talking about? Nobody wants to read lengthy news articles or pieces anymore.
Chop it up.
You cannot say no.
So what
you
we
have
tend
to
to
be
do
creative,
now?
Tuana. You
No,
have
the
to be
general
creative.
idea now is most media houses are moving to multimedia stories. So you will see a lot of graphs and photos. Sometimes they compile all together, right? But just because I know this is not the topic of discussion tonight. But the issues that we have in the media are twofold. I'm just going to mention two. One, most media houses are short-staffed. Let me say Win FM, for example. Win FM has two newscasts to put on, 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. You're obligated to do that. Most websites and TV news, they're obligated at a certain time to get their news out.
Right.
But it might not be the best, but it is something to fit the crowd. And we all oftentimes are not happy about it, right? But we're obligated to get it out. Then you have the issue of resources. I'm not going to send Desil to do an investigative piece that's going to last 6 months when my newsroom is going to be short-staffed. Yolanda might have to work 7 days a week because Desil gone out to do an investigative piece, which should be the case, but not that Yolanda is working 7 days a week. But just that he's obligated to get that done. So that is the sort of thing that is lacking because of at least those two issues that we have here in St. Kitts and Nevis with journalism. And trust me, we have been trying to get it fixed, but it's not something that can be easily done at this point in time.
I extend the media house's grace.
All right, let's welcome Mr. Azad Gums to the panel. Good night, Azad.
Good evening, Miss Weeks. How are you doing?
I am doing even more fantastic now that you are here.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we touched earlier on, a little feedback on the grounds at our different polling stations and those that we passed by. We spoke about young people, not wanting to go out and vote because of whatever reason. They're saying politicians ain't doing anything for them. And we also touched on, manifestos, some of the stuff in the manifestos that are not fulfilled. All right, so you can feel comfortable now, in joining in our conversation. Okay?
Well, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Tawana. It's
Go
okay.
ahead.
Go right ahead.
I was just gonna say, let's just make a running bet.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think counts faster? The persons at the Queen shows or the election result counters? I'm wondering.
Well, I can say for sure that at the Miss Caribbean Culture Queen show, we come very fast. Results do not take
I agree.
very
Desil.
long.
I agree.
Proudly.
I agree.
I don't know about the others. But I mean, it's the process here. The way our votes are counted, the way we cast our ballots, and all of these things, it was framed back in the 80s. We have access to more technology. We have more people on the voters list. Like, there is so much different from then to now. Why aren't we making amendments to evolve with what's happening? It baffles me. Baffles me completely.
I can answer that one sentence. People don't like change. And that is the bottom line. And
Your cells change every day, so the people ain't like the self.
Do you all think that the electronic voting system will work well here in St. Kitts and Nevis, or the people will adapt to the electronic voting system?
It can work.
I think,
it will work, but it'll be harder to cheat.
An electronic system. We had a meeting with the Electoral Commission, the various parties, and one of the suggestions that was given to them when our party met was was the electronic means of doing so. But I think it would take a St. Kitts and Nevis that is comfortable in having an electronic count or using technology in that way, because we are still very much used to counting, seeing the votes. I think what we could do is perhaps have an electronic count as a preliminary and still have the actual counting done just to confirm the results.
Like a couple days after or something?
No.
In terms of on the same night?
So if I'm getting what Azad is saying, you have the automatic will generate the figure, but then you still have the official ballot papers that you can count to certify. So you announce the results tonight, and then you count, and by tomorrow
you
have
certify.
the official
Okay.
results.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, in that sense. But one question you're talking, well, not a question, but like a comment. You're saying, we need to have a St. Kitts and Nevis that's comfortable with, electronic voting. But we have a country that has one of the highest internet penetration rates in the world. Like, everybody has access to technology. Almost everybody has a cell phone. Like, so we are using technology. So why aren't we seeing the benefit of using technology for elections? It's hard to get
There were other points raised in that meeting. I think one would be the expense that would be undertaken by such an equipment. I can't remember the other points were, but expense was definitely one of the factors. Of course, it's not something that I think that we should totally rule out. As I said before, it's something that we have to look towards. We're in an environment where technology is very important. But I think we should have a mixture of electronic and also the paperwork so you could actually confirm it.
Yeah, because, to definitely verify the information. But you mentioned something about, the internet. A lot of persons have cell phones, but you'll be surprised how many people don't use the features. They don't even know how to work it. When I'm speaking with someone, and because I work in telecommunications, when I'm speaking with someone, they say, "Sweetheart, I don't know anything about the phone. I just know to answer it. I don't do anything else with it." A lot of people are not comfortable with technology. All of us here in this room can say that you've had a aunt, great aunt, granny, whatever, who say, come show me how to do this here. And then you would say, but I just showed you yesterday. I just showed you, and they say, this thing ain't working. But it is. Something wrong. And they're telling you, they're insisting something is wrong when nothing is wrong.
Yeah,
so you could imagine that in a heightened state, addictions,
but you're
Easy,
driving.
listen,
you're about to
easy
drive,
fix.
you're driving home the point I was
Easy
about
fix,
to
eh?
make.
Because
Right.
you can have a what do you call it again, like like a dummy machine or like a tablet or a touch thing, like maybe it's touch screen or whatever, available months before or whatever, that people can go and practice how to cast the vote. I mean, it's not a real vote, but they're practicing
Public
how to cast the
education.
vote. Yeah, public education.
But like, for example, a typical example, I was traveling in 2018 when I went down to Barbados, 2020, somewhere about. They were literally testing their kiosk system at the time. So nobody knew about it. A lot of Caribbean people don't travel up to the U.S. to know a lot about this. But they were testing it at the time. Then I think a year later, they rolled it out. I think that the general issue that we have in St. Kitts and Nevis, and it's a broader Caribbean issue, we hate change. That is the problem. You could tell people we're going to drop ballots, mail in your ballots. Tomorrow, they're going to say no. That is the general issue. So for me, embracing technology is going to make the process easy. It's not something that's going to be easy now, but 10, 2, 3 election cycles down, it's going to be the thing to go to, right? But it's just that we see it now, we're going to find all the problems. Oh, somebody's going to hack it. What about if the internet goes down? What about if somebody... Come on, don't you think we will be thinking about all of that during this
That's
phase?
why you have the check and balance to have the paperwork there as well, so you can count. But the electronic is just to give you that quick, fast result.
And one of the benefits you also get from the whole electronic system as well is that you can start. I mean, I always complain about statistics here. You can start collecting demographics.
But at this though, right? He made the point that
And that is why I was going to ask the question: how many of us has actually been there for the whole process? Because it's a very long process. You have to wait. When the polls are done at 6, you still have to, those persons inside, you still have to allow them to cast their votes. And then you still have to ensure all the ballot boxes are taken care of and transported to a central location, because they're not counted on the spot.
And then, just one question with that though. I don't have the act in front of me, but the whole transporting to the central location, that's legislated basically, right? That's the process that they're following by law, right? So if we do want to have it counted at the polling stations, we'd have to say, okay, make some kind of amendment to say, count it at the polling station.
Yeah, but
okay.
Changes would have to be made regardless, but we're just explaining the process that is there now and why the time takes so long.
You gotta be to like it by, cause I don't understand.
I could see a couple ways on how to reduce time. Like we said, count while there, allow all the workers to cast their ballots first, early voters. Allow the workers to cast their ballots, allow the elderly to be early voters.
But even in the lines today, I could say in constituency 4, maybe your experience was different. I was in a line for almost an hour and a half, and
I was in a line for 5 hours.
there weren't many people in front of me, and so even the process of voting takes a time.
It's weird. I think different people have different experiences when they walk through that door.
I think
Because I went in, they told me say your name for, both observers to hear. I said my name for the observers to hear. They asked for my identification, which had my picture. I gave it to the presenting officer. The other lady explained what the ballot is, the 2 persons on the ballot, where I should put my X. There wasn't a box. I was kind of concerned because it was like a 3-corner thing, like the edge ain't get print off properly. So I got a question about that, like, what happened if you got too far over there? But just say, I ain't touching the line, so I guess I was fine. And then she told me, bend it. Well, she bent it for me, and she gave me. I went in and picked up my pencil. I met my ex. I bring it back out. I gave her. I wanted to try it in myself, but she said no. She have to take off a piece. So she took off the piece. She gave me back, and I fling me thing, and that was it. I was in and out in what about maybe about 30 seconds.
They put mine in for me.
yeah.
And I didn't.
You can ask to put it in if you want.
I didn't take the pencil. What you doing taking the pencil out?
No, I didn't take the pencil. So when I went in, I took the pencil and I made my X. Well, when I said took, like, pick up the pencil.
Yeah, but and I guess there's some persons too when you're making that X. Some persons would make it right there, and then some persons go to the back, and then the time to go to the back. In fact, I just I cast my vote right there in front of the presiding officer.
But like
Oh,
that.
you can do that?
I saw persons do it, but it was mostly persons with disabilities because where I was voting, we had stairs to go to the booth.
Oh.
So those who
But
would have had any issues.
But I have a question, because this is done in
think
some
it's a
other
prayer
jurisdictions. Do you support the idea? Because I've seen it. It was strange again walking in this morning, and there was only one booth. No. Generally one booth, and it was like 3 or 4 hours in the damn
Which
line.
polling station was that?
That's the constituency 8.
Okay, which
Right.
polling?
The primary school.
Okay.
Let me not mislead people, because one of the lines was moving extremely fast. I'm not going to lie. So more specifically, it was 5 something. But yeah, is it a case that we should stick to the one booth, or we should expand to say 2, 3 booths to speed up the process? Because the one booth for me was kind of creating a big bottleneck there, because people were literally there since before 5 in the morning, and then you have this long line. People there since 6, and they're not going home until after 9.
I mean, I think with large enough spaces, we have places with like conference room spaces where you can have 3 booths separated for people to go to. If the officers are the table set up, like what you need to have is in a frontal location for the entry, then you have people branch off into the different boxes, because everybody can see who is going to the box, who is done with the box or whatever, and you let the lines, especially in polling areas that have like 2,600 voters, on a voters list. How do they have one box when another one with only 300 people have one box? I could understand, say you want to give 300 people one box, but giving 2,000 people one box with such a long process, with you having to wait for people who are slow moving in terms of walking to go in there and take their time. Nobody can rush you out of the booth. So if you want to go in there and sit down for 5 minutes and consider your whole life story before you vote, you have that opportunity to do that. It's really unfair to add all of these extra things. I mean, I used to work in customer service at a bank, so I know how frustrating it is for people to be in a line and it's just one teller at the front of the booth. And sometimes, no matter how fast you try to move as the teller there, so somebody gonna come with some long 2 and 3 and 24 transactions and just keep back everybody.
Nothing grinds your nerves more than when you're at the front and that person who was in front of you spending almost an hour there, and it's a simple matter, and you're like, I'm here I'm almost there. Keep the peace. You know, it's kind of frustrating.
I was the fifth in line today. My
Uh-huh.
brother was first, and I was fifth. And that person, the fourth person, oh my goodness, I had to wait like 3, 4, 5 minutes on that person to come out of that booth. It was just a little bit long in my estimation.
That person thinking long and hard before they cast that vote.
I was very clear with my choice. I had decided many moons ago.
All right, let's play around a bit. Azad, your predictions for tonight.
Well, I think that the race is between the People's Action Movement and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party here in St. Kitts. In Nevis, I think that it would be the Concerned Citizens Movement dominating in Nevis.
Go right ahead, Tawana.
Well, you know, I tend to share the same sentiments. You know, I think the People's Action Movement is definitely the one to beat in this race. And then the Concerned Citizens Movement, I think they are going to be, you know, just way ahead.
Jermaine?
My prediction is more complicated than just saying.
Okay, we want to hear it.
We might not finish tonight.
Give us. You don't have the cliff notes.
No.
Just give us a synopsis. you know.
My own is like those dissertation sort of paper sort of thing. For me, it's going to be a tight race. I have to support part of what Azad said. Based on my prediction, I would have given Pam 2 seats. Just being frank, 2 seats.
What are those 2 seats?
You put me on the spot there.
Well, this is your time to present.
Okay, so
Which
so
other,
let's okay.
which
Let,
seat
okay.
other than for 5?
Okay, let me put it this way. Let me finish first. So I give 2, 2, and 4.
Ooh.
Right, 2 to PLP and 4 to SKNLP. It all comes down to what I see as and what is being termed as a split voting in St. Kitts because of the third party option that came into the race. Right. Had it not been for that third party option, it would have been a straight fight as per usual between the two, and I would have given Pam a slight edge. But because there's that split voting option, when we look at, let's say, for example, in constituency number 1, you had, I don't have the figures directly in front of me, but I know Jeffrey, let's say 1,600 to just about 1,580, right? So Patches would have won 1,580, Jeffrey would have won just about 1,600. No, because of this split voting, so what you had in 2020 and 2015 is the PAM and those Labour supporters coming together to actually give the team unity at the time, the coalition, the edge. But now that they're split, PAM is going to pull its own. It's going to hold its own in the elections. Then you have PLP, which has its faction of society. And then you have the SKNLP. Because of that, I'm saying that it's difficult.
So which seats do you say PLP 2, PAM 2, and Labour 4? Which are the 2 that you're going to give the people?
I have
I'm
my
looking at
exact
5.
predictions.
I'm looking at 5 and 4.
Okay.
I'm looking at those are the 2 seats that I'm looking at.
Stronger ones, okay.
But well, okay, 5 and 4, but 4 and 8 are toss up in the books as well. 2, 4, and 8 are toss up in the books.
Okay.
Right.
Just one quick question. You were making a point just before we asked you to pinpoint the seeds that you are predicting. You were saying that, you know, there was a split, you know, and I'm not sure if where you were going with the point is that with the split, that would mean that. Can you finish that point?
So what I was saying is, and I was using the example, I don't have the actual figures, so I was just saying, let's say we have 3,200 votes were cast in 2020, right? We're using constituency 1, for example. Patches lost that seat by 20-something, I believe. Yes. So what I'm saying is, because you had
24, to be
24,
exact.
yes. So let's roughly say 1,600 went to Jeffrey and 1,500 and 1,580 went to Patches, right? What I'm saying is, because you had the PAM voters and you had those Labour supporters that crossed the floor and went over to PLP, those votes
But
came
I-
together.
I don't think that. I think that's a statement that you're making generally, because you have to look at the constituencies. In various constituencies, there might be a more PLP base based on the fact that there isn't perhaps a PAM candidate that is running. For example, if you look at constituency number 3, we are from 2015. You had a PLP candidate, and constituency number 7, you had a PLP candidate. Of course, there would have been persons who are first-time voters who would perhaps identify themselves with those parties only because they're voting for the first time, and that is the party or person presented. But when you look in constituency 4 and 5, and those are the constituencies, I do not believe that the PLP, yes, they would have played a role in ensuring that there were more votes, but not to the sense where it is that it is to the destruction of the people.
Jump in. I'm going to allow you to jump in. But wait, the candidate may be. Now, with a change and a bright shining star in constituency number 1, we can expect to see a boost in voter turnout
Okay.
for the people's
Let me put it this way.
movement.
I wanna jump in because finish.
I just want to jump in to add. I didn't literally mean that the votes will be split in half. Right. I didn't mean that.
So you mean a small portion?
PLP
Unity.
They lose.
Unity.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, unity,
PLP.
like it's going to come, as well as some of what Labour had is like the PLP is like they're going to pull.
I think I have the answer to this conversation, because I did like a comparative analysis of the 2015 and 2020 general elections in terms of the numbers. 'Cause I did like predictions like a couple months back in June, and I made sure to document it because I know I'd need it tonight. I was generous in my predictions. I have CCM in Nevis winning 3 seats still. That's mainly due to them being, incumbent. They're in government, so I believe they have a bit more and they're the more popular party. So I believe they have they're more popular, and they have access to more resources. So they should be able to pull it out. In terms of St. Kitts, I believe Pam will take number 2. In number 3, I believe Pam didn't run a candidate. PLP ran a candidate. So I do believe that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party is going to get that seat because the Labour votes didn't shake too much in terms of support there. And so now Pam has to have their support, and they've never really had number 3. They've never really won number 3, either close or far. Like, it's always been a Labour seat. So I do believe that number 3 will go back to Labour easily this election. Number 4, I'd say Pam. But who knows? Labour has a really good candidate. So maybe, he energizes the people to come out, but he has a hard challenge. It's over 435 people Rensford last with in the 2020 election. So that's a lot of people to convince to vote for you, plus the Labour support. Labour is a popular party, so I believe they'll retain a lot of their support because they have shown in the last 2 elections, even though they faced unity twice, that they can keep their supporters. So I do believe they'll keep the people, but it's if they can get new people to come in, and then PLP convincing people to vote for them as well. So, everybody's going to have a little erosion. Number 5, generously to Pam. Number 6, generously to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. Number 7, Harris again. And then in number 8, I have a personal bias in number 8. I would like to see Dr. Drew win. I believe he'll make an excellent prime minister. I believe he will be the prime minister tomorrow. But again, Dr. Drew faced off against Unity twice in both 2015 and 2020. Let me just wrap up here. And he gained traction each time. He hasn't lost any traction. And like I said, the unity vote, it was a unity vote. So it was both PAM people and PLP people supporting the candidate in number 8. So with that split happening there, I believe there will be some kind of motion, but I do believe that Labour will keep their momentum in terms of the people that they have, just because of the numbers growing for him in the last elections. Again, I did say I have a bias, so don't hold me to the fire. But
have you not considered Talbot?
Talbot is a
Exactly.
PLP.
I was just about to make
Talbot is
that
a
point.
PLP who
Candidate who
comes
comes straight out of St. Peter's, which
Exactly.
is Drew's
That's why
stronghold.
and
I
a
keep
Labour, a
saying-
former Labour.
And a
That's
former
what I'm
Labour,
saying.
he'll be up there
Constituency
moving and
8
shaking
is
some
one
things
of
for
those
Dr. Drew.
toss-up seats that can go either way. Here why?
either way between who?
Pam and
Pam and
Labour.
Labour.
But
Oh, okay.
Hamilton is actually starting out front in 8 because the fact that Talbot is coming from St. Peter, which is the Labour stronghold. If Talbot wins any of 1 or 2 boxes in St. Peter's, right,
That will be the end.
that would be the end of Dr. Drew.
Label of Labour.
No. Let's be realistic.
Sam Conda came out in number 3. Sam Conda was a big Labour, and when he went over, Labour went with Labour. Label of Labour.
No, don't get me wrong. But even if Talbot,
I agree.
So
Labour,
people-
Labor people are
love
steadfast
Labour.
people.
At the end of the day, the Keon box, the Connery
Keon
box
Connery will make the difference.
will make a major impact.
Labour has not
And
won
he
a
did not,
Connery
and he
box.
did not
And you
lose
keep
by,
saying that
he
the
didn't
Labour
lose by
Party
like
has grown. You keep
50
saying
or
that-
60 people.
Yes,
how
but-
much did he lose by?
24.
24.
But you
that's,
keep-
that's
Yes.
fight. That's some
That is
energy.
good.
the man have over
Wait.
there.
You mentioned
what-
24.
but
You
what is
mentioned
not
24. But
24
what about you
without
keep saying?
Connery and
Wait,
and
no.
all of that?
Let's stop right there.
I
You
did not
mentioned that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party with Jews growing. So are you saying that the People's Action Movement in Constituency 8 is not growing as rapidly as well? You
Madam
don't know.
Madam
But
Wood,
also- no,
quickly,
but also what
Wait
the
a sec.
St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party is the most popular party
Yes,
in St.
it
Kitts
is.
and Nevis.
It is.
They won the popular vote even though they lost
It
the election.
Okay,
controls
let's say-
60%
so-
of the population.
Listen. It's
Okay,
not
one
about
at a time, okay?
It's not about popularity. We are talking about constituency number 8, and constituency number 8 is made up of key areas, and the key areas that brings it home for the People's Action Movement, and we'll do it again tonight. In short time, just wait. Well, maybe not short
And
time.
he's talking about
but
the popular vote, Tawana, but in constituency number 8, the People's Action Movement has held that seat by winning the most votes in that constituency.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I don't like when we talk about growth and you only put it towards one party. Are we saying that the other one doesn't grow at all?
No, but I'm not saying that both because it's close. It's close between them. And I also said I have a bias. I want Drew to win. The man lose, but every time he lose by less. So this time he wins.
So this time he's going to lose by 10.
Well,
No,
this time he's going
but
to win.
no, but the thing is, you have to also consider. So even if
That much of the voter turnout is still because, what I say, it's like, I have the numbers here. So you have last time in 2020 for constituency 1 a 58, constituency 2 a 57, constituency 3 a 48, 4 66. But it's based on that because remember the last election,
Yeah, we had
2020,
that
we
one.
didn't have the overseas voters. And so a number of persons who usually would have had the opportunity to vote did not get the opportunity to do so. And so that would have affected the turnout.
But in 2015, the percentages were up in the 70s. So like we're looking here in constituency.
And in 2015, you had
You had
planes
six-
coming in.
Exactly. Constituency 8, where you had like 64%
No.
voting in 2020. In 2015, there was 78. So it's still very close.
but
it's
also
a close race there. So
yeah, but we also have to remember in Constituency 8 that when Dr. Drew came on the scene in 2015, nobody knew Dr. Drew. No, let's be frank. Even though people in St. Peter's knew him, right, he was not this polished, he was this rusty type of person. And you can see that he's grown over the years.
Exactly.
So that in and of itself is an indication that, you know, people are growing
Towards
and becoming towards him. And another thing that we have to take into consideration as well is that they're going to say, oh, the Prime Minister is coming from St. Peter's, or the Prime Minister is coming from constituency number 8.
Pam last votes in 2020, yes, people were disenchanted with the representative, but whereas Drew picked up almost 100 votes, Pam lost, let me see, 23, 64, 22, 30. Pam lost over 100 votes.
But
But that has to do with COVID.
That has to do with COVID.
COVID.
But still, you know, there was the unity construct there. There's the PLP presence.
And who the rep
so
was.
PLP people were probably
I
voting
don't
for
know
Pam
if we
in
have.
that
I don't know if
space.
we have that stats right now, but I think what we need to compare and see whether or not an impact is being made is making a comparison of the polling boxes, the boxes
Individual
themselves.
boxes.
That is where you would actually see whether or not proper grounds are being made to make that determination. Because if Drew increased in between 2015 and 2020, that is an indication that people are buying into his policies.
Okay. Well,
And then,
I have
just
the
quickly, and
boxes
then
here.
also the fact that Chesley
This is 2015.
is fairly new, right? It's not that often that you find new candidates. I mean, Akila was different, right? But it's not that often that you find new candidates actually winning on their first try. I mean, some people get
Chesley
lucky.
is a seasoned.
He's seasoned.
He's
but-
seasoned. He would have ran before. He's not a novice in, he's not a novice
But he
in
didn't
this
run in
thing.
constituency 8.
But he's straight from constituency 8. He brings a new energy. He brings a big vibe to the constituency.
he's known in constituency 8. In
He
fact,
gives back to the community.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, we have a new rep. He just mentioned that people probably will,
a bit disenchanted.
oh, that's what you said, disenchanted with the previous rep. But we now have a new energized, big energy, basically, representative there. And if we are able, if the People's Action Movement is able to maintain what they have always had, and let's not forget, we do have people flying in now. I mean, we do have the spoiler. We have a spoiler deal
And I can tell you
in St.
this,
Peter's. So that doesn't really, I don't think that really affects us.
if
the People's
Chesley
Action
Hamilton
Movement.
comes out in Kenyon very strong, then there's a good chance that he could be victorious. He would have to come out to Kenyon leading, and we're thinking about 500, 600 votes. And
But
so,
that's the thing.
Well,
Do you believe that with all that has been happening, especially with the former the incumbent representative who's not returning, do you think with all of that, it's going to spill over into these elections in light of the fact that, one, we still have the water issue, and there's some other minor issues in the community that were not resolved, especially now that the rep was still in government after the collapse of the
And then
construct.
isn't the current representative also closely related to the former rep?
yeah, but how does that? How does that?
I don't know.
There's no bearing
these are
there.
things.
How
These
do-
are
how-
things. These are things.
How they
people look
being
at maybe
cousins?
maybe you'll it's a family thing, so you'll operate.
No, but I think
somewhere
no,
like
no,
that.
no. Actually, I think there's a friction between, because I think
People-
Hamilton's
people
Eugene said he's not going to endorse him. or
One at a
something like
time. One at a time.
Sorry.
that. Yeah, but I think he said he's not going to endorse him.
and I mean, as Abel said, there were statements made by Eugene Hamilton saying that he's not supporting Chesley, and so I don't think that them being family is going to play a very important factor into the results. I think that the People's Action Movement, the selection of Chesley Hamilton, it was something that was, we see how everything happened. It was something that was necessarily needed at that point in time. And I think that, as Tawana said, Chesley Hamilton brought that level of experience and energy and a new vibe to the constituency, recognizing that he has run before. He ran in number 7 twice against our current Prime Minister. And then he's now running in constituency number 8. He is a man from number 8. He grew up in number 8. He's no stranger to number 8. And so number 8 is where he is well placed. And so I believe that this is going to be a very interesting competition.
Yeah, for me, constituency 8 is, like I said, constituency 8 and constituency 4 are the two for me that I'll be looking at. And also keep an eye on constituency 2. Because
Wait, constituency 4 is what you're looking at? Didn't you say you?
I'm giving 4 to Pam, but I'm also going to keep an eye on it because I'm not seeing Grant winning that by the same margin that he won before.
I don't see.
That's
I
how
don't
I'm
see
seeing
anybody winning, by the same margins that they did before.
Because it's now 3 parties.
Yeah, it's now 3 parties, so it's a whole lot.
A different dynamic is here.
It's harder. It's harder to win. In each constituency, but there are still some constituency favorites. I think many people don't argue past constituency 5, 6, and 7. Where most people are generous with those 3, at least to give each party one. But even with the predictions that I had a couple weeks ago, I think we're counting. Well, Pam has basically awarded CCM the 3 seats. It might not happen so much.
I wouldn't agree with
because the last election was there wasn't the overseas vote, and that overseas vote usually plays a strong hand in the election in Nevis, in the one constituency that they're usually strong in the federal, Nevis 11. So now that is back in. I think that might have some effect on the results, but again, I'm being very generous with them. So I see CCM coming out with 3, Pam coming out with 3, and
into the elections, we knew that it wasn't going to happen for NRP in 11. So it wasn't any surprise. It's either their supporters did not vote or they swung their vote and went to support Alexis, right? So for me, that is how we knew that that's going to happen. This time around, because a lot of people are disgruntled with the bickering between St. Kitts and Nevis federally, right? Especially, the CCM government there and and then the eventual termination and all the publicity and all of that. You get the feeling that those people who were the swing votes in 2020 are going to return home. That for me is where I'm going to give NRP the edge in constituency 11, and where they put their support after elections is going to be key to the formation of the government. That's how I'm seeing it.
Let's look at the campaign style of the different political parties, the campaign style of Labour, the campaign style of PLP, and those on Nevis, and who you think they were trying to target based on this new campaign style, because I realize that it's not the typical traditional campaign style that we knew from a long time ago. It's not boring. It wasn't boring at all this time around. So who you think they were trying to target with this new style of campaign?
Well, I think for the People's Action Movement, the target was across the various individuals, young, not so young, to give everyone some sort of opportunity.
It's just inclusive.
Yeah, all inclusive. And maybe call me biased, but I believe that when it came to the PLP, it mainly focused on the PAP, the peace and social programs, and that is my conclusion from there.
Well, I mean, social programs are necessary. I guess for them, that's their crowning achievement in terms of what they've done in government
But-
over the
but-
last 7 years.
But it wasn't a
it's
PLP.
a government
It
that
wasn't
was
a PLP government alone. It was a government with PLP, PAM, and CCM. So these programs would have been a collective effort, not for one party alone, which I'm hearing over and over being said by the PLP as if they alone were in government for the past 7 years.
Well, then I also want you to accept the collective criticisms on those same programs as well, which now the PAM party and the CCM party have started campaigning against when persons were asking, well, how do we know who is on the PAP? I mean, not the PAP, the piece. Why isn't there a form so that we can apply to be on the piece or whatever, you know? And how is the piece being distributed?
Well,
We had, wait, let me finish. I'll let you finish. We had the CCM party and the PAM party supporting what was, you know, being done with the piece for 7 years. And now, you know, they're now campaigning, saying the same, using the same questions that not even, I wouldn't even say the opposition were using, just general people were asking about the same program. So, yes, you're here saying, you know, the program doesn't belong to PLP, which is fine, I understand, but also the criticisms to the program should then belong to all the parties. So then how are we going to, so how do we now know that, you know, PAM and CCM are actually going to, you know, really fix the issues if they do get, you know, back in government when it comes to those different programs?
Have you been listening to the People's Action Movement as they address those programs? Have you been listening to the public meetings?
I have been listening. I've had the Cliff Notes.
They have never said, or we have never said that. We have said that the PAP, the peace were all initiatives by the government, right? What was said was that the management over time, and what is being said is that the management over time was at a level where some of the ministers weren't aware. And so even though you have the conception, the idea, and you go and you have, yes, we're going to do this and it's for these persons, you realize that along the way, things began happening and certain persons were left out of the conversation as things began happening. And I think if you were to be objective and listening to the conversation, you would see that is where the ministers gave their stance. Not that they were against the peace and not that they weren't a part of it, but the management of it over time became foggy.
Over time when? Like, because I didn't see the management over time for the last 7 years from the PAM or the CCM saying that the peace program had issues. Now that the fallout has happened, we are hearing all the different things, but before that, the support was there.
I have to disagree. I have to disagree to an extent with what you're saying. I understand that when you're in government, you sit down around the table and you discuss at cabinet. You object, I give you all the information, and then we agree. We vote on it, and yes. But it might not necessarily be her responsibility, the PAP program. She's only going to come and hear about this program in cabinet. Now, outside of cabinet, she's going to be inquiring, but then you say, okay, you know, I don't have anything new to share with you this, you know, on this program, you know, just what was said in cabinet. But maybe down the line, 2-3 years after, then is when you start to find out that not all the information was necessarily forthcoming.
But I think Desil also has to understand what is called collective responsibility, and also if there are certain matters discussed in cabinet that even though you might disagree with it, it's not to come out of to the public that, hey, I was strongly against
but then
this.
that is what ended up happening. That is why we're here now.
And that is because they made a concerted effort to say enough was enough, or enough is enough. And I think that's the point that you're missing. So it's like, and again, they've used the analogy of a relationship over and over again. And so I'm going to use it again to explain the situation. It's as if you have a married couple, a husband and wife. They are bickering privately, trying to work things out. But in the public, you see them go to church. You see them being
holding
loving,
hands, they're
holding-
on Instagram,
yes.
they're on Facebook, the best husband, the best wife.
Maybe this can happen.
Let me just-
Reaching,
To my dear panelists,
you're reaching with a point,
I'm,
and you're gonna
I'm-
dislocate your shoulder.
No, look at me, shoulder.
straight too far from our topic, okay?
No, there's a saying that
Okay.
whatever problem you have in your house is between you and the person in the house and the walls. When you come out, you smile. Right? Nobody must know you got a problem. And that's what both the PM and the PLP PAM representatives leaders were saying. We had internal issues. Let us sort it out inside, right? And fix it. Right? The PM said that, I think, to some forum, and then the PLP PAM representatives also said that. I think Mark even reiterated it at a press conference. Point is, they kept saying that we want to sort this matter out internally. I think they even sent correspondence. It came to the point where
Enough was enough.
enough was enough. Let us divorce.
And these are the reasons. And when-
Which is fine.
And when you're divorcing,
That's
you
no
must give a
problem.
reason for the divorce. You must have grounds. And so they came out and they told the people, these are the reasons why we no longer support XYZ. I think it was a fair, you know.
Okay, let's look at the entertainment part to the campaign. Do you think that that helped the campaign process and try to entice people to vote?
Well, I think the entertainment was effective in the fact of, at the end of the day, you have persons giving a message, and you have to appeal to everybody. There are some persons who are going to come just because you have certain artists. And so in the performances, you also have the speeches and what is being said by the various candidates. So I think entertainment was used to ensure that there was this balance. It wasn't just speeches, but persons were able to have a relaxed environment. And, you know, music is very instrumental when it comes to, you know, bringing points across. Music, persons sometimes learn songs faster than they learn perhaps a poem, you know, the lyrics of a song. And so music can be used in various ways.
Yeah, I think it really helped. There were some catchy tunes on the campaign trail, like the one that, what do you call it again? I think SKNLP used from the regional artists. Kept with them, you know, people bouncing and jamming with that
let me
one.
say,
You know,
people think that is a labor song, you know.
No, well,
the
it's
Get Rid of
bad.
Them was
Did you
actually
hear me
from
say that
St.
it's
Vincent.
from
No,
a
not
regional
you, yes.
thing?
Okay.
Yes,
good.
it was actually from St. Vincent and the Grenadines when the opposition passed.
That
It
was a
used to
common
create
song this year.
excitement, you know. You wanted excitement in the campaign, and music has that power to create the excitement and build the vibes, so to speak, and keep things hype and energized. Because at the end of the day, you want to encourage people to vote.
Yeah, but I would tend to disagree with that. You could bring Marshall, right? You could bring Lyrical. You could bring the biggest soca artists. You could throw a whole festival. There's still no guarantee that people going to vote for you. I'm just saying.
Well,
That's
let
right.
me
That's
say
true.
that because
That is
I think you miss what I'm saying. You have to energize a base. You might have a base that supports you, but if they're not feeling you, they're not motivated to vote. And so you must energize your base and give them, when I say a reason, not that they won't vote for you or based on your policies, but they must feel. I find, for example, if you don't have a very upbeat campaign, then persons might be willing to support your policies, but on the election day, they might not feel too thrilled to stand up in a line. So you have to use all sort of, you know.
But how does but isn't it? But you're not allowed to play music close to the polling stations and
No,
stuff
no,
like
no,
that.
but
And
they came out in their numbers, and persons were motivated to go to the polls tomorrow morning and vote.
I agree, because you want to keep and attract the masses to your message, right? And it's a good strategy. But I think oftentimes a lot of parties, not only St. Kitts and Nevis, it's not limited here, across the region, we use material stuff, and I say material stuff, including artists as a means of attracting people rather than using policy itself. Because, for example, I heard two of the three parties at least were saying, oh, we're going to increase the PAP program, the poverty alleviation program, from $500 to $1,000, and I think another one said $1,500, right? That is the sort of thing, even though it's a good initiative. Tell me what you're going to do about the PAP program. Go into details rather than just telling me, okay, $500 more or $1,000 more. Those are the sort of policies that people want to hear, right? But then it goes back to another point that we were making earlier, that it's a cultural thing where we need to change the position and tell people you have to look deeper into these policies that we have put forward, that you can actually debate and argue that whether or not which one of these are actually good for me and the country as a whole.
Which is unfortunate because most of the manifestos came out very late into the campaign. So, I mean, everything else, to be honest, is just a distraction. The manifestos are, they're supposed to clearly outline what they're doing, and you get it like a week, 2 weeks before you can sit down and digest. If they do come to your door, you're not able to ask them, the real in-depth questions, because there's so much you can't you as yourself you can't really process, because all you're seeing is the hype. So now when it's time for you to sit down and be like, okay, I'm gonna go through the manifesto. I mean, and then we had this election around a very festive time in the country as well. There's Culturama, and the manifestos are coming out in the middle of Culturama. So I ain't really got time to sit down and talk about going through Labour, PAM, PLP manifesto,
but
NRP,
I think to be fair, I think to be fair, a lot of the ideas and that's placed in the manifestos were discussed at the public meetings. They were discussed at the public meetings. So
and
if you were listening to the public meetings, you would have had an idea where the various parties were going.
And also,
that is true.
I agree.
Instead of you having the actual hard copy, which I think was one of the best things that will be embrace technology this election.
Yeah.
I can literally go on now and look through the manifesto.
You can.
Rather than be wondering where can I find a hard copy. And I think oftentimes a lot of people had that issue after elections.
But like I said, manifestos, we were talking earlier about people not necessarily want to read. When you think about following each party to let's see, 3 in St. Kitts, a rally here, there, and everywhere. Yes, it's available on the internet and media, but you have to go sift through 9 hours of people speaking on a stage. Maybe it's boring one part, exciting another part. It's really hard. So to tell people that they have to follow you on the campaign trail to know what you're talking about, I mean, I think that's a very tall order.
No.
I think it's kind of irresponsible as well.
No, I don't think
give people a compact. It doesn't have to be super exhaustive. Give people a compact thing to look at, to take in their own time, so that when you do come to them, in front of them, like Twana was talking about earlier, you have your notes and you say, okay, well, you say you're gonna do this, A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. How are you going to do it? We were talking about public speaking earlier. There's some candidates that can't really energize you at a rally because they're not big on public speaking. They're new to the arena. So you might want to support them or even listen to their ideas because they sound boring. So give me a manifesto and give me early.
But in all fairness too, Desil, I mean, our political leader for the People's Action Movement had a press conference where he stated a number of things that he would want to happen under a PAM CCM government. That was done at more than one press conference. I know Mr. Abel was there. He also mentioned on the platform various times the different plans. And I mean, yes, the manifesto comes out days before the election, But many, I reiterate, many of the goals, many of the plans, 2015 and 2020, in 2015 you had the registered voters being 151, and 2020 194. This one we had an increase by 13, so it's at 207. But if you look at the performances, I think that the NRP seem to have been doing better in terms of the number of votes, because over the past 2 years you had Corey Tyson getting 19 in 2015, and in 2020 Bijan Hanley getting 15. So Corey Tyson got 19 in 2015 and Bijan Hanley got 15 in 2020, and now we're seeing Rohan Isles doubling that with 31. We had last election 2020, we had Eric Evelyn in that box with 86 vote job in that box.
Well, Rohan is he's a great individual. He's a young person, so he brings a fresh new light to the constituency in terms of the energy coming out of Nevis 10. Again, the CCM is a popular party in that constituency, but there has been, some persons who feel disenchanted, who are saying that, not too much development is happening in the constituency, so they would like to see more. And in the past, Bijan in 2020 wasn't so much of a popular person. So it's interesting to see that, Rohan far exceeded those figures coming out of the first box. I mean, Eric Evelyn still has a very strong lead in front of him, so it's left to see what happens in the other constituencies. But I mean, starting out now, I'd like to say, congratulations to Rohan as a first timer in the race. He seems very close, considering that this seat is always, easily a CCM held seat.
And not only as a first timer in the race, but also in an area where he is not from or lives.
Yes. And that is particularly important. Thanks for bringing that up, because one of the criticisms that divisions usually have when it comes to representatives is that they ain't from here. You always hear it. So for Rohan to beat two persons who are from that area is quite telling of what's happening in that area.
But I have to ask though, do you feel the snap elections made an impact on his campaigning, because he technically was not the one chosen, or he was not in a position to run federally, but then you were basically thrown into the lion's den at the last moment to actually begin doing work?
Yeah, well, that is true. I mean, he has been prepared. Well, initially he was preparing for the local elections, and that's another issue that the NRP kind of had to face, wherein that part of their constitution is that they try to not run the same candidates in local and federal, but the technicality is that if you're not elected, you can pass to the you can be a candidate for both elections. So I think what they're looking at is, we're going to put you here. If you win, then we have a decision to make. We now have to maybe consider somebody new for the local. And, I don't know how that would work. They're in a very precarious position, the NRP, over in Nevis. But, congratulations to Rohan for, showing that thing. And again, for Eric, to be keeping his numbers very close to what it is. There has been some talk from some persons that, they just don't care about the federal elections anymore. So seeing the vote erode a little bit is not too surprising for me, because I know there are a lot of people who are like, you know what, I'll focus more on the local when it comes about, because Nevis don't necessarily get anything from the federal election. But
isn't that the wrong idea and concept to be thinking that you're not getting anything federally? Because we see what's happening now, that Mark is saying he's not getting his quote unquote fair share from Nevis, from St. Kitts. So Do you think that there's this misconception from people on Nevis that we should, because the general idea is
I think it's a misunderstanding of our constitution. I think that's the major issue, because the federal government isn't quote unquote responsible for Nevis. That's the NIA's job. The NIA should be the one growing the economy. The NIA should be the one.
Yeah, but
wait, let me finish. Putting in all the policies in place and ministries that ministers are assigned that actually affect Nevis in the federal government. So it's really hard for divisions to really get something from the whole federal construct aside from revenue sharing, which is the whole fair share argument. I would say CCM did a good job in terms of getting more from the unity construct, in terms of getting more budgetary support to Nevis so that they can implement projects on that. But then it's to see how that support was really passed along in the different constituencies. So if you're running in a federal seat, then it's your job as a federal minister to basically tell me, what have you done with this federal allocation that you've been given in my constituency to make me feel like you're representing me well. So I think that is the issue, but it gets confused and convoluted because Nevis has basically two governments and St. Kitts only has one.
Well, that's in the manifesto for the One Movement, there were goals and plans for St. Kitts and Nevis, where you had mention of St. Kitts and Nevis. So in this federal coalition, the PAM and CCM, you see that there is one movement of ideas, one movement of people, one destiny. So it is a clear plan, a clear mandate for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis in this instance.
You see, why I'm asking that question is, we talk about fair share, right? But at the same time, Dessel is basically hinting that because there is this issue with one government running two governments, it becomes difficult to balance. But at the same time, it is unfair to say that Nevis is not, and for the people to say that they're not interested in terms of what exactly is happening federally and not to have your input federally means that you're basically throwing away, quote unquote, $60-something million or $30+ million, which is, I know people are going to criticize me for saying this, but Nevis is St. Kitts' little brother or little sister, and you have to look out, but don't have them be too dependent on you. And I think that is where the problem is coming at this point in time.
Well, I would criticize you on the whole little sister thing, because as a federal construct and a federal movement, it should be seen as one. It should be seen as one. It is not seen as one. And it's kind of interesting that you brought that point up. And I was having the discussion with a division in the voting line this morning, and he was basically saying that Kittitians don't want divisions to have their fair share. And I tell him not a thing or so, because when I'm speaking to persons in St. Kitts, they want to see Nevis treated fairly. Well, I mean, for me, I think the word should be more equitably, because we have we've been told that we cannot use the revenue sharing agreement in terms of the CBI proceeds to talk about the monies, but in some way we have to find a way to ensure that this cash cow that exists federally is being shared, properly, not even just in Nevis, but in St. Kitts as well, because I'm sure there are ministers who want things to be happening in their various constituencies all across St. Kitts and Nevis, and they're not getting it done because, in the last construct, we had 3 different parties the minority party basically holding all the say because it's the prime minister and the minister of finance. So, it was really hard to get anything fair, out of that arrangement. So, going into this election, and with the CCM and PAM coalition coming out, possibly it'll be interesting to see how much further than lip service the fair share and the agreements go. I believe that the leadership of PAM, with the Honorable Sean Richards, he's a fair person, so I don't expect to see as much tension between him and the CCM government as what was experienced with the PLP in the mix. But again, it's still left to see, and the Prime Minister's power goes basically unchecked in this country. You never know what kind of political pressures that might come about in the future that could cause some kind of disagreement. So I'm hopeful.
I have to interject there. I think, and I'm even now I'm not sure. Even now I'm not sure. Azard can correct me on this, but I'm not sure at this point in time, even on elections day, that an appropriate figure was actually agreed upon in terms of revenue sharing.
No figure was given
right.
to
and
my knowledge.
Exactly, and that for me is where the challenge came, because I understand both positions. The position that the Prime Minister holds, that we have to come up with something equitable, but let an independent arbitrator come and sort it out. But Nevis is saying on the other hand, hey, we had a discussion before we decided to get married, and we had that we basically had a prenup before we signed this agreement that this is what's going to happen just in case if we divorce, right? And I want us to hold on to this, but at the same time, where do you find the middle ground? And I think the middle ground is where we are now, where Nevis got its increase earlier this year. But I think there's a misconception somewhere in there, right? And again, I understand both positions that everybody has.
But then again, like you're saying, it's a relationship, and in a relationship, you have different people and different people with different opinions. That is why you have laws governing marriages, and at the end of the day, if you do get a divorce and you don't have a prenup, the wife goes with half of whatever. Because today I might decide that fear is $25 million. Tomorrow, well, I notice $25 million ain't enough, so I decide that fear is going to be $35 million. And then I start an argument because I ain't get the $35 million. As you said, where is the middle ground? And where I believe we need more than just gentlemen's agreements or multiple parties working this thing out. And we need something legally that holds people accountable to making sure that this revenue is shared fairly, and then we could just move past it, because I don't think this should be another issue going into the next 2 and 3 elections. It makes no sense.
I think that's where the conclusion is going to be done, because as Dr. Harris sort of indicated, he's asked the World Bank to intervene. But I think because no clear figure was agreed upon, 25, 35, 10% was agreed upon, that's where the whole relationship fell sour, right? And you're correct, you don't want this issue to keep repeating itself 20, 30 years down the line, and a conclusion must be had regardless of whichever coalition and whichever party is in office, that Nevis gets X amount based on the level of revenue that we receive this year.
And it's interesting too, between all the discussions that were being had, I know I've heard, the ministers speaking about how difficult it might be to actually get fair share legislated per se, to include the CBI proceeds in whatever revenue sharing agreement, and how it would need a referendum, which is basically like a island-wide vote on the issue, or federation-wide vote on the issue. But we're having elections now. Why didn't we try to bring fair share
No,
to the people
but
and
even
utilize this
before-
time of election?
No.
So you have one ballot for your candidates, and the next one. Do you want Nevis to get fair share based on revenue
No,
sharing
I
agreement?
think
X
what
yes
needs
or
to
X no.
happen.
You know, like
You
something.
have to begin educating the people on a specific topic. That's, for example, constitutional reform, electoral reform. Even before you begin to roll out those plans, you have to be able to educate the people, because you don't want, for example, because some of it has, as you correctly say, it has to go to a referendum, right? And you don't want to put a referendum on people that don't understand what they're voting for. Because I think that's what happened in Grenada, I believe, with the issue with the CCJ. A lot of people tell you they don't understand what this is, so we can stay with the Privy Council because we know what the Privy Council is. But a lot of people don't understand what the CCJ entails. So because of that, you know, I don't know what it is, so I can just kick it out.
Gentlemen,
We have
we'll
more
stand by for some results.
Good evening once again, and I have further results to share. Again in Nevis number 10, the Gingerland area, polling division number 2, located at the Gingerland preschool, where there were 233 voters registered. The votes cast, validly cast, were 99, that's 99. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 67 votes, that's 6-7, and Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 32 votes, that's 3-2 votes. And we have our first result from St. Kitts in the constituency of St. Christopher 4, polling Division 5A at halfway tree, where there were 395 voters registered. The number of votes validly cast was 257, that's 257. There was one rejected ballot. There was no spoilt ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party received 123 votes, that's 1, 2, 3. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 92 votes, that's 9, 2. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes, that's 4, 1. I will be back with you with further results, but over now to Master Control.
Gentlemen, we are back, and that was a nice one. 2, and we are rolling. We are rolling. We are getting somewhere. Was that what you predicted in halfway tree, gentlemen?
I like to see the look on his face right now.
Halfway tree. Well, halfway tree is definitely a strong ground for the People's Action Movement, especially Honorable Lindsay Grant. I must say that based on the results we've seen, the Labour Party, Samuel Duggins with 123, Lindsay Grant with 92, and Kende Liebert with 40 something?
41.
Yep.
41. Let me look at the previous stats. When we had Lindsay Grant in Harper Tree, he received
145.
in 20 here.
Oh no, that's 2015. Actually, he got 155 in 2020.
Yeah, 155.
And Rensford got
95.
Is it 95? Yeah, so Samuel picked up some incredible steam there, and Pam has a very early challenge. I don't know. I think I was saying before when I gave my predictions. Well, you said that number 4 was one to look at, but I said that Samuel is going to come out very strong and popular.
Again, I'll reiterate this, and this is something that we have to remember as the results come in. The voter turnout. That is key. Right, because as you realize, that's just about 70-80% there. That's very low compared to what we would expect.
How much percentage?
I think this is very surprising. I mean,
257.
That is a stronghold.
It is a very stronghold. I mean, like I was telling you guys before, I don't know if this trend will continue, but in the last elections, Labour, the support on either the PAM side or the PLP side for the different candidates were joined together. So the split, is where we're really seeing this split having an influence on the votes. And we were talking earlier about Labour people and Labour people supporting Labour people. As we can see,
but
Labour is coming out in their support. I mean, it's the first, so it might change in different places.
If you look at last election,
124.
Wentworth got 95.
95. So
in that area, Lindsay would have gotten 60 votes ahead of him in that box.
So
and now Lindsay is behind Sam Allen.
Quite a bit behind. So Labour is showing that their popularity isn't just at the meetings, but their supporters are coming out.
It's individual as well. Yeah, it's early.
It's early still.
But
I mean, perhaps if the dynamics change in half or three, the dynamics could change in the other areas.
Mm-hmm.
So let us see what the other boxes are telling us. But definitely, for the People's Action Movement, half a tree is a box that is heavily counted upon to bring home our candidate. And so this result is leaves a lot to be seen during the night.
Let's look at, so this, I think Lindsay won by I think
he won by 351 the last election.
So if you're taking 60 from that 351, I mean, you just need about 300 to catch up.
Two things we have to look at here.
Labour is in this race.
But two things we have to look at at this point in time. One,
we'll let Mr. Garth Wilkin join in. Stick up in Surrey, German. Garth will have a seat and join in on the conversation with us. Okay.
This is going to be a very close one.
Okay. So I was just about to make the point that two things you have to consider at this point. One, the individual who is running in the race. He's young and he's well known within the constituency. That's one. Two, the last person who ran in that district, I'm going to say this bluntly, was kind of out of touch with the people, because young people would not vote for a mature person who somehow does not fit in to the dynamics and the new politics. Because a lot of young people want to see young people getting up there and being more forceful in society, and that's where, and this specific box is what it's showing up in this specific box.
It's very interesting. It's really surprising. It is very surprising. My early predictions said Pam-esque, so I always kind of had Samuel to give a jug. I always felt like he'd come hard, but this is a strong push. And again, like I've been saying before, Labour is going to go out and support Labour. So I'm really not expecting to see their votes eroded so much by the PLP.
But do you guys
presence.
think the overseas voters played an influence in this one?
It could be. In all the constituencies, there will be an increase in terms of voter turnout because the overseas voters exist. Historically, we know that Labour has had some strength in the ear.
I think
So,
that it's still a close one to be called. I mean, do the maths for me. If we take away 123, if we take away 92 from 123, what's that, like 31?
Yeah, about that.
So Samuel is leading in constituency 4 so far by 31. There's still a 5B to go. I mean, could Lindsay pull back in 5B?
Well, in 2012, I mean, considering that he lost so significantly in terms of the amount that he got from 5A, from 155 to 90, what's it we have here? 92 minus 92. So he lost 63 votes, and then in 5B, he got 162. So if he loses another 60 persons in that community, then Samuel basically, provided that Samuel also picks up voters, Samuel would have basically eroded at least a third of Lindsay's lead in front of him with just 2 boxes.
If you look at in 2015, in that same box, I'm looking for that box now, you had Lindsey Grant 145 and Glenn Phillip 124. So Lindsay won that box again by plus 20. And we're seeing him lose that box this time around, and he's trailing by 31. So it's going to be a very interesting night. It's already started.
Let's look at PLP Kendale Library. The people who voted in that box, they are from the same project where he lives, which is basically the Cons Phipps project in Halfway Tree. Those people are his neighbors. And he got, was it 41?
Yeah.
41. So he did not really do so well in that area despite living among these people.
Well, I think the PLP is a new team, even though they said that they've been around and being the most popular. They're still a very new team, 7 years in existence. The candidate that was selected came around as a candidate very recently. You realize Samuel Duggins was on the field for quite some time. You also had Lindsey Grant there for quite some time, even longer than Samuel, But I think in terms of looking at candidates, people were at one point in time thinking that Samuel would have been the Labour candidate even before he was officially selected.
In 3.
Well, in 3,
yeah,
but
yeah.
then in 4,
closer,
very,
closer to
very,
3.
very.
And still, you're actually seeing the impact of the unity construct overall, because you're looking at, even in the 2 Nevis boxes that we've gotten, Rohan, who isn't from the area, got more than the candidates that are from the areas in the past. So even though it's not a significant growth, you're also seeing growth over there. So it's really interesting who you get married to, because it might come back to haunt you to later. So,
Azad, can I ask you a question? As someone from the constituency and a representative, an executive member of PAM,
Yes.
are you surprised with the 41 number for PLP?
Based on what we would have calculated on the ground, every party does their calculation and their expectation. I am a bit surprised for the 41 for the PLP. I thought this race would have been clearly between PAM and Labour in this regard. Still, I must say, many persons thought that PLP might have had it. Some persons, because when you look at what the pollsters were saying, we look at, I think it was Don Anderson and Peter Wickham. He said that the race is between PAM and Labour, and in fact, I think that Wally Pope, St. Kitts Times placed something just out yesterday where PLP had 5 seats, and in that seat count, it was number 4. So, again, I'm surprised at the number for the PLP, but I still think that in constituency 4, it will be between PAM and Labour. Again, we've seen a surprise already. Lindsey Grant, a very strong hold, because Hertfordshire is a place that we count on. Very much so. Going to Labour, I want to say perhaps for, I don't know, can anyone pull up the 2010 results?
Winner them.
Yes.
In the
but again, we still have to take into consideration there's a low voter turnout issue here.
Yeah.
Well, not in this box.
Not this box.
This box. No, this box
got good
in
60,
20 in
70%.
2020, the turnout was 255. In 2022, the turnout is 257.
Early days yet, people.
Yes.
Early days yet.
So not. I agree with you. There's a consensus that I've heard before I came to the studio that there is a low voter turnout.
Yes.
I mean,
Generally, yeah.
I experienced that in my polling station today, but that didn't impact Halfway Tree Methodist Church A to K.
Again, we see last time the Honorable Lindsey Grant would have done something never done before in winning in every single box. So again, even what I want to say, he won in every single box. This is one box that he hasn't won in this time, but he still has several that he are strong.
It's definitely not over, you know.
It's definitely not over.
Are you looking forward to that?
Every other
Azad, I must say, I was looking at your face when the supervisor of elections announced those numbers, and I saw a bit of shock and awe.
I am indeed shocked. I think most persons are shocked by this result, especially the Hertfordshire box.
Yeah, that reminded me of when Congress back in 2020 when
the Boyd's box.
Yeah, the Boyd's box and Congress started to get some licks by. And
if we look in 20, let's go back. So this might be a little saving grace here. 'Cause if you look in 2010, the Honorable Lindsey Grant in the boxes, because in 2015 is when they did the poll 5 box, they split it. But in 2010, they had it together. And you see Lindsey Grant 261 and Glenn Ghost Phillip 233. Lindsey winning by, let's say, 28 votes. So perhaps there is still hope.
You're hoping
for the 5B.
For the L to Z's.
Yes, to come in. And so Lindsey would win the polling 5 because it's still there. I mean, looking back in 2010, before there was any unity, so to speak, or PLP or anything of that nature, the coalition government, when it was strictly PAM and Labour, looking at the statistics, Lindsey would have been ahead by 28 in polling station 5. That's when you combine 5A and 5B. So let us see what 5B would bring. And he could still be ahead when combined. And still, it would still mean that he has won in Hertfordshire overall.
I have a question for you, Azad.
Not like the one before.
Yeah, as a person involved, I don't believe any of the other of us are involved deeply in a political party, but take us to, if you weren't at Win FM Studios and you were in Challengers or Old Road, sitting with your executive team for constituency number 4, and you got results like this. Tell us what happens in that room.
Well, I could tell you what, we have a chat. and we are surprised at the results. It's very surprising that I think it will be quietness, surprise, and looking on being now could give us hope.
Okay.
If we can leave 5B ahead and total still ahead, then I still count Hertfordshire as a win. And again, if you look at 2010, Lindsey won polling station 5 by 28, which is still narrow. Not as much as he did before, but now.
What were the numbers? Oh, wait, that's difficult to tell because that was combined.
That one is combined, yeah.
Yeah.
But in 2015, the numbers for that box were 145 plus 124. So that's 169?
Yes.
No, sorry, 269. So 14 more, 13, 14 more. Very interesting.
So I was going to ask you, Azad, looking at this, are you saying that depending on the result of 5B, that if Grant wins 5B, but he doesn't win it by the margin of 2020, you're going to be concerned?
If he wins 5B and 5A and B combined, he is still ahead. I think we are still in the race.
Because he did win every box last.
He did win every box last election, and I mean, it's difficult to redo that, especially in these dynamics. And so, looking back at 2010, and again, Lindsay in 2010 was unsuccessful, but it was not by many votes. I think he would have lost by 29 or so. So, what I'm trying to say here is that half a tree could still pull him out if 5B comes out and votes for him overwhelmingly. And so he would still have that half a tree win.
So, in terms of the results from 2020 for half a tree on the Labour side, because let's see, Rensford. Okay, so 5A was
Rensford
95. He got
95.
90. Yeah, he got
95.
98 in 5B. In 5B.
Oh, 5B.
Yeah, 5B. So, considering that Samuel has already come out very strong.
Before you get to that, let's look at the numbers. You said come out very strong. Let's look at this from a statistical perspective. In 2020, People's Action Movement got 155 votes in that box. Labour got 95. PAM and PLP have gotten 92 plus 41. So they've got 133. So they're already down by 22. And how much did, so Samuel got 123 minus 95. So Labour has gained 28. And Unity has lost 22. So that's a shift.
Yeah, that's a big shift. Actually, it's basically, you can say it's about, because Labour gained and they lost, so you combine it, so it's about like a 48. You kind of combine the two to get the total shift. So that's very significant, you know, in terms of numbers. So let me see, how much percentage is that?
28 divided by 255, 10% of the electorate.
Yeah. Basically 10%. And in these times when we're seeing that, you know, the voter turnout might not be as high as we want it to be, 10% is a lot.
Which didn't factor in this box. So that's a shift.
Yeah.
A shift of those votes. So that's another question I want to ask you. When you all are doing your analysis, because I assume you do analysis of the last 3 elections.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And you see these trends. What you know, do you analyze it the way we have just discussed it, as in one increased 28, but we lost 22? Does that kind of thought process happen?
I think that would happen with perhaps the consultants and the strategists, but in the group as a committee, I think we look at the numbers more. Again, you know, half a tree has always, most times, looking from 2010 to now, has pulled through Lindsay. And so I think the supervisor of election has us in this suspense where it is we are looking to see what 5B would be like.
And say 5B comes out in a similar sort of percentages, then you're going to move from interested and you're going to take off your jacket.
The next area to look at is challengers.
Which is a big PAM stronghold.
So,
but that was my question I was going to ask you. When you sit down, you strategize. Do you consider plan A and plan B just in case if we lose halfway through?
The plan is gone because there's no more planning after the polls are closed, you know.
But that's true. Because what we're seeing here is that, and I could say this because you're shocked, is that the Lindsey Grant camp is shocked that they lost 5A, right? So then now, you know, we're looking at the U.S. elections here. What avenues can, even though it's one box, what other avenues Lindsey Grant can make up what he has lost in a stronghold? That's the sort of operations that we're looking at here right now.
I think we all would say, and we all would agree, that this election is going to be a very close one in 4. And I think if he's able to at least edge out his competitor in each polling division, even if it's by 10, it's a win. And so I want to look at half a tree. I'm no longer looking at half a tree as a half.
As a whole.
I'm looking now at a whole, because looking at it, even up today, we realize that, the turnout for half a tree wasn't like it was before. And so, let's see.
So you mean B might be a lower turnout than the previous?
Well, I'm saying the whole election in terms of bringing out your
because
person.
because 5A had the same amount of people, 257 compared to 255 last election. PAM got 92, PLP got 41, Labour got 123. And in the last election, there were 255. PAM got 155, Labour got 95.
Well, it's left to be seen.
That is the three-party factor.
Yeah.
Yes. The split voting.
It's
is
left to be seen.
But technically, the numbers for the PAM and the PLP, which joined together for unity in the last 2 elections in this area, should have added up.
Yeah.
But it's still short.
But then even if you look at the fact with Kendi Liebert, you look at the fact that he comes from traditionally a Labour family. And if you were to listen the voice notes that were circulating, you would have seen some disagreement between 2 sisters. And I just say that to say this, that you see that there has been some sort of division.
So you thought his votes would come from the Labour side, but they haven't.
Well, let's see how the night goes. Let's see how the night goes.
Well, in this box it hasn't.
Yeah, in this box it hasn't.
We're focusing on this box.
Yes.
In this box, what you anticipated, which was that what you're telling me, or telling us, is that you anticipated that Kendall would get votes, but his votes would come out of the Labour camp. But what you've seen is that his votes and Pam's votes did not even add up to what they were last election.
You would have seen, and the thing about it with this election, Garth, you will see some persons, in fact, in half a tree, sporting the PLP clothing and everything. Some persons who would have been close to our camp before. But what you will have heard by some persons is that, we're just wearing the shirts, we're just trying to get what, and that they're still faithful to the party. And so you don't know what they're doing in the box.
Nobody should.
And so you go on the assumption that, okay, even though you see them wearing certain colors, that they're still in support of you.
Party paraphernalias don't vote. People
Exactly.
do.
And
People
Mark
do.
made
Not
that
large
last
crowds,
week.
not party paraphernalias.
Yeah, and I agree. And we are going to see here that same effect, because now you have 3 parties juggling. Before you had the tradition where it was PAM and Labour, and by tradition you could clearly see where that individual would vote, because there's data going back for years. But now this is the first time we've had 3 parties where someone who might have been traditionally PAM or traditionally Labour might wear the third party shirt, and you don't know where that person's loyalty lies, because they're telling you one thing, but only the results will show what the intention was. But in half a tree, you could have seen that there was a concerted effort to ensure, that there was some weakening of the stronghold, especially within, I could see from the PLP.
In what age group?
I think they would have looked at the younger voters.
Yes, that's true.
I think they would have looked at the younger
ones.
voters. You come out of school, you're young, we're able to capture you and convince you. So I think that is what political parties should be doing. Political parties should be looking at the youthful vote, because
voters.
those are the new voters. Those are the ones who are going to sway an election. And so let us see how it's going.
And I think we kind of touched on that earlier, Azad, before you came in. I was saying, in my polling station, I saw a lot more of the older voters, voting. So it's not surprising the older voters who, have supported CCM over the years, is still throwing their support behind CCM. So if you're coming in as a new party, you really want to, get an individual that's going to bring these young voters out overwhelmingly to support you. So, that.
And you see, I think it's easier to track in CCM, because even though you have a third party in CCM, I don't think they have
A third party in Nevis, you mean?
Oh, sorry. Yes, a third party in Nevis. Even though you have a third
You see
party.
Nevis as CCM, don't you?
You see it, so Nevis is CCM.
You see the color of his tie.
You're working on it.
It's and so because even though there's a third party in Nevis, because the third party hasn't been given so much, the PLP has been able to, infiltrate St. Kitts much more than the other party. So I would assume that CCM NRP still has the same dynamics going on there, where in St. Kitts and Nevis is totally different.
Okay, let me ask the three of you all a question. Arising from, and this is a way too early question.
Yeah.
Like sometimes they have, when Super Bowl is finished, they have a way too early prediction of what's going to happen in the next Super Bowl. In this way early prediction, do you see this box as an indication of PLP strength?
I do. Why I say I do? We've seen over the campaign where PLP has basically inflated, their presence. They have a crowd, but they put out media suggesting that it's larger than life. So now we are seeing the actual results of the support. It's not just
in one box.
In one box, yeah, because you're not just seeing people come out because Grandmaster's there. People are actually now voting based on the support for Kende Liebert or the PLP in general. So it's telling for them. Who knows? It might change overnight. It might happen in different boxes and in different areas. But I think as new candidates, as persons who just had 2 to 3 months to talk to people, to really dive into the different communities and stuff like that, the PLP candidates hasn't really been able to do that and to get that. When we talk about when you look at the different programs that are promises that the Prime Minister has made, so late in the game, doubling the PAP and all these different kind of things, reaching out to the non-nationals in terms of reducing the different fees and stuff that they have to pay. I mean, this is we're seeing the results. It might not be working as much as they felt that it would. It almost seemed, like a lot of buying. But
also, too, I think too, when we're looking at the 2020 results, let us not forget that the 2020 results never had the overseas vote. So this is in 2020 we went to an election.
Yeah, but it's the same number in this box. Same number of voters, so no overseas. Well, not no overseas, but the same number. Just before you go, Jeremy, I want to ask a question, but I just want to set some context. In this box, I know we're talking about this box. It's the first one we got in St. Kitts. We'll get back to Nevis just now. But in this box, 36% went to PAM, 16% went to PLP, and 49% went to Labour.
Again,
Jermaine?
Okay, two things. One, just to reiterate the point that you're making there, Labour always starts out front. And I said that tonight. Labour controls about 55 to 60% of the voting population on St. Kitts, regardless of whatever happens. Then you have to work your way backwards because of the third-party system, right? To answer your question, I just lost the train of thought. The question before that.
Does this a test of PLP strength for the rest of the night?
It is a test because while PAM was out there getting their messaging across initially when they sent the letter and they moved for the motion of no confidence, the PLP representatives were on the ground campaigning house to house, reaching the people. So what we're seeing here is the fruits of that specifically what they were doing before when the People's Action Movement were actually out there trying to get the reasoning for moving to have the Prime Minister removed. And they were beating the ground. They were actually doing what was needed to win over the votes of the people. And this is what we're literally seeing here right now.
Is this an example of where you were weak, I made you strong?
Yes. Yes.
We've heard
Yes.
that being said.
Yes.
No, I mean, you hear this rhetoric, hear this rhetoric, but I mean, just in terms of the numbers,
but,
because if PAM took their 92 against Labour's 95 in the last election, even against the last election's figure,
Yes. Because
just food for thought.
Dr. Harris has always said it was because of me that made you guys win. Right. So what you're seeing in this specific box is that the same Labour supporters that left Labour and went to PLP were the ones that he took over to Team Unity. Right. So now that they're no longer together, those Labour supporters
You're seeing
are
the
not
results of it. You're seeing the exact results.
What was
of
he
it.
said? What did he say was the 2010 pre-unity result for the combined box?
The 2010, if you look at 2010, we have Lindsey Grant 261 and Philip 233. Lindsey would have been 28 above Philip.
So that's 166 basically per box if you average it off.
Basically.
so
That would have been
It
many more voters then.
Well, if you look at it, it's 498 votes cast.
Oh,
So
no,
you have-
potentially, yeah.
So you had
potentially.
more voters.
Well, no, that's for the whole box, you know. That's for the whole box.
So wait, oh yes.
So you have to divide that in two to get an average.
Oh, true. So because if you look at this box now, it's this box. Cause then it's how many persons voted?
257, two spoiled.
Okay, so 257.
No, one spoiled, sorry. One rejected or spoiled. I can't remember which
So
one.
257 voted here.
Yeah,
255 the last time.
255 the last time.
I have a question, Azad. What sort of groundwork in terms of constituency growth do you guys look into when you're doing your analysis and then break down those numbers? Because we've seen St. Kitts and Nevis growing elections after elections after elections. So in terms of feedback, how do you guys analyze that specific data?
Well, I mean, there's a list of voters, and from the list of voters, you could make a prediction based on how persons have voted in the past. There are going to be persons that you have as undecided. I think in constituency 4, we have a lot of PAM support. The difference always is getting out that support on the day. And so for any election, you could have the majority of persons supporting you before the election, even on the election, but it's having your supporters vote that is critical. Because even today, I must say that, trying to get persons out, and there was one man that I was trying to get out to the polls, and he was supposed to go out earlier. A relative of his was supposed to bring him out. The relative didn't. It was about 5 p.m. Offered to take him there. He said no. He said, well, Lindsay always a win in this box. Lindsay always a win in half a tree. I had a dream he gonna win in this box. And so you have sometimes persons.
That's an elderly person?
An elderly person. And so you have sometimes persons thinking that the win is there before. And so if it's if it becomes too much of a hassle, then they might say, he gonna win anyway, so let me just. So it's all about bringing out your base. And
yes, it is.
I think that this election, I think it was different in the sense that I didn't see the lines as crowded as they once were throughout. I find early in the morning, yes, and then late in the afternoon, but between those times, it was just very low.
But you would think that typically in the rural boxes you would have more people, because most people work in Bastia. So I would think you would find most people going early before work or after work. That's not so, Azad. It's normally throughout the day, spread out. Or maybe they did like what I did. I got fooled last election. I went early, 6 o'clock. I didn't leave there until 9:30, 10. So I decided this time I'm not going to do that. I went at 1:45, and I spent less than 10 minutes.
But you see, Gath, I really think that that last election left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths in terms of their experience at the polls. And people just really did not want
2 years later.
Yeah, 2 years later. It's 2 years later. Things haven't changed that much. The supervisor of elections didn't come out and say, we have a new process or something that's going to make, elections faster. I was saying earlier, I got sunburnt in 2020. I put on sunscreen because I was prepared, to wait a while. And some people are not, that interested in going out to vote.
That combined with the what Azad said, he's going to win that box anyway.
Yeah.
Why am I going to stand up for 2 hours?
Yeah,
that's why the party machinery is so important, right, Azad?
But again, it's one box. He won all boxes the last time. So I think we ought to wait until the other
We're not
boxes
declaring
come.
the box, Azad.
We have yet.
Azad, the only thing that declared this box was your face when you heard the phone.
Azad, you're my friend, okay? And you, you have
back and takes
you
that
have my
paper.
support.
Yes, you know, it's just the first round. There's several rounds to go.
And we haven't even discussed the new Nevis box.
Yeah, we haven't. So perhaps that's what we need to discuss.
But Azad, I want to hear you read it out because persons have messaged me and said, sometimes they tune in at different points.
Yes.
They want to hear us repeat as much as possible what the votes were. So let's hear from you. Let's see if you could say it without with straight face.
Well, the People's Action Movement, we're looking at box 5A. Lindsey Grant 92, Kendall Libert 41, and Samuel Duggins 123, and I think there was a spoiled
one rejected or spoiled.
Yes.
And over on Nevis,
Oh yes. Okay. So over in Nevis, that's in my area.
Nevis 10.
Nevis 10. We had from polling division 1 from the New River Methodist Church in Zion. We had a total of 112 votes. We had 80 votes going to Honorable Eric Evelyn and 31 votes going to Rohan Earls. And then we had in polling division 2 at the Gingerland Preschool a total of 99 votes cast, 67 of those going to Eric Evelyn of the CCM, and 32 of those going to Rohan Earls of the NRP.
And 3 rejected total, correct? Were there 2 rejects in the first box?
One rejected in the first box.
Okay.
No rejected or spoiled in the second.
All right, and so let's look at the new box for Rohan Ayers that we did not discuss, and I think that he did exceptionally well in that box as well.
Yes, and if we want to, just do a comparison in Nevis 10 for that second box, he did well, not as good as Corey did back in 2015. Corey got 42 votes in that box. He added a bit more for in comparison to Bijan in 2020, who received 24 votes. So Rohan Earls got a total of 32 there. So I think what we can say is that the NRP supporters in that area basically went back out to support their candidate, because it's like a middle ground between 24 and 32 in terms of the support. What we can see though, again, is a reduction in the support for Eric Evelyn, which is startling. In 2020, he received 87 votes, and now we're seeing 67 votes for Eric Evelyn. So he lost 20 votes there. So that's very telling. In 2015, Vance Amri had 91. So again, persons who are supporting the party are probably going out to support the party, but they're not energizing that young base in that constituency to, really get the new voters out to support them, at least from my point of view.
Okay, we have an interesting night already lined up for us. A long night. We're going to take a break. All right, you're going to have a little water break. Chance to have something to bite, and we'll come right back. Okay? All right.
Good evening once again. I have results to share. Constituency number 4, halfway tree polling division 5B, where there were 411, that's 411 registered voters. The number of ballots validly cast was 273. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoilt ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 127 votes. That's 127 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 102 votes. That's 102. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. That's 44 votes. And in that same constituency, number 4, polling division 1A in the challengers area, the number of registered voters was 322. The number of votes validly cast was 195. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 104 votes. That's 104 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 72 votes. That's 72. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. That's 17. And in polling division 1B, also in the challengers area, where there were 284 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 178. There were 3 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 94, that's 94 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 60, that's 60 votes. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 21 votes, that's 2-1. In the constituency of St. Christopher 7, Tabernacle and its surrounds, at the Edgar T. Morris School, there were 538 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 329. That's 329. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were 2 spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 22 votes. That's 2-2. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 188 votes. That's a 188. And Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 117. That's 117 votes. In polling division number 2, Tabernacle Community Center in St. Christopher 7, where the number of registered voters was 497. The number of votes validly cast was 293. There were 3 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. David Lincoln Pell of the People's Action Movement received 20 votes. That's 20 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 202 votes. That's 202. And Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 68 votes. That's 68 votes. I will be back with further information, but right now it's over to Master Control.
Gentlemen, we are back, and that was quite a bit of results. Which one are we tackling first?
Let Azar decide.
Let's go to constituency 7.
Constituency 7, I mean, that has already been spoken for, basically with the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris. I think most people, gave PLP number 7 in terms of seat. He's had very strong support in that constituency, regardless of who he's backed. He was part of Labour. He commanded dominance in there. You know, he left Labour, still commanded dominance when he joined Unity. And again, you know, he's showing his dominance as the PLP candidate in that area. So it's not surprising, you know, seeing the direction that that seat is going. We have to, well, Pam, I don't think anybody was really expecting Pam to do super well in that area. I mean, I must give the gentleman from Pam, the candidate from there, you know, some props. He has hit the double figures. That's admirable. And then Labour, we have Leon Natta Nelson trying to put up a good fight. We should maybe look back at
look at the 2020 compared
2020 figures from number 7 when it comes to Leon Natta Nelson, and he's gained some considerable steam. Again, Labour is showing that their popularity going into these elections is showing at the polls. They're commanding and demanding the support from their people. So as Azad was saying earlier, they've been able to energize their base. Well, I don't know if these two are mixed up, but the first box for number 7, they're flipped?
Yeah, they're flipped.
Okay.
So Edgar T. Morris.
Edgar T. Morris, he initially got 45 in 2020. And we're seeing him here with 117. That's what, almost a 200% increase?
Yes, for the Labour Party.
Yeah, for the Labour Party. 40, 80, 120. Yeah, so almost a 200% increase. So
Clearly
Labour is doing extremely well.
So far, clearly what we're seeing here so far is a momentum being gained by the Labour Party. Even though losing in constituency number 7, they have gained momentum and they've gained...
if you look at the figures, 2020 was 302 for PLP. Against 45 for the Labour Party in that box. In that box this year...
With 348 votes.
Yeah, and this year was 331, so it's slightly less. But it was 188 to PLP and 117 to Labour. So they've narrowed the gap, and the Prime Minister has lost 124 votes. No, 114, 16.
Yeah, so he's losing. He even in his area, he's losing some popularity. Again, the Prime Minister, he has a lot of things going against him. Even though we did very well in terms of the pandemic and our numbers initially, there are a lot of things that people weren't too happy about. I'm sure even in Tabernacle, you know, we had criticisms about, you know, saying fast and pray. Things like that, you know, there are a lot of things.
But why you not associated to what Azad is saying? People say that he's going to win.
He's going to win anyway, so they're not voting. You know, we don't know, but I'm.
but also I would ask the question: were these people those who came on the flights?
Which ones? The ones that are voting for Leon Natta Nelson? No, but he lost.
The numbers
we are
are
not
less.
talking about what Natta has. We're talking about what he lost. He lost
but that's what I'm saying.
Quite a number of persons. And this was people on the ground.
But Jermaine is asking is if his increase from 45 to 117. Jermaine, that's almost a whole plane.
Multiple small planes, to be exact.
but when you look at I agree with you. You have to look at that factor. But when you look at the overall numbers in that box, last election, no overseas voters was 348. This election, it was 331. In the other box that was called by the supervisor of elections, last election there were 333. This election it was 293. So even though you have potential of overseas voters, the numbers have decreased.
No. Yeah, but then my question would be, has the Labour Party lost momentum in constituency 7? What I'm saying that is, even though they would have increased the numbers, they would have to dissect. Their strategists, their analysts would have to dissect to see what sort of impact when you look at these two boxes that have been called. Because it could be a case that the flights came in and that represented a portion of the increase. But it can also show that they're losing momentum on the ground in constituency 7, because since Dr. Harris has won that seat, Labour has not, to me, they've not made any significant inroads to say that they're going to be competing for that seat. It's
But
just like turn up and
But the only,
whatever
but
happens.
the hazards of number 7 would have the lists, and they would be able to see where that extra 114 was lost, and that extra for the Labour Party was gained. Because in the other box, in the previous election, 2020, PLP got 262, and Labour got 70. In this election, in that box, PLP got 202, so 60 less, and Labour got 2 less. But PAM wasn't a factor in 2020 because they didn't run a candidate. And so let's just repeat the results. For Edgar Morris Primary School, 331 to cast, 4 rejected or spoiled, 188 for PLP, 22 for PAM, 117 for Labour. And in the Tabernacle Community Centre, it was 293 cast, 202 for PLP, 20 for PAM, and 68 for Labour.
With 3 rejected.
Yeah, and there are 9 more boxes to go in 7. Azar, we're not going to let you escape, you know. We're just going to give you a little time to dissect those results.
And digest.
Okay, let me interview you, if you allow me to. Yolanda, you allow me to interview Azar? I want to be easy on him. Azar's a good friend of mine.
Go right ahead.
Okay, Azar.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to cross-examine you. Just kindly, in a nice way.
Yes.
Would you say that 1A, 1B, 5A, and 5B are the PAM stronghold boxes in constituency number 4? Yes or no?
Based on history, yes.
So you are seeing now the results after those PAM stronghold boxes, that the total results are 448 for Labour and 326 for PAM. And that is 122 deficit. Correct?
Yep. But I am hoping.
Well, Azad, I was asking you a question. I was just asking you I was leading you to a point.
Yes.
Are you prepared, being the person for number 4, who knows number 4 inside out? Are you prepared, based on those numbers, to concede number 4 to Labour? Not concede as in you are conceding on behalf of the party. I'm just saying, from your knowledge and your honesty to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that are listening, and to the 3 of us that are with you, the 6 of us that are with you in studio, do you believe, maybe that's the better question, do you believe that Labour has taken number 4 from PAM?
I think based on the results, based on them being strongholds, I think it seems as though that Samal has the advantage right now. We still have some boxes left, and anything could happen in those boxes. Perhaps what were once strongholds for Labour might be strongholds for us now. So
He's optimistic.
Yes, I like the energy.
So
I like the energy.
You have to be optimistic.
Yes.
Is your WhatsApp group optimistic?
Let's just hope.
Don't
I'm
give
still
up, Azad.
hoping. Yes, I'm not giving up.
You do not give up.
I like that spirit.
Okay,
so now
so-
let's
But I'll have to run now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Yes.
You have other engagement.
Yes,
We
yes.
thank you for joining us, Azad, and it was really good and interesting. And we wish you guys, well, we wish number 4 the best. Whoever comes out the champ comes out the champ. But if we're looking at the numbers from 1A and 1B from number 4, if we go back to 2020, Rensford got 61 votes from 1A. And now he has 104.
No, the party. Remember, it's now Samal.
Oh yes, Samal. Yeah, Samal. So yeah, it was Rensford got 61, and now Samal has gotten 104. So that's about what, 43.
Sorry, I have to pull up number 4 from 2020. Okay, so yes, Rensford got 61. Yeah, so it's 43.
Yeah, 43. So that's let's see, like a 60% increase. Thereabout. well, not.
Okay, so
What's
one-
2/3? 66% increase.
So Labour Party gained 43
Mhm.
in that challengers box, and PAM lost,
PAM lost
119 minus 72. PAM lost 47, and of that, we're guessing that of that 47, 17
Could
went
be,
to PLP.
went
Yeah.
to PLP. And even if we combine the PLP and PAM numbers, we still don't catch up to Labour. 72
Okay,
and
so
17.
72 plus 17 is 89 for the former
Yeah.
Unity construct.
We-
Last time they got 119. So they're down 30.
So it's really telling. I always had number 4 to be kind of esque, PAM-esque, but as we can see, the persons went out, and I don't even think it might necessarily be PAM they're rejecting, but the whole unity construct that was there, and PAM being a part of that. So maybe if PAM, if it was PAM doing their thing on their own, or maybe PAM and CCM, it might have been a better thing, but just being in bed with, PLP and everything, just how all of that went together, is showing now. I think a lot of people were disenchanted. They didn't feel like, they were really getting what they want, considering what happened with the pandemic and stuff like that. And it's honestly very, very surprising seeing these numbers, considering that the last time we majorly got an on-the-ground vote.
When I saw these numbers come in, I remember when we were here in the studios 2 years ago. You remember when we got Nevis 11? And you told us, after the first couple of boxes, you told us, that's it?
Yes, that's it. And
NRP
it's the
has
same
lost.
thing I feel, it's the same energy I'm getting from number 4. I mean, they've
Because
lost
these
their
are the PAM
strongholds.
boxes.
Yeah, they've lost their strongholds. So it'll be pretty hard for them to regain the momentum in the other boxes. It's left to see, but I think we could, easily almost call.
But that's why I asked
number
Azad,
4.
because Azad is the one that's most familiar with that constituency.
If we calculate, I think, because I did do some, in my predictions, I calculated that, what he needed again. Samuel needed about 400 plus votes, but he's gained quite significantly, and Lindsay has also lost quite significantly. So they're probably neck and neck right now. So it could still be a close elections. We should run the numbers, but definitely
There are too many boxes left to call, but
yeah.
I mean, based on Azad, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more were they early voters this time around? Does anybody know?
No, there weren't any
Okay, so there's
early
six
voting
more.
system. I think they got rid of that from 2020. The last time they had any early voting was 2015.
Okay, so far in that constituency, PAM has 36% of the votes. Labour has 50%, and PLP has 14%.
So repeat that again.
Oh.
In the
Overall, in constituency 4,
overall
thus far in the
constituency
4 boxes,
yes,
the People's Action Movement has 36%.
36% for the People's Action Movement in number 4.
Yes. Overall, the Labour Party has 50. You could round it up to 50%.
Yes.
And the PLP has 14%.
Okay.
That's overall.
Joining us is Mr. Kamali Mannix, the president of the Antigua Youth Parliament Association, joining our conversation. Welcome, Kamali.
Good night, everybody.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, good night.
I think this is an interesting result. I am not shocked by it at all. The conversation I was having while I was coming here, I said to people, I think the voter turnout for me was not surprising. I expected a relatively low voter turnout. What I also expected was that the partners of Team Unity would dip in terms of their popularity, based solely on what exactly they saw to the population coming up to the 2015 election. which was, here it is, you have three parties. that are
Sorry,
saying-
Kamali, we have some results.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, stand by for results.
Welcome back, and I have some further results to share. Nevis 10, Gingerland. Polling Division 3 at the Hanleys Road Community Center, where there were 339 registered voters. There were 158 votes cast. That's 158. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 109 votes, that's 109. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 49, that's 49 votes. Also in Hanleys Road, polling division number 4, where there were 141 registered voters, 77 votes were validly cast. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 56, that's 56 votes, and Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 21, that's 21 votes. In constituency of St. Christopher 5, we have 3 results to share. Polling Division 1A at the Sandy Point Recreation Ground, where there were 414, that's 414, registered voters. There were 266 votes validly cast. 266. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoilt ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 101 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 132 votes, that's 132. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes, that's 32. Polling Division 1B, again at the Recreation Ground in Sandy Point, where there were 382 registered voters, that's 382. The number of votes validly cast was 257. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 108, that's 108 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 122 votes, that's 122. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 26 votes, that's 26. Polling Division 1C, again at the Recreation Ground in Sandy Point. The number of registered voters was 412. There were 278 votes validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 106 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 141 votes. That's 141. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 29 votes. That's 29 votes. In St. Christopher, number 7, at the Estridge School, polling division 3, there were 365 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 225. 225. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 7 votes. 7 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 111. Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 107 votes. That's 107 votes. That's all I have in this section. I will be back with you, but right now it's over to Master Control.
The last box, number 3.
0.
0, okay.
All right, we are back. We are back. Let's look at number 5. Just as you predicted, Jermaine?
That it's going to go for Sean?
Yes.
Again, it goes to the point I was making earlier that unlike Akila, you have to come really, really good as a first-time candidate and impress the voters with your policies and all of that. And the fact that Williams is new, it's I don't want to say I don't see him winning, but I'm guessing his strategists would have pointed out certain areas, and this is probably one of those areas that, was not on it. But like I said, I'm seeing Sean going away with the box, with the constituency. Maybe not by the same margin that he would have won it in 2020.
Despite saying Sean gone, Stashio on.
Well, I think we should be paying attention to Labour right now, because if we look at the numbers from 1A, 1B, and 1C from 2020, Sean has lost support.
Significant amount of support.
156 in 1A in 2020, we now have 132. 170 in 1B, we now have 122. And 183 in 1C, we have 141. And Kenny has picked up some significant steam in 1B and 1C. In 1A, he had 105 in 2020. He got 101 there. In 1B, he had 87 in 2020. He now has 108. And in 1C, he got 86 in 2020. He's now... sorry, did I say 86? 86. He's now at 106. Yeah. So Kenny is picking up some significant steam. Sean is still well ahead of both of them. He has a total of 395. Kenny stands at 315, and Stashio is down at 87. But again, as Gat was talking about earlier, when the Honorable Timothy Harris suggested that PLP really played a significant role in their battle in 2020, it's showing, because 132 plus another 32 gives you a 160 something. So that brings you closer to the total from before. 122 plus 126, that's 148. That's closer to 170. 144 plus 2991, that's 170. So the numbers are closer. They're still a bit under, but they're closer to what they got in 2020. So while Pam, we had some Pam supporters here earlier in the studio saying that the Labour vote would have been eroded, or would have been the ones to watch for erosion, and that their people would go out and support them. They're the ones that have been losing support from the unity construct, and it's something I've been telling people for quite a while. They ran together for the past 2 elections. Labour, if you look at the numbers from 2020 and 2015, Labour's number are around Labour's number. They have not lost support versus these parties.
Labour,
so I believe that is going to be jumping towards PLP. They are steadfast people.
Yes.
And they are, again, the more popular party on in the federation.
And they
So
sing with one voice, really, too.
It's really hard to see them, losing momentum like that.
But then I think it's a general trend, because I think what Labour has to its advantage, and it's even something that you would observe even in Antigua, Labour is the oldest party. And so you have parties like this that have galvanized generational, unconditional support. And so that's why I think the success of unity was really unity, yeah? It was the fact that they ran together, and for the most part, as Labour supporters would say in Antigua, sing from one hymn sheet, right? The moment that, because I remember us having this discussion in Antigua among a couple of my friends, I remember the moment from the time you saw the letter to the Governor General to remove the Prime Minister and the whole, we're going to file a motion of no confidence. About 2 of my friends called me and they said, boy, Labour go back in the power, and saying kids now. I said, boy, may tell you, I'm watching how it's going. Because the reality is, and it is something that you cannot deny, Kittians genuinely bought into the vision of united politics. They bought into the vision of multiple parties being able to run the government and run it well. The fact that you could have, in 2015, they got a majority. Fine. 2020, all factors being considered, no planes landing in Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw Airport being considered. They not only won a majority, but they increased the amount of seats they had, which meant that the population was saying, so Labour Party tends to be the on-ground party that holds the support. Nobody was coming in from outside. The underground people in 2020 said, look, you have run our country well for the past 5 years. COVID, y'all weren't as bad as Antigua, so y'all did pretty good. So here what? We're going to give you support and even more support. So when you go back to government headquarters, you have even more ammunition to fire. So now when you're going to look at a population 2 years later and say that trust that you gave to me, that confidence that you gave to me, that's important. Dash it away. And Labour's here sitting down saying, but I'm in Telai, so. I think Labour sat down. If I told you so moment was a party, it is the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, yeah? I think somewhere tonight, Denzel Douglas is sitting down with a cup of Coke and is grinning from ear to ear, saying to himself, I'm in Telai, so. And that is exactly what is happening.
If you look at Labour overall results, generally, when you tally all the constituencies together, they have the most votes.
They do.
Again.
But that's as you're saying, that's similar in Antigua. It is the ground force.
Yes.
But you have swings in politics
Yeah,
where some people stay home. Because some people could be diehard for a particular party.
They are going to
on election, they say, boy, I think I'm going to stay home this time, because they won't vote for the other side.
Yes.
But they'll stay home, and then the independents, typical independents or the fencers, could then change
the
and
dynamics. That is, we're going to see a lot of that happening tonight, I believe.
You think the fencers?
No, not the fencers. The people,
A lot of
the
the diehard
diehards,
supporters
the
stayed home.
diehards stayed at home.
They did.
They stayed
And came out to vote.
at home.
No, Labour voters came out.
Labour went to vote because there was
you're saying the
but the
diehard
diehard
unity?
diehard unity supporters.
They stayed home.
They stayed home because they're like, but I really do us bad, but I can't vote Labour.
Because just imagine.
Yes, I heard that a lot on the ground.
I heard it.
I heard that a
quite,
lot on the ground.
Even people, I was like, really?
You're actually shocked that they
Really?
actually said it.
You're shocked that they're saying it. I heard even in Nevis. So I'm paying attention to now the seats, because we had people being even me, I was very generous, suggesting that only 2 years have passed, maybe CCM might retain their 3 seats in Nevis, but I just might have to reconsider that. Because that energy is between all the unity construct partners.
Remember Don Anderson and our good Bayesian pollster friend Peter Wickham. They've always said, and Peter said this in his interview with Observer, with ABS, has the PLP party swayed the voting public enough? Because if they would have done that, they would have pulled a lot from PAM. Labour is starting with its base of whatever they would have won in 2015 and 2020. If they maintain that number, they're going to win the government outright, regardless of what happened on Nevis. right, we can safely say constituency 7 is going to Dr. Harris. Right.
You're talking for all of us? No, I just need to know for the rest of the night if I gave you a proxy to speak on my behalf. If you speak for all of us, that's fine. but
I'm not running.
To support your point, wait. With statistics, I don't like to talk in abstract. I like to talk with numbers.
You're not speaking
Let's
in
look at
abstract,
4.
But I can go with it, because if 4 is going in the direction,
No, but look at the numbers at 4.
Because remember, in 2020, Lindsey Grant did win 4 with a significant amount of support.
But
I was sitting
look
in
at 4.
Antigua.
Look at 4 numbers. Labour got 440. This election, 448. Let me guesstimate what PAM and PLP have gotten.
Well, I know.
449. So the unity has one more in number 4 than the Labour Party.
Yes, but then
So that is exactly what you were saying. Is the division of the coalition,
the split,
going to cause
going to work against
the
their own
base for Labour coming out to then override the...
Which is why I like
those parties had to come to take that one party down.
You do realize
Right.
the trend that we're seeing here tonight.
the division of the vote is leading to a win of Labour.
Not only that, but Labour is maintaining its base from 2020 and increasing.
And increasing it, yes.
Right? That is concerning for both PLP and the PAM and the People's Action Movement.
One of the things I said from the onset, part of the reason why unity won, and this is going back, when I said the unity of unity was the reason why it won. Wherever you have a country where the opposition vote is divided, the party that dominates government tends to continue for extended periods. You see this in Antigua. Antigua has gone through, 1951 to 71 Labour, 76 to 2004 Labour, 2004 to 20, whatever the hell we're in now, still Labour. Labour in Antigua only loses when opposition parties come together. As soon as the 2014 election finished and Labour went back into government, you had a split between UPP, which is our main opposition party. So you now have UPP and DNA. Opposition vote is splitting. You see it in Trinidad. In order to get rid of Patrick Manning, you had the People's Partnership. All these opposition parties coming together, and that's how they were able to remove PNM, right? And so what you're seeing in St. Kitts, Labour supporters will always be Labour supporters. If a one thing, they now move, then increase tall.
And that
a Labour supporter will tell you Labour could put dog, pussy, cackle, anything in between. I will vote
and
Labour.
that
is not the same on the other end.
That is the thing about the Labour brand, wherever it is in the Caribbean.
So now what you have is a consolidated bloc versus a divided, factionalized opposition, and that will lead to their demise.
But yes, that typically happens when the incumbent is the party and the opposition is a faction.
And that's
no,
this is so interesting.
We have a different situation where the incumbent
is divided.
split. This is very unique,
Yeah.
But then the reality is, Labour only loses government when the population wants to give them a vacation.
In Antigua.
Really and truly.
I
think even here to some extent.
Because in 2015, people got tired.
Yeah.
People got tired.
It was like a fatigue.
Yeah.
And you realize,
let's give them a vacation.
But if you realize what's happening, no longer, and I think this is what's actually happening in these elections, those people who, for 2015 and 2020, disliked the Douglas Labour Party are no longer disliking the Labour Party.
The leadership has changed.
Exactly.
That plays a factor.
The leadership.
And I think the party, and that's one of the things I said, if the party had changed the lead in 2020, Labour would have performed better.
And
Yeah,
they rebranded.
They rebranded
the organization. The People's Labour Party. Their brand is there, but they're not. For me, they're not selling that brand
enough
to the people.
Their brand is do as I say. I
wouldn't say that.
I'm sorry. I mean, like I said, it's been 3 months. I don't think we've been able to get the personalities of the candidates. Well, we had launches where people were reading from
campaigns are 5 years.
Exactly. It's very hard.
No, but Jermaine, what do you think is the factor in that 2020 it was a virtual election? Do you think being able to have meetings and have people come together and feel energy makes a difference to a campaign rather than just having people sign on to Facebook and look at a meeting?
Yes, because we all knew in 2020 there were no house to house, and the government at the time had the upper hand. I prefer to know guard comes at my door and we have this face-to-face interaction. The guy says, this is what I want to offer the country, and this is going to better you and your family, as against somebody sitting down in front of a camera trying to interact with me. I don't feel it.
You can't persuade me.
Exactly, and I think, and to Garth's point, it's a 5-year cycle. And I was making a point earlier. Few of the candidates, for example, Dr. Drew, when he first came, nobody knew who the heck he was.
Labour supported him.
No, that's why he lost by how many votes he lost by, right? And then you saw the trend coming down. Akila, when she came out, she won off the block, right?
Yes.
But she was a senator in the House as well.
She was doing her groundwork all the time.
Yes.
So, to support your point, 3 months, 2.5 months, it was difficult for a lot of the candidates. It's possible, but it was just difficult for a lot of the candidates to put their brand, stamp their brand out there in the public's domain. Everybody knows Dr. Harris, right? Everybody knows Dr. Harris's brand, who he is, right? But a lot of the candidates, I mean, I know Jackie from her interaction through the media and all of that, right?
But in terms at the constituency level.
Exactly.
And that's where it matters.
Exactly.
And I think that made the difference, because one of the things I because I observe politics across the Caribbean very closely. And if you remember, one of the things that I noticed, of course, we know in politics there's a coattail effect, the trust and support of the leader has a major impact on the success of the party. Because in Antigua, even in 2018, where you had the Labour Party increasing its majority, most of the candidates people don't like. But then where people had their confidence, they said, guess what? Gaston or nothing else. So this person is running to back a prime minister who we have confidence in. We can give it that support. And so what I saw a lot of in PLP, and of course it happens in most parties, but it was very heavy there, was like the candidates were extremely trying to hold on to the success and brand of Timothy to kind of be their flotation device. And for me, there's nothing wrong with it, because of course your party leader must be somebody of personality that, okay, I can bank piece of my support on this person. Not all, but a good section of it. But if the whole backbone of your party is the party leader, and the party leader alone, you are in a dangerous situation.
Okay, sorry to cut you off, fellas, but I'm repeatedly getting messages. We need to repeat the results.
Oh, yes.
So, Desil, let us give the people what they want.
Take care of Nevis, Desil. Take care of Nevis.
We want people to vote for Win FM
Yes.
as the best election coverage.
Yes,
So let's start with, let's give us the results thus far for number 4, number 5, then number 7, then we go to Nevis. So give us the summary of the results so far.
Okay, so just a quick summary of the results coming out of constituency 4, where we have the Honorable Lindsay Grant for, where does this say Libud for PLP? Yes, Kendall Libud for PLP and Samuel Duggins for Labour. We have in polling division 1A a total of 195 votes cast, 2 rejected or spoiled ballots. In terms of numbers, we have Samuel Duggins gaining 104 in that box. For Kendall Libud, we have him at 17. And for Lindsay Grant, we have 72 votes cast in polling division 1A. Moving on to polling division 1B, we have a total of 178 votes cast, 3 rejected or spoiled ballots. We have 94 going to Samuel Duggins for Labour, 21 going to Kendall Libud for PLP, and 60 going to Lindsay Grant for the People's Action Movement. We then move down to polling division 5A. We have 92 votes cast for Lindsay Grant. We have 41 votes cast for Kendall Libud, 123 votes cast for Samuel Duggins, with 1 rejected or spoiled ballot, a total of 257 votes cast. Polling Division 5B, we have 102 votes cast for Lindsey Grant, 44 votes cast for Kendall Liebert, 127 votes cast for Samuel Duggins, and 1 rejected or spoiled ballot, a total of 274 votes cast in that area. We are moving on to constituency number 5, St. Kitts 5. We have results for polling division 1A, a total of 266 votes cast, 1 rejected or spoiled ballots, 101 votes going towards the Labour Party constituent. We have 32 going to PLP and 132 going to PAM. In Division 1B, we have 1 rejected or spoiled ballot, 108 votes cast for the Labour Party, 26 votes cast for PLP, and 122 votes cast for PAM. Polling Division 1C, we have 2 rejected or spoiled ballots, 106 votes cast for Labour, 29 votes cast for PLP, and 141 votes cast for PAM. We have results in constituency 7, polling divisions 1, 2, and 3. From polling division 1, we have 188 votes cast for PLP, 22 votes cast for PAM, and 117 votes cast for Labour. I have no rejected or spoiled ballots, total of 327 votes cast. We have in polling division 2, 202 votes cast for PLP, 20 votes cast for PAM, and 68 votes cast for Labour, with 3 rejected or spoiled ballots, 293 votes total. In polling division 3, 111 votes cast for PLP, 7 votes cast for PAM, and 107 votes cast for Labour, total of 225 votes.
We have some results. Stand by for results.
Good evening again. I am back with further results, this time for St. Christopher 3, West Bastille. In polling division 1 at the St. Johnson's Community Center, where there were 621, that's 621 registered voters. The number of votes validly cast was 379, 379. There were 4 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 96, that's 96 votes. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 33, that's 33 votes. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 246 votes, that's 246 votes. In polling division 2 at the Antioch Baptist Church, where there were 269 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 167, that's 167. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 44, that's 4 votes. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes, that's 1. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 110 votes, that's 1. In polling division 3, located at the Methodist Schoolroom on Cardin Avenue, where there were 404, that's 404 voters registered, the number of votes validly cast was 235, that's 235. There was 1 rejected ballot. There was no spoiled ballot. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 64 votes, that's 6-4. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 18 votes. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 152 votes, that's 152. A further result from St. Christopher 4, polling division number 2A in Old Road, where there were 403 registered voters, 403. The number of votes validly cast was 253, that's 253. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 165 votes, that's 165. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 62 votes, that's 6-2. Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 24 votes, that's 2-4. And in constituency number 6, St. Paul's area, we have 4 results. In polling division 1A, located in the Newton Ground Primary School, there were 352 registered voters. That's 352. There were 236 votes validly cast. 236. There were no rejects, but there was 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 196 votes. That's 196. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no votes. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes. That's 1-1. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 28 votes. That's 2-8. In polling station 1B, also at the Newton Ground Primary School, there were 296 registered voters. There was 191 votes validly cast. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 166 votes. That's 166. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes. That's 1-1. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 14 votes. That's 1-4. Polling division number 2, located at the St. Paul's Community Center, where there were 479 registered voters. The number of votes validly cast was 333. That's 333. There were no rejects and there were no spoiled ballots. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 310 votes. Carlton DuPont of the independent candidate received no vote. Troy Flanders of PAM, People's Action Movement, received 6 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. That's 1-7. In polling division 3A, St. Paul's Primary School, where there were 399 registered voters, The number of votes validly cast was 296. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoilt ballot. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 273 votes. That's 273. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 5 votes. Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. That's 1-7. And in St. Christopher, 7, polling division 3, located at the Estridge School, primary school, there were 365 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 225. That's 225. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 7 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 1-1-1. Leon Nathan Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 107 votes. That's 1-0-7. That's all for now, and we will be right back. But right now, it's over to Master Control.
Gentlemen,
I find it so amazing that PLP is trailing in front of PAM in number 6. That's it. That speaks volumes. Look at number 6 is Denzel, right?
Yes.
You have Mark Williams 11 to PAM's what? This thing is confusing.
PAM has 33 total.
Yeah.
PLP has 76, and Labour Party has 945. I think we could call that one.
Well, that doesn't even need calling. That speaks for itself even before it's spoken of.
Lana, can we call number 6 for Dr. Douglas?
I think we can call
yes,
number six.
yes,
I think
we
it's
can
safe to
call
say.
number 6.
But how many results do we have? Do we have 4 results or 3?
4.
4.
Okay, so
I have 4 results. Yeah.
So we have PLP with
33.
30.
No, sorry, 76.
76.
You're talking about 6, you know.
Oh, we're talking about number 6.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm number 6. We have Newton Ground 1A, 1B. We have St. Paul's Community Center.
And
2,
St. Paul's Primary School.
And St. Paul's Primary School 3A, right?
Yes. Okay. So PAM has 33, PLP has 76, Labour has 945. I don't think there's any comeback in that constituency.
That's
so Dr. Douglas will have won that seat since 1989, I believe. 33 years.
I think we're saying Pam is trailing in that seat. My numbers are a bit off here, but
PLP has more votes than PAM,
and it makes sense
Labour.
because the last election Pam did not run a candidate in number 6. PLP was the one who ran the candidate, and they did get quite a bit of persons in that constituency compared to the elections before that. And so you're kind of still seeing a split here. So who might have been PAM supporters who were supporting PLP and now straight up supporting PAM.
But you know what's happening here. Dr. Douglas is getting stronger. In 2020, in those 4 boxes, Dr. Douglas was 141, 128, 268, 230. Now he's 196, 166, 310, 273. He's gained votes.
And then we also have the place. We have the overseas voters back into the mix. So that's something that can.
Well, let's look at the other numbers. PLP in those boxes had 70 in 2020 had 71, 38, 41, 32. Now they have 28, 14, 17, 17. If you add up the PAM and the PLP, they have less.
28.
71, 38. Yeah, you have it. Yeah, on the other side. So the numbers for PAM and PLP don't even add up to what PLP had in 2020.
Which means that even if Dr. Douglas has regained a lot of the support he might have lost in 2020.
I mean, we all expected number 6 to go to Labour generally, and I don't know. I think that it is a safe time now more than ever. I mean, he's going to spend some time again, either in the opposition benches or on government, not as the
leader.
Not as the
Prime
leader
Minister, but
or the prime minister.
more than like him.
depend-
What do you mean opposition benches?
No, the election ain't done yet. So I said maybe either opposition or in government.
Okay,
I
understand
think,
what you're saying.
he's been in this game for quite a while. Yes, we're seeing a shift towards, a new
leaving.
direction for the Labour Party. I don't think they should tire out the honourable gentleman. Hopefully this is his last time. I remember
think he
in
hinted
his
at that.
he hinted at
He
it
hinted at it.
in his last
He said,
speech on the.
"This is my
so
last
that-
run."
speech."
Yeah.
He said might. He
Yeah,
said
but
might. He
when-
didn't say will.
But when he
he
sees
said
these
might.
election results, and he goes, he's gonna say, "But
Listen.
I'm getting more votes." In his smooth
Or
style.
he might just say, listen, it's safe enough for me to say I'm resigning tonight by elections.
that can happen. As well.
Gonna say, because if he's increasing the number of votes, it's simply safe to say the seat is red again.
Whenever he wants to leave. I mean, it happened in Nevis 5 in Nevis 5 with Parry and Cleon.
Yes.
Even though he was elected, he decided, I'm done.
And
and he
also-
left, and the seat was able to be passed on safely to another NRP representative.
And also in your area as well for the concerned citizens
Yeah.
movement.
From
You know,
France
but-
to
but
from
they-
Vance, and these are safe
But they
seats.
campaigned, Labour Party campaigned that Dr. Douglas was our senior member who's experienced government before
diamond of
to
the
guide
party.
us through. So that is what they told the voters.
So give him one more term so he can. So when we
Guide
go
us.
into government, he handles
So
us for the first 5, and we can take it from
The
there.
people didn't buy into this whole notion that he's trying to overthrow
Yeah.
all of that. People didn't. run
I
with
don't
that
think
this
people
time.
really
I
bought
don't
it
think-
this
yeah.
time. And also, if you, I don't know, for the public appearances that I've seen him and Dr. Drew kind of together, like in interviews and stuff like that, you could tell that, Douglas is more than willing to
So you
give
think that
the
gave
gentleman,
that
his
opportunity to
shine.
lead
That
the
brought
party.
a whole lot of
Yes,
camaraderie.
it was there, it was there. So even though there might still be some infighting in the Labour Party, because certain supporters want one person a certain way and another person another way.
You can't
There's a
please
general
everybody all the
consensus.
time.
Yeah,
But
you-
they showed one face during the campaign.
they showed one face during the campaign. All of that noise that might have been going on went down.
Well, I have a question. I have a question for you. It's amazing how you see things play out, and then when now you can reflect on it. Do you think that the public internal battle for leadership of the party that happened last year, I think it was October or November, helped the Labour Party?
I think so in a certain sense, and I will tell you why. One, it drew attention to the party. That's the very first thing. It's an undeniable reality. Because, of course, whenever you have party leadership contests, it always draws attention to the party in focus. And particularly when you have a political beast, so to speak, like a Denzel Douglas, who is then going up against,
No, he didn't go up.
Well, yes, who's leaving, right? That was the case. Who is leaving? The question is now to the public, who do we see as competent enough to lead this party after Denzel Douglas? A Denzel Douglas who brought that party from in the political abyss to being able to, in 2000, have 8 seats, all 8 in St. Kitts, right? So, of course, that drew some attention. What I think also helped the party is that after that leadership battle, there was a calm. There's no infighting.
Yeah.
There is a consensus.
Which shows our leader.
The party has decided this is the
Time to
person
move
who
forward.
leads. Whatever anybody's opinion is, be quiet. And it goes back to the nature of Labour parties across the Caribbean. Once we've sorted out our own internal argument, this is the hymn sheet. This is the hymn sheet. Sopranos in the back, tenors to the front,
Choir in
baritones,
Choir in
do you
tune.
like a thing in the front, and the people them that can't sing just don't say anything.
And you also remember they were running with this thing about once Douglas there, I ain't voting for Labour and all of that. So probably now that the leadership of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has changed,
They rebranded.
people are coming back home.
Yes.
And
I see what you're saying. The
and
people who left home because they weren't certain about who was leading the household
Yeah.
have now come back home because they I'm more comfortable.
Yes, but then
Yes.
also you have the fatigue that has disappeared because even for again, and I will always reference Antigua because that's what I'm most familiar with. Part of the reason why Labour lost in 2004, it is a political theory that I tell people is called bird fatigue. You had a VC Bird who dominated party politics in Antigua for 60 years, served as chief minister, premier prime minister, retires.
But you
Then
still have
his
birds.
son succeeds him as prime minister for another 10 years and continues to run the government. And so in 2004, it was a situation of, okay, so your family, father and first son, has dominated our politics for a total of 70 years. After a while, you get tired. I think what played a major factor in 2015 was you did have a significant section of the population who said, I've grown up all my years and I've never heard anything else but Denzel Douglas. You look in social studies textbooks and you see Denzel Douglas. I picked up a textbook to teach one of my classes, and when I looked inside of it, Right Honorable Denton Douglas, Prime Minister, I was like, this. And I just smiled. I laughed because to me, it was so funny and so entertaining. And so what you see now with the Douglas stepping back and saying, I'm not going to even contest for party leadership to create conflict. I'm going to allow the younger members of the party to do what I did in the 1980s. It brings this level of transition to a new generation. And again, that fatigue that members of the population might have had, it has now disappeared.
But then my question would be, okay, I'm not speaking for the collective.
Yes,
Okay.
always the caveat. Jeremy.
Looking at the numbers, I don't want to say it's safe to say, but looking at the numbers, we can see that PLP is not going to form the government outright. Right. What can the party do at this point in time to, okay, want of a better word
It's
there.
difficult to discuss that until you know how many, if or how many seats they win. Because forming the government outright is different to having 2 seats. So you know,
You can still play a factor.
yes,
Yeah,
You
but,
know,
but what
2
I'm saying
voices in
is-
parliament
is
is significant. You know.
Yes, but looking ahead to the next elections, what can the party do to galvanize and come again for 2027? Do you think it's a case that they have to take a page from the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party's playbook and say, listen, we're going to rebrand our image, change certain things, and then we're going to come and we're going to sell ourselves to the people? Because even if it's 2 seats, you know, you want to have the government alone.
well, we're talking about PLP?
PLP here.
PLP. If they need to rebrand, they'll have to lose the only person in there that has really any experience in government, which is the Honorable Timothy
Minister,
Harris.
yeah.
You know, I think we can see here that people are rejecting the notion that we love Timothy and we want him to be the Prime Minister again. That's the song they have been selling.
And,
you know,
and
so
in order to do that without the Prime Minister, they would have to have the second in command step up, which segues to DeSille reading out the results from constituency number 3.
Which then puts the party in an interesting position.
Yes, because DeSille, I want to ask you, you speak much better English than I do. I want to ask you to read the results, each line, this year, and read 2020 after. Or you want me to read 2020 after you read the 2022? Because it's stark. I'll read 2020,
you'll read 2020.
you read 2022.
I'll
Start with the boxes.
2022. All right. So we are looking at constituency number 3, West Bastia, and we have polling division 1, and we have a total of 379 votes cast.
And in 2020, it was 360.
Okay. And so we have 4 rejected or spoiled ballots from that box.
3 in 2020.
We have going to Conwys Maynard, 246 votes.
In 2020, it was 182. That
right.
means he's gained 64.
All right. And then we have 33. I'm going to do Pam. 33 going to Milo, Kerbin Milo Box Freeman. He wasn't there in 2020. And then we have rounding it off, 96 votes going to Akila Byron.
And in 2020, Akila Byron Nisbet got 175 votes.
Once what?
So she's lost around 50 votes.
All right. And so now we have polling division number 2. Going to Congress Maynard, we have 110 votes.
167.
Oh,
no, sorry, you didn't call the total, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Some people want to know the total because of this low turnout.
The total votes cast being 167.
In 2020, it was 164.
All right. We have 2 rejected or spoiled ballots.
4 in 2020.
All right. We have 110 of those votes going to Congress.
In 2020, it was 103, so he gained 7.
All right. And we have 11 going to the PAM candidate, Milo. He wasn't there in 2020. And we have 44 going to Akila Byron Nisbet.
PLP received 57 votes
57
in 2020.
votes.
So they lost 2.
So
again,
combine
there's
the
some
2.
losing.
Combine the 2 former members of
Yeah, that's why I said they lost 2 overall.
They lost 2 overall. Yep.
And that's what I'm doing. I'm doing the combined of PAM and PLP, comparing it to the PLP from last time.
Yes. All right. So in polling
So that
division,
one's pretty much the same.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Polling division 3, we had a total of 235 votes cast.
In 2020, it was 214.
Rejected, we have 1 rejected or spoiled ballot.
The same person doesn't know how to make the ballot.
We have 152 of those votes going to Labour.
In 2020, Labour had 107.
For PAM, we have 18 votes. And then for PLP, we have 64 votes.
So that is 82.
8 and 4.
And in the last election, they had 106. So they lost 24. So PLP, well, Unity is losing ground.
Unity is losing ground.
To the man for
every
most of the persons that discussed 3 with me, they said, what's going to happen is PAM is going to carve back out
its piece.
Its piece.
Yeah. And then PLP will hold on to those who are still a little bit loyal. But
So as you said, when you have the one who's maintaining and now in these 3 boxes growing,
increasing the momentum
numbers,
yeah.
and then you have 2 parties now carving out their section.
And that's the thing, divided opposition is never successful. And that's part of the reason why I would like to know, like just sit down and be like, all politics and politically correct answers aside, who are your political advisors?
Or you're saying they should have never broke up?
Who gave y'all this dumb decision to break apart? Who advises y'all? Fire them.
They were in a relationship and
a marriage.
Somebody get knuckled?
And
I don't understand.
They took some beatings for a while, and then
on who you
enough
ask.
was enough. So they decided to leave.
If you ask Mark Brantley and Sean Richards, who broke up the marriage, they would say Dr. Harris broke up the marriage because they wrote a letter with their terms and all of their terms were rejected. If you ask Dr. Harris who broke up the marriage, they will say that Mumu boy and that boy from Nevis who wanted too much.
Right.
So you get it, so it is not advisors, it's not one set of advisors said go on your own. It was a marriage, political marriage. And it broke.
Well, it was doomed to fail from the beginning. Here's something that I
They
noticed.
got what they wanted, and then it wasn't there anymore. So
here's something that
air.
I noticed from the onset, and it is something that I mentioned to somebody. It is completely unreasonable for you to make one person, because they created the demon that they eventually grew to hate. You hear me tell you?
Or the Constitution.
They created the no.
I like it.
Created the demon that they grew to hate. Because how do you tell a person, originally in 2050, you only have 1 seat. But 1, you're going to lead the coalition into the general election. That is it. And 2,
they were contesting 2 though.
Even after, that's fine. But we know they weren't going to win. Anyways.
No, they could have won that seat.
Wait, the other one would have been Sam Condor, right?
Yes. So they could have won that seat. So they told the party with 2 that you are choosing the leader of this coalition.
Right. But they
had to battle.
So you allow him to, 1, lead the coalition into a general election. You allow him to then occupy the position as prime minister. And I think on the original agreement, they were supposed to bounce around 1 year, you're prime minister. 1 year, I'm prime minister. 1 year.
No, it was 2 terms.
And then they came to their whole, okay, let's all share the 2 terms agreement. Fine. You have given this person 7 years to run the government. And you acknowledge, even in your own discourse, whether privately and publicly, here what this person really and truly carries the least amount of weight in terms of parliamentary seats. But this is the person that you've given the position of head of the government. And then now when this person exercises the powers as the head of the government, in terms of saying, I am essentially going to have a cabinet post where I run the entire government. Finance, national security, people empowerment, constituency
CBI.
empowerment, labor,
No, he didn't
this,
have
that, terror, and the other.
And
then
you don't dilute his power.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I know we are excited, but we have some results.
Results are much more exciting.
Welcome back, and I have our first result from East Bastille, constituency number 1. At the Catholic Church Hall, polling division 1, where there were 570 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 316. That's 316. There were 2 rejected ballots, and there were no spoiled ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 85 votes. That's 8-5. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 78. That's 7-8 votes. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 151 votes. That's 151. We have a further result from St. Christopher 7, Tabernacle and its surrounds. At the Covenant Outreach Church, polling division number 4, there were 394 registered voters. There were 261 votes validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 17 votes. That's 1-7. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 132 votes. That's 1-3-2. And Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 110 votes. That's 1-1-0. At the Joshua O. Williams Primary School, there were 542 registered voters in polling division number 5. That's 5-4-2. There were 305 votes validly cast, 2 of which were rejected. There were no spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 14 votes. That's 1-4. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 154 votes. That's 1-5-4. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 135 votes. That's 1-3-5. And from Divis 9, we have 5 results. In polling division number 1, located in the Cox area, there were 476 registered voters. There were 202 votes validly cast. There were 3 rejected ballots, no spoilt ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 103 votes. That's 1-0-3. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 90 votes. That's 9-0. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 6 votes. In constituency number 9, Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, polling division 2A, there were 355 registered voters. That's 355. The number of votes validly cast was 137. There were no rejected, there were no spoiled ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes, that's 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 66 votes, that's 6-6. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. At the St. John's Primary School Annex, constituency number 9 Nevis, where 332 voters were registered, the number of votes validly cast was 145, that's 145. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoiled ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 52 votes, that's 52 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes, that's 9-1. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. In polling division 3A, we had 412 voters registered. That's 412. There were 216 votes, 216 validly cast. There were 4 rejected ballots. There was 1 spoilt ballot. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 88 votes, that's 8-8. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 122 votes, that's 1-2-2. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. And in polling division 3B, where there were 328 voters registered, 165 votes were validly cast. That's 165. There was 1 rejected ballot. There was no spoilt ballot. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 64 votes. That's 6-4. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 100 votes. That's 1-0-0. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. That is all. I will be back with more results after this, but right now it's back to Master Control.
Totals at the end.
Gentlemen,
Murder.
we are back. But before we touch on that, there's someone who made a post here on Facebook. Keith Lee Williams, he said, if half victory is an indicator of the political mood of the people of the Federation, then the SKNLP can win at least 6 seats. So while we discuss, then we can address that.
So, yeah.
All right. So before we go back into some breakdowns, we're just going to give persons some totals in terms of the various constituencies. So I'm going to start out in Nevis. We just got some information from Nevis. So in Nevis 9, currently, we have Matt Brantley of the CCM leading with 469 votes, followed by Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the NRP with 374 votes, and then Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement with 13 votes and a total of 10 spoiled or rejected ballots, a total of 866 votes cast in Nevis 9. For Nevis 10, we have some totals. For the CCM, Eric Evelyn, he is sitting at 312 votes. For the NRP, Rohan Isles, he has a total of 133 votes. And we have 1 rejected or spoiled ballot in Nevis 10, a total of 446 votes
cast.
Can we call Nevis 10 this year? I'll leave that.
Can
you
we
the
call
division on the
Nevis
group.
10?
Yes, we can call Nevis
call
10.
So you
Yeah,
think
we can call
CCM is Nevis?
CCM would be able to comfortably
That lead
take
is
that-
significant.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take that seat. So moving on down to St. Kitts, we have not received any results from Nevis 11 as yet.
Have you seen anything from number 8?
No.
Number 8 is the only one I really want to see. If I'm going to be very honest.
That's going to be that's normally latest.
Yeah.
If I see,
It's the
of
largest
course because of
constituency.
size, if I see how number 8 goes, I'm just walk straight out to the studio, I'm going to go to the airport and I go back to Antigua. I'm satisfied.
I mean, the guy is popular all over the region. So for constituency 1 in St. Kitts, we just have one box coming in. We have the candidates doing extremely well on the PLP and PAM side. We have Labour out front, however, with 151 votes for Dr. Hanley. Jacqueline Grant has a total of 85.
Brian,
sorry.
A former Win FM staff.
Yes, a total of 85 votes, and Natasha Gray Hall.
Gray Brooks.
As a hungry
This
people,
you
I
need
need
to
to go hungry. As a total of 78 votes. We have 2 spoiled ballots total, a total of 316 votes cast. We don't have anything coming in from number 2 as yet. In constituency number 3, we have a total of 508 votes for Conris Maynard, a total of 204 votes for Akila Byron Nisbet, and we have 62 votes cast for Kervin Freeman, 7 spoiled or rejected ballots, a total of 781 votes cast. In constituency 4, one of the upset constituencies tonight, we have the Honorable Lindsey Grant coming in with a total of 388 votes. Kendall Liebert, a total of 147 votes, and Samuel Duggins, 613 votes. 9 spoiled or rejected ballots, a total of 1,157 votes cast. And can we project for number 4 in the absence of Azad?
I think it speaks
I think
for itself.
Azad did before he left.
Oh, yeah.
Because Azad said to us,
You're mashing up my friend.
No.
He
was honest.
optimistic, it's looking.
But
like
he has to be. He was trying to be a realist.
He was honest and realistic. This is his constituency. He knows it well. We saw from the reaction on his face. He's an honest guy. He said challengers and halfway through the 2 strongest boxes, and they lost them significantly.
And if you've lost there, then it's very difficult for you to pick up anywhere else.
Exactly,
it's almost impossible.
So I think
those
4
are
can be called.
Those are what kind of gave Unity its advantage when they ran in 2020.
The PAM candidate in the last election won every single box.
And it's the reverse now. The Labour candidate
is winning every single box. So it's like if the constituency itself has wholeheartedly rejected its MP.
And just to give you a bit of history, this has always been the closest. When you look at the spread of over the life of this constituency.
The closest, and every candidate wins by very
24,
small margins.
30.
Yes.
Only last time the PAM candidate won by 350.
Yeah, it was a clear swing. But then clearly now, the clear swing is now...
Because it's 230. 230 is being led by... before the Labour boxes come in?
Yes.
Okay, you have a final...
We have 2 more, I think about 2 more boxes. Right, we have constituency number 5. We have the PAM candidate, the Honourable Sean Richards, coming in with 395 votes. We have Stachio Williams coming in with 87 votes for the PLP. And for Labour, we have Kenneth Douglas coming in with 315 votes, 4 rejected or spoiled ballots total, and a total of 801 votes cast. In constituency 6, or we basically called it for the Honourable Dr. Denzel Douglas already, but just for information's sake, we have the Honourable Dr. Denzel Douglas with 945 votes. We have Mark Williams of the PLP with 76 votes, and we have the PAM candidate Troy. His last name is Flanders here with 33 votes, a total of 1,056 votes cast. In constituency 7, we have Leon Natter Nelson with a total of 537 votes. We have Lincoln David Pell with a total of 80 votes. And we have the Honorable Timothy Harris with 787 votes, 7 spoiled or rejected ballots, a total of 1,411 votes cast. And I think we can. I don't even think we can call this one yet.
Which one's that?
This is number 7. I don't think we can call number 7 yet. I don't think we can call number 7.
The figures. So the figures again,
we have 787 total for the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris. We have 80 for the PAM candidate,
Mr. Pell.
and we have 537 for Labour. So if we add 80 and 537, okay, well, maybe we could.
What's the difference between
617 and 787? Okay, well, maybe we could kind of think, but I think it's still kind of close.
Let's just look at it this way.
We have 4 more boxes.
In the last
but
election,
Molyneux hasn't spoken.
Well,
Molyneux has not spoken.
Yeah, but the Prime Minister won.
That might change.
Those boxes. I see Leonardo doing some creep up tonight. Some serious creep up.
No, I think for me, looking at the data, Natter Nelson should have had some lead heading into the Molyneux box. So for me, I would say it's safe to say it's Dr. Harris'
Still
seat.
Dr. Harris. Okay.
Right, it is 150 lead, eh?
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
it's
with
a little too much.
Only 4 more boxes.
Yeah.
4 more boxes.
So that one is definitely going to Dr. Harris.
We can call number 7. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Good.
The
Harris
difference
again?
at the end might not be as much.
We
as
might have
expect.
to have a vote on that. But I agree. I'm leaning that way because 150 with 4 more boxes.
Yes.
When you look at what happened the last time, because in those boxes the last time.
How are his numbers right now? Because he's been.
Well, his numbers have increased. He went from 70 to 117, 45 to 68, 80 to 107, 74 to 110, and 97 to 135.
That's Natter. But what about the Honorable Timothy Harris? Because it seems as his numbers
are going
in the opposite direction.
Other than Joshua Obadiah, yes, some of them significantly.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that could also be he's going to win anyway. Let me lime on my Friday.
But then there's also something else too, because I remember one of the things that was pointed out during the campaign, and I think it was posited by Akila Byron Nisbet, and he admitted to it to some extent, is the fact that whereas in like past elections he would have focused exclusively on number 7 in terms of him directly going out and being a part of it, he had to spread himself thin in terms of visiting a lot of constituencies and for the most part leaving his team. What's that?
It's okay.
Okay. Oh, the AC.
Oh, yeah. For the most part, kind of trying to allow his team to hold down number 7. And so I think what people tend to underscore, there's a difference between the team of a candidate coming to your house and the candidate coming to you.
But that's a similar occurrence, I believe, happened in 2020 or 2015 with Dr. Douglas. When he was technically the one-man army. So, and then you saw the decrease in the number of votes that he got.
Because seeing the candidate versus the team, it makes a difference. Because even during the rallies for PLP that I would watch, he even said, I haven't forgotten you, number 7. It's just that, I have to give a piece of myself to everybody else. And so maybe the dip is partly because, why not go Taba, Kana, and, drink some beer, and the other part of it is, I see Dr. Harris, so he can't get my vote. Because the reality is that's how people think.
But that's true.
That is how people
Some
think.
silly little things.
If I don't see the candidate, then I can't vote for them.
Which is unfortunate.
Let me tell you what is very interesting to me. Sorry to take off that point, but numbers, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. The 5 is very interesting to me.
Number 5?
Because some of the fairly strong boxes for Labour in the last election haven't come yet. And the lead is only 80. for Pam.
Yes,
so
I
it
was
can be
looking at
closed.
that. I was looking at that.
So Harris as opposition leader.
You know, it's interesting. I always had this after the whole fallout happened, because the Dr. Timothy Harris is a very, very smart politician.
Say what you mean.
You understand?
You can give him that.
The man is a smart politician, and people they were saying, okay, well, Timo gonna go try dig out Labour, take Labour votes, blah blah blah. But I sat down and I watched and I said, the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris is not going to let you guys take him down and not bring you all
Down with him. Yeah.
If he going,
Everybody's
you're coming.
sinking.
You understand?
Which underscores the point that was
Divided
made.
opposition.
Why do it?
Yeah.
You know,
because the reality is, and this is what people might not want to admit, Timothy Harris saved Pam. If I couldn't have seen in 2015 Pam on its own moving Denzel Douglas. Yeah. I found it very hard to see. They could not have moved it.
So why is it one saved one instead of all of them saving
each other? I still don't see it.
You saw Pam saving Timothy Harris that birthed
in
that
number 7?
Big 8 candidates for PLP.
Huh? Run it by me.
No, she's basically asking if is it that some people might see it the opposite way. They might say Pam boosted Dr. Harris such that he could 7 years later have a party that's actually getting numbers.
It goes
because
back,
look at
yeah,
number
remember,
one first.
It goes back to what I said. They created the monster that they're now trying to kill. Because it's impossible for you to give this person 7 years as prime minister and not expect they're going to use those resources to build the party.
See, you could
but
say a lot of things we can't say. If you...
Why?
No, because you're from here.
I will get
we all want people, but you're not from here.
That's
no, let me ask you a question.
But then you don't have to face immigration tomorrow after.
Listen, they have treaties that will allow you to come back no matter what. Once you don't commit a crime.
No, the coming back isn't the problem. I just need to get home.
You can get home. Don't worry. Don't get it. And there are boats that could take you. You're only 60 miles away. Question: if you, well, not 2020 vision. If Unity came to you and said, "Listen, boy, this thing like it not working." If they sought a mediator, for example, and you were the mediator, and they came to you in April or whenever March 2022, and they were saying this thing is not working. I've written a letter. We too have written a letter. It got rejected. However, we still want to meet and figure out. As a political advisor, put on that cap. What would you have told them? You're sending yourself to slaughter?
No, you have to start with the reality. If you break up the coalition, all of you are going to pay the price for it. And you're going to pay the price dearly, right? I think that's where you need to start in terms of giving them the reality. You are not going to be politically successful as 3 parties separately. You're not going to be politically successful as 2 parties leaving one behind. Your only success is if all 3 of you are in one accord. That's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say, if people are disgruntled in the division of cabinet positions or anything to that extent, I would like to believe as a coalition, Timothy alone did not sit down at government headquarters and assign cabinet posts. I would like to believe that the other leaders in the coalition had a very heavy input in terms of saying, here what, I want this person to have that, I want that person to have that. I don't think one person sat in government headquarters and designed the cabinet. And so that's part of the reason when I read the letter, as I said,
we're chuckling, but
I know y'all are chuckling.
You know why we're chuckling.
Yes,
we won't say it out loud.
Yeah, you can't say it out loud, but maybe I can. But anyway, let me start before immigration really stops.
No, you're gonna be alright.
Right? So for me, it's like, okay, if it is that you want adjustment in cabinet posts, so in terms of saying that the cabinet post for the prime minister is particularly large, I can agree, right? Because you do have some countries where a prime minister is only prime minister. They don't take on certain cabinet
Gaston
posts.
is Minister of Finance?
Yes, he is.
He's minister in charge of CBI?
Yes, because
he's minister
CBI
in charge of
falls
lands?
No.
Okay.
His ministry is Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Public-Private Partnership, economic things, and that's the extent of his cabinet post.
And Facebook
Finance.
toxicity.
Exactly.
No. He responds to people. My thing is, if you insult me, it is fair play. Okay, I can back him with that one. If you insult me, it's fair play. And during COVID, when we were in lockdown, that made for some excellent entertainment. You hear me tell you? If nothing else to look forward to, you look forward to gassy getting somebody someone.
Let
me tell you, the clapbacks.
Exactly.
You hear me tell you?
I just used to look for the clapbacks.
He had some nice clapbacks. I mean, it wasn't terrible.
He did have
terribly disrespectful.
He did have quite a tasteless one.
But there was a smart way in doing it.
There was a tasteless, misogynistic one, which I won't repeat, about sending a container load.
Okay, we're coming back to St. Kitts?
Wait.
We're coming back to St. Kitts?
We can't hear this now.
We're flying.
They're speaking about this. I have to go back home to this Antigua, so you hush. I have to go back to this Antigua now. Oh, me want you. I work for government. Nobody making me lose my 24.73 cents.
Well, not to prove that you have freedom.
But yes, as I was saying in terms of the cabinet post, right? So I can agree to some extent the cabinet, because in Trinidad and Tobago, Keith Rowley is Prime Minister. Full stop. There's no additional cabinet post attached to it. Prime Minister. All I do, ensure that the rest of the cabinet operates. And I've never been in favor of prime ministers having heavy ministerial roles.
Because they already have to lead.
Right, because part of it is you are the leader, you are the coordinator, you're the one who says, okay, I want Ministry of Public Works to do this, Ministry of Health to do this, I want everybody to work together. When you're so concerned with, and in addition to having a heavy cabinet post, you don't have a junior minister to take on some of the burden. Yeah. Because with our Prime Minister, he's Minister of Finance, he's Prime Minister of Finance, but then there is an MP named Lennox Weston who's the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance. So if you go to Ministry of Finance on a day-to-day basis, Financial Secretary, most of this, he is, he's a member of Parliament. Most of them would tell you, I receive most of my instructions from Lennox Weston. So he's Minister of Finance in title, and of course he provides oversight over the ministry and general direction. But his main operation and modus operandi is the office of the Prime Minister, and so it allows him to do the coordination of the cabinet. But when you have Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Minister of National Security, Minister of People Empowerment, Minister of Constituency Empowerment,
because
what?
The plan was always, regardless of what the Charleston Accord said,
Charleston Accord? This is a confirmation, you're killing me.
Was to start planting seeds to grow a party. I mean,
that is true.
It came out prematurely because of the disagreement with the. I mean,
but that was always the end goal.
If you do not accept that, then I don't think you're paying attention.
It was always the end goal.
If you do not accept that, then you have not
to be able to create a party on its own.
The man wanted to have a party, and there was nothing in their functioning relationship that said he could not do it.
Party branches,
he was
etc.
helping them by having his operatives go into the different constituencies and supposedly swing Labour voters, bring in new voters to support whichever the candidate is. But then at the same time, having all of these responsibilities, basically going out there and planting, messages that he's doing this, he's doing that. Obviously, Timothy is a career politician. He spent all his life in politics.
I believe the Charleston Accord
want to have a party.
The Charleston Accord was actually done with good intentions, but this is where speculation comes in again. Well, deeper speculation comes in.
Captain Hindsight.
Yes. That it probably because of the friction that developed late in the first
as the relationship goes on.
Yes, I'm guessing you probably he ran scared or saying this is not going to last beyond the next elections.
But then there's a question I'd like to ask. I'm going to put on my hat as an Antiguan and not a Kittitian by descent. Was part of the reason of him having a very cabinet post also an indication of I don't trust the competence of my cabinet? Because now that you can call, your former deputy Mumu, it then says it then says to me is that I have a heavy cabinet post because I don't trust these people to have very key ministries. Or is it that
or is it a power control?
As Desil says, I want to have control over most of the levers of government.
You want to have control.
It could be a combination. It could be a combination. We don't have to guess because he said
that he doesn't trust their competence.
He said that they're lazy. He said that they're mumu. I mean,
they don't work. They don't talk to the permanent
minister. Of a prime minister coming on a public stage
and saying my cabinet was incompetent.
No, calling his former deputy prime minister.
And the person who wants to be the now prime minister.
But then to me,
that goes beyond just vitriol. That is a significant, because you would know in Antigua, that's a common word. Mumu is a common word throughout the Caribbean.
I mean, dotish. But then here's one of the things that I saw. Not to cut you, Desil. I never saw unity working. The first time I came to St. Kitts was in 2017. I remember sitting down and assessing, because that's the first time I was even introduced to the whole workings of unity, and the whole coalition was explained to me. And even from watching the interactions over the years, I said to myself, even though there is a political relationship, it's a political relationship of, we are with each other so that we can survive politically. But there was never any intention to genuinely work together as comrades and as persons who genuinely want to stick together. And you saw, because to me, I never saw I saw a close relationship between Dr. Harris and individuals like Patches, or even, what's his name, the present Deputy Prime Minister, Eugene Hamilton, who of course got an expanded cabinet role. You saw a closer relationship between them as members of the cabinet, even Vincent Byron, who served as Attorney General, than you saw between the Prime Minister and his deputy. And of course, usually in most circumstances, the Deputy Prime Minister is usually, this is the person that I trust the most. This is the person that if I leave and they take over, I have no issues. We don't have a deputy in terms of name, but we have a deputy in terms of, if Gaston leaves today, the Attorney General goes to the Prime Minister's office tomorrow. And that has been the case since 2014. So it's a clear indication I have enough trust that if I leave this country 100 times in a year, this is the person who can continue to run office of the Prime Minister. I never saw that.
But that typically happens when you have one party.
Yeah.
And you sing from the same hymn sheet.
Yeah. But if you're in a coalition, you have to find some kind of hymn sheet for sing from.
As you say that, do you think that the results that we're seeing thus far is an indication that our people have said, we don't want to try this coalition thing anymore?
I think that's also what I think. I think it's going to be very hard for this federation to swallow the idea of multiple parties working together again. Because I think in 2015, the population took a gamble.
But people get married twice.
They're just like, no, and then get knuckled 3 times.
I think.
Wait, sorry to cut you off, but persons are saying that we're talking.
Want the results?
No, we're talking over each other.
So. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I think the coalition can still work. I think one of the problems is that Labour has rebranded. Mm-hmm. They're coming out strong. They're coming out fresh. Mm-hmm. They're coming out vibrant. Heavy. They seem to be listening to their constituents. They're bringing, ideas. They're energizing the young people. Mm-hmm. And then you have, CCM is still popular, so they still have some energy. You still have the same Eric. You still have the same Mark. You still have the same.
That was Eric's first federal term.
Yeah, his first federal term. But it's still the same. It's still the same people.
So in other words, you want a Labour in Nevis?
You want yes, definitely. We need some Labour in Nevis. It's SKNLP,
which has always been a question mark for me. But there's no
Are you volunteering yourself to run this year? Are you announcing your candidacy for the St. Kitts Labour Party for 2027?
Maybe on a later time on Win FM, but not tonight.
You can break it tonight,
But you're right, it is the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
And I mean, honestly, if Labour is smart, I'm getting sidetracked here, but if Labour is smart, they would be giving Nevis the best relationship ever right now for the next 5 years if they do get in to, soften them up for when they launch and they say, well, Hamilton running in Nevis 10, it makes it very easy for me to win. But and then with Pam as well, they you don't get this sense of they're relating to the current issues and generation. It's still the same all the time. The black Chelsea back from before, and all these other older men and stuff like that. So there's no energy. So it's just like,
but you know
what
what?
gonna do with this?
You know what?
Plus they get their hands caught in the cookie jar with all the lot of corruption that ended up leaking in the last couple of months, coming out of the unity construct that they campaigned against back in 2015. It was ridiculous.
Okay, just remind me a bit about what were those corruption.
No, let's not go into those details. When FM doesn't want any soup. Dominica did that. Prior to the last election, you're familiar with the prior to the last election, they replaced a lot of their candidates with younger persons. As an incumbent,
But here's the thing. It's
and
not just Dominica. The Labour Party, well, of course, Antigua set to have a general election in 2023. And we have 3 individuals that have been members of parliament. One from since 1976, which is Sir Robin Yearwood. He's been a member of parliament for almost 50 years. And you have 2 others. And at the party convention, Uncle Gassi turned around and said, "Me tell I know, this is the last one. I don't care what your branch says. It's not happening again. You're going on retirement. This is your last run to ensure that Labour can continue, but this ain't happening again." What you've seen over the years with Labour in 2014, majority of the candidates were young, fresh, unfamiliar to the general population.
In 2014?
In 2014, when Labour won at first. In 2018 now, when they replaced some of the candidates again, it wasn't the old antiquated, me just alive in the days of VC Bird. Those days have gone. Again, you saw fresher faces. And in this election, in those constituencies that did change their candidates, people that barely touched 40 are now the candidates. And so you see what I can observe as a political analyst from our Prime Minister's perspective is I am trying to find the next generation of Labour stalwart politicians, because I'm realizing, 1, the older people are tired, and 2, the older people aren't connecting to the population as young people do. Because it's a different age.
When you look at the census, the population numbers...
it's changing. So whereas, Sir Robin, who's been a member of parliament since 1976, can say...
But isn't that a safe seat? Sir Robin's seat is a safe seat.
Antigua actually has constituencies that have never changed hands in its entire history. So St. Peter's constituency, no matter where you put they in red, I'll vote for You understand? Joseph Myers, Longford, Jeremy, Asset, Michael, anything, we're going to vote for it. You look at... This looks like results. Whenever she has that face, it looks like results.
No. Not results. We have 2 panelists. One is online, Raheem from St. Lucia, and someone on the outside. So 2 of you will take a break, have something to eat with me. Devon will take over from me for now. So Jermaine and Desil will take a break with me, and then we will facilitate the 2 others. Okay?
But yeah, so you see that here. And to me, I think we can kind of see where the general tendency is going for this general election. I think we can kind of see the party that is going to either form on its own or dominate the government. And I think what you have is a wholehearted rejection of the unity construct. And I think the rejection comes from the disappointment as to how it ended. Because the population was, I think for the most part, was satisfied with what they were getting from the unity construct. Thus the reason they extended the party's life for a 5-year term. So now going back to that electorate and saying, we've left, we've told you no, we've rejected the confidence that you gave to us. And now, in addition to the fact that we're separating, we are now insulting one another and dragging each other through the mud. It kind of gives an ear of, it's not going to end well. And so even in the months leading up, from the PAM convention, the Labour convention, the PLP convention, I sat down and I watched each and every single one of them. And you saw it wasn't each of these parties saying how we're going to advance unity. It was everybody drawing back into their corners and essentially preparing for battle. From the conventions, you started to see the separation of the camps and everybody saying, yes. I am declaring war. You saw PAM and CCM saying we're declaring war. And you saw the Honourable Dr. Timothy Harris saying, here what? You ready for war? Trust me. I can go with you. We're ready for you. Let's go. Let's tussle. Right? And of course, Labour was just there like, so. You know?
All right, guys, stick up in. We are going to welcome two new panelists. We have Mr. Krios Freeman joining us, and we also have Rahim Augustine Joseph out of St. Lucia. Now, Rahim Augustine Joseph is a second-year student at the UE Cavell campus, reading for a double major in political science and law. He has previously held key leadership positions from Sir Frank Worrell Hall, representative on the Guild of Students, to program director of the St. Lucia National Youth Council, and represented St. Lucia and the region at public speaking, debating, and youth-related activities. Most recently, he was awarded the Sir Arthur Lewis Award for OECS Nationals, the valedictorian of the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College's 33rd graduation exercise, and previously represented St. Lucia at the UN ECOSOC Youth Forum at the UN headquarters. We also have Mr. Krios Freeman joining us. Mr. Freeman hails from the community of St. Paul's and went to the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College as a graduate from the Charles E. Mills Secondary School, formerly Sandy Point High School, in 1999. Mr. Freeman was one of CFBC's ardent debaters and captured the covetous overall Best Speaker Award at the 2001 Leeward Islands Debating Competition in Anguilla. Mr. Freeman was awarded Joint Best Performer in Business Management from the overseas exams at CFBC, along with fellow Sniper alumni and state scholar Jihan Williams. Welcome, Mr. Krios Freeman. So I am now taking over from Yolanda Weeks. Good morning. It is 12:27 a.m. in the studios of WinFM 98.9. It is Saturday, August 6, 2022, and I'm your moderator, Devon Cornelius. We're going to continue the discussion. Of course, we are going to be waiting for the results. I've been listening to the results, and they have been very, very interesting.
I want to go
very
on the streets and see
interesting.
how outside looks.
Well, I just saw some videos some footage coming out of number 4, and Samuel Duggins of the Sinkis Nevis Labour Party basically has started to celebrate. He has started the celebration there. Listening to the numbers from St. Christopher 3, that's Conris Maynard of the SKNLP, Akila Byron Nisbet of the PLP, and Kerwin Freeman of the PAM. Conris Maynard is leading significantly. So it appears as if, while you don't want to call it too early, it appears as if
Congress is heading towards victory.
Yeah, and the election is basically
swinging towards Labour.
Either
they're going to be a significant part of the government or form a government on its own.
Yeah. Well, based on the results that I've seen, you may have a situation where they could form the
take
government.
6 and maybe Harris takes 7 and Sean takes 5.
Yeah.
Which is going to be an interesting dynamic.
Right.
Because then it's like if you're going back to Parliament in the 2013, 2014, 2015 era, where you had a Denzel Douglas Labour Party essentially defending itself against these particular individuals.
Right.
And of course the Nevis faction.
Right. But stick with Kamali. Mr. Freeman, a few words from you for the listeners.
I'm happy to be here with you tonight. Happy to be here with the WinFM family.
You happy otherwise too?
I have to get up to speed with the results. I know that they are looking favorable for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
Yes.
I lost touch a bit because I drove all the way from St. Paul's.
Oh, wow.
So St. Paul's is happy. We kind of know our results. I've seen our end-of-day forecast, and they look pretty much in line with what is happening at the moment. I did not see much action in Sandy Point, except that Kenny's office was open, and it looks quite alive. In number 5 for Labour.
No pun intended.
And I also saw Samal's office in number 4 very much alive. I saw his wife outside. They're not yet jumping up.
You didn't see when they put on the crown on his head?
No,
I'll show you the video.
Yes. And then the man who is accustomed to crowns, I visited his office, the man for number 3. The workers are still there. They're in good spirits. And so I got a bit of what the western side of the country and how that is looking. And I've been listening to not only Win FM, I've tuned into the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party live, I've tuned into ZIZ, and getting a bit of what the discussion is on at the moment. And more or less, like everybody is seeing, it's a big swing towards a one-party situation,
right,
if you want to call it that. I still think that there is a significant number of outstanding votes, ballot boxes in number 2 and 1. I think there are some expectations in number 1, but I think that people would be very much interested in seeing what is happening in number 2. 3 interesting candidates, very diverse backgrounds. Right. 2 of them lawyers, and 1 an engineer, an electrical engineer.
Stick up in, Mr. Freeman. Let's get Mr. Augustine Joseph. Rahim, are you hearing us?
Yeah, quite clearly. Let me say good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, Rahim Augustine Joseph out of St. Lucia. He is studying political science and law. So the feeling now, as Mr. Freeman alluded to earlier, and we've been following the results, we've been following social media, looking at what's happening there. The feeling is that the Labour Party has a significant, let me say, speed going up the hill. So what is your take on that based on the results that you have seen?
Yeah, I mean, follow the results. And I think, of course, it's not surprising. Not surprising because a lot of the comments that your participants have made, I associate myself with them, cognizant that the unity construct really broke apart within the past few months. And therefore, people, and I've always made the point, and I made a point earlier in an article a few weeks ago when I realized that things were going down. And I said very simply that, listen, that marriages of convenience always end up in a divorce. And more so, these types of marriages are never rooted in true unity. Because in the Westminster system, you really need that very strong party loyalty. You need that very demagogue type of system in which we all praise this one individual who comes under banner. But when it is that you have these multiple constructs, when it is that you have these multiple philosophical and methodological approaches in one area, it becomes very difficult. It becomes very difficult for people to be able to unite. And of course, if it is that you grade success by winning an election, which I don't know that's the only thing to grade success by, then they would have achieved. But equally, the ability to now work together in a very long-term way, and you have that clash of philosophical underpinnings, then obviously you have a particular problem. And I realized from day one, really obviously, that would have been the very basis of a separation. Obviously, this is not taking away the fact of the very important things that Premier Brantley and former Deputy Prime Minister Sean Richards mentioned as what they thought to be very core issues against the leadership, because that was all well and good. And if it is that any of these things are true, that already speaks to bad governance on the part of the former Prime Minister. But suffice it to say, you have a situation here where and your commentators have mentioned it, that when you have these separations, when you have these separations of within a particular party, it creates a groundswell movement for the opposing party, because a lot of people who bought into the construct of unity may have very well stayed home. And then that base support of Labour has said, listen, it's our time again, especially considering the rhetoric that has already been perpetuated by former Prime Minister Douglas and the others, saying, as Kamali has said, I told you so. And that I told you so moment has allowed them to come out and say, the last time, our base didn't come out to vote because for the most part, people were tired of us being there for so long. But now it's your time. And if it is that you don't capitalize on this time, then you may not get that time ever again. So you have that at least at the very essence, at the very core of it. But I mean that's at least my brief thoughts, at least in relation to it.
All right, thank you for that. Now, throughout the campaign trail, when Team Unity dismantled, well, when the discord started in March of this year, well, the public discord that is started in March of this year, people were of the view that this would be at an advantage to the Sinkis Nevis Labour Party. Many people were of the view that, well, Team Unity is not together anymore, and so PAM, PLP, CCM would be on their own. Many people saw that this would have been in the favor of the Sinkis Nevis Labour Party. However, there were some persons that were saying the past mistakes or shortcomings of the Labour Party during their time in office from, I think it's 95 to 2015, would significantly affect their chances of winning the general elections. Clearly, we have seen that that is not the case. In constituencies 3, constituencies 3, 4, 6, the people went out and they sent a very clear message based on the results that we've seen. I think most interesting for me is constituency number 5. That is a stronghold of the People's Action Movement. And while the People's Action Movement is leading in that constituency, you're seeing where the Sinkis Nevis Labour Party gained some ground. What is your take, Garth, your take on that as well? Well, Garth, you go ahead, and then we hear from Rahim and then Krios.
Well, I've lived in different Caribbean islands.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen political waves. The first one I remember seeing was in Antigua, when the Birds, who I thought were invincible, lost to the opposition.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that our people have a sense as to when they should make a change. And I don't think there's much you can do when that wave begins to form. It's going to crash. And I think that's what we're seeing from the numbers thus far.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know the final numbers, we don't know the final tally, but the fact that Labour Party is increasing its numbers in various constituencies and the others are losing numbers suggests that that wave is about to crash in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's multifaceted. We've discussed some of the matters that could have affected it. Azad, when he was here, spoke about sometimes people feel that when a candidate is going to win, they don't need your vote anymore. So there's complacency in coming out to the polls. There could be people being inspired by the renovated, reformed Labour Party. It could be a combination of those things. It could be people being upset with the breakup of unity. It could be people saying, well, I just want to change. It could be so many different factors. It could be people saying, well, I'm seeing all young candidates on one particular platform. I want to go with that. There's so many different factors. I leave that to the political scientists, which I am not. But the numbers thus far suggest that there is a wave towards the St. Kitts Labour Party. Even, as you said, in the few numbers that we have from number 3, just that those change in numbers are suggesting that that wave that hit St. Lucia, that wave that hit Grenada, that wave is also hitting St. Kitts, which is not unusual, because when was it that Unity was using that in 2015. They were saying there's a wave of change going through the Caribbean.
Right.
Yeah. Sometimes it's that way. Sometimes they are outliers, but it seems like we have succumbed to that wave for numerous reasons. I spoke to a political scientist friend of mine over the last couple of weeks, and he said, whenever governments break up, the opposition has the upper hand in the election.
Yeah.
So you start off from that. Labour Party.
All right, let's stand by. Election results coming in now.
And I have some further results to share from St. Christopher 1, polling division 2A, located at Warner Park, where the number of registered voters was 473, that's 473. The number of votes validly cast was 251, 251. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoiled ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 43 votes, that's 4-3. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 52 votes, that's 5-2. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 154 votes, that's 154. At polling division 2B, located again at Warner Park, there were 439 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 253. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoilt ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 46 votes, that's 4-6. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 60 votes, that's 6-0. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 146 votes. That's 146. In St. Christopher number 7, polling division number 6, located at the Molyneux Health Center, where there were 471 registered voters and 293 valid votes were cast. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 25 votes, 2-5. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 147 votes. That's 147. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 121 votes. That's 1-1. At the Mount Carmel Community Center, polling division number 7, St. Christopher 7, there were 322 registered voters. There were 202 votes validly cast. That's 202. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 25 votes. That's 2-5. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 88 votes. That's 8-8. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 88 votes. That's 8-8. And in Nevis number 11, we have some results to share. Polling division 1, located at NEPAC, there were 389 registered voters. 215 valid votes were cast. That's 215. There was 1 rejected ballot. There was no spoiled ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 90 votes. That's 9-0. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 123 votes. That's 1, 2, 3. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. At polling station 2A, where there were 379 registered voters, there were 220 ballots validly cast. There was 1 rejected ballot and 1 spoiled ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 124 votes. That's 1, 2, 4. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And at polling station 2B, where there were 395 voters registered, there were 241 votes validly cast. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were 3 spoiled ballots. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 148 votes. That's 148. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 89 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. And in Nevis 10, polling division number 5 located at the Hard Times building, where there were 565 voters registered, there were 255 votes validly cast. That's 255. None were rejected. 1 spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 204 votes. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 51 votes. That's 5-1. And at the Gingerland High School, polling division number 6, where there were 360 voters registered, the number of votes validly cast was 145 votes. There were no rejected ballots, and there was 1 spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 100 votes. That's 100. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 45 votes. That's 45. Therefore, in summary, number of registered voters in constituency number 10, 1,845 voters. The number of votes validly cast, 845. That's 845. No rejected ballots. 4 spoiled ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 616 votes. That's 616. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 229 votes. That's 229. Therefore, I can declare that Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement has been returned at the polls. We will be back, but right now it's over to Master Control.
All right, welcome back. Those are the results coming out of Nevis 11 and Nevis 10. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement has been returned as the Member of Parliament for Nevis 10. He received 616 votes, and Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 229 votes. Total vote cast is 845. The results in Nevis 11, at the Nevis Performing Arts Center, Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement, 123. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party, 9-0. In Jessop's 2A, Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 91. Janice Daniel Hodge, 124. And in Jessop's 2B, CCM, Alexis Jeffers has 89, Janice Daniel Hodge 148. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party has 362 votes thus far, and Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement has 303. Total votes cast thus far is, well, votes coming in is 673. Krios, what is your take?
Well, this is expected in Nevis. I don't think that there is anyone who doubted that this seat would have gone this way. This is the seat of the former premier. I'm told that my last name is very popular.
Yes, it is.
In that part of the constituency.
Yes, it is.
I've been told that all my life. So this was expected. I don't think that, I think Garth was pointing out that there might have been just a little underperformance.
94 less.
94 less by
CCM,
by Eric Evelyn, and a bit more by Rohan.
Yes, it was 167 in 2020, and now it's 229.
All right, so Rohan
Like 662
went up by a little bit, and I'm told that he's not from the constituency.
Yeah.
The former candidate in the last elections was actually from that area, and so it's a commendable performance by Rohan. I don't know that he will stay there and try
Fight another election.
to fight another election. Maybe the slippage that we are seeing from the unity partners might extend in an election in the future in that constituency. People think that, things are up for grabs. Number 3 went one way. It appears that tonight it's coming back the other way. So that is doing some self-correction. So I don't know if a seat like that will get any closer in the future.
Right.
How do you all, when you all when you all are in meeting rooms for political parties and you're considering running somebody in a safe seat for the opposition, what do you tell that person? Bunker down, it might take 15 years? Like, how do you get that person inspired? Like, how did NRP get Rohan inspired to go into Gingerland?
Prepare for tech blow.
For
I don't see what else the conversation can be, because to me, no, granted, you must run a candidate. You know, you can't just throw your hands up in the air and say, okay, I have conceded even before the general election. You must run a candidate, but also you have to be a realist and you have to be practical. And so I think the conversation that you can have, more than likely, you won't win. But let's try to come as close as possible. You know, like, don't lose by a lot, lose by a little bit.
And then you tell him, and then you tell him or her, patience over time. You could
it depends on the circumstances. For example, I would imagine that Natta, who is a popular guy in his constituency, or even our friend Jonel, who it's not a safe seat for the, but it's about timing, it's about the circumstances, because what I'm thinking, and let me stick with the Natta situation, the Natta example, he must be thinking that
next time
all I do, I have to perform. And what if Labour is in office and Timothy is on the opposition benches? Then he is
access to government resources.
30 years in, and people might get fed up of him. And so all I have to do now is perform. And next time around, I might get a good chance. Natta, from the numbers we are seeing so far, is performing
much better.
far better than he did last election. But you know that there are some political qualities in that candidate, and that candidate could very well see some progress. On the other hand, I don't know how one gets to make the decision to run, for example, in a number 3 for all those years that number 3 never went anywhere but to Labour. I don't see how one
runs in number 6.
Runs in number 6.
If you were Pam, you would put a candidate to run in 6?
No.
It's something happened It's a completeness. It's about saying that we have to look after the entire country, and even if we might lose the seat, if we were to get into government, it will not hurt to have somebody connected with the constituency who would have had conversations, who can help with,
and then potentially develop the constituency and get reap the fruits of that.
Yes.
But guys, let us establish though that somebody has to win, somebody has to lose.
Yeah.
If you look at constituency number 7, I think you would agree with me that Nata has done well.
Yeah,
he has done well. And this is what, his second time? He ran in 2020.
And
he ran in 2015 as well?
Thing, in just a space of 2 years.
Right.
He didn't run in 20. No.
He ran in 2015.
He ran in 2020.
2020.
Right.
And then
so
if you look at number 5.
2 years, he's coming very close to not only a candidate, but the person who had 2 years as prime minister. And so for me, what I think, well, you know, the circumstances of this whole election considered, I think it is a commendable effort to move from where he was to where he is now.
If you also look in number 5 with Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, number 5 has really been with the People's Action Movement. Pam is still leading in that constituency.
Well, not if you hear it, not if you listen to the rumors, Devon.
the other issue,
Kenneth Douglas is rubbing close.
The other issue as well, I say, it's the circumstances, because you have to look at what happens historically, because Sandy Point is considered a Palm stronghold.
Yeah, but Labour has
won.
Yes,
in Nata Nelson's case, you're going up against this, what one might think is a
political title.
You know, yes.
Yeah, but Palm has won that seat as well.
Exactly, but
when
but the history. But Nata is not running for Palm. Nata is running for the party that dominated that seat. And look at where things will go. Timothy will have to do some Dr. Harris will have to do some soul searching. And at 30 plus years, his argument was always that, well, Dr. Douglas, you're expired. Your time is done. You've been here too long, right? But look at the results today. It seems as if people are saying that, Timothy, you're really more expired than Dr. Douglas, and maybe you're the one who needs to go. If one reads into the numbers that we are seeing so far, right? I mean,
if I may, you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. Just comment briefly on the what is it that you tell the candidate? I mean, as you've mentioned, I don't think the idea is ever to win, as Kamali said as well. But there's been a certain trend across the region which is really undemocratic, whereby the person who really wins the seat, as let's say Dr. Harris will or Dr. Douglas will, if they form an opposition, that individual who already ran that seat most likely will be getting state resources if it is that they form the government. And then you have that person operate really in a shadow capacity. I mean, I don't believe in that in that espousing of that philosophy, because really there's an elected parliamentarian. Obviously, that person needs to benefit from the state resources to do the work. But you see that party politics really ingraining itself as part of it. So I don't know that the idea is ever to win, but the idea is to be able to convince that person enough to say, listen, we may not win, but rather the government will win, or rather we will win as a government, and will definitely ensure that you can come under that banner and serve successfully. But all of you are quite correct, and I think Boris Johnson said it quite perfectly when he demitted office. He said that nobody in politics is indispensable, and that at the end of the day, when your time has come,
it really has
come. The cows can come home to scream, but that for sure means that your time has come. And I think really, if the results are proving what it's saying tonight here, I think that time may very well come. But more importantly, I really want to see what the statistics show after some electoral analysis of what the overseas voters had to play. I really want to know what is the heavy influence, or what the numbers look like for overseas voting in this particular instance. Of course, we will never know where these individuals cast their ballot, but it makes for good analysis as to whether the ground swell of support, or that swing, that whether that pendulum shift has come from those from the plane as opposed from those on the ground. And if it is that those on the plane are the ones shifting the pendulum, and tomorrow that those on the plane get up and go back, the people on the ground obviously will have a very hard time over the next 5 years, because this is really not a government that they voted for.
Are you for overseas voting? Yes or no? Not the long answer, the short answer.
No. And then
no,
the long answer.
You're not for it. Krios, are you for it?
I am.
What?
I am.
Devon,
Really?
you're for it?
You come, you
Wait,
give
wait.
me a government.
I want to hear from St. Lucia. I want to hear from St. Lucia. Are you for overseas voting?
I'm not. No.
Okay. So I cast the final. I break the tie.
Yes, go ahead.
And I know you're not for it as well.
I am no. I've kind of
cheated.
Yes, I'm close to the edge on it, because let me tell you why. I have family abroad who pay taxes, who have property, who love St. Kitts and Nevis.
They live here?
Who want to come back. Don't live here.
Okay, then that's the common denominator.
Okay, don't live here. So the question I have, when I ask this question of myself, I say, should that person be disenfranchised? This person wants to come back, will come back, has land, pays taxes, has family, is concerned about how the country is run, is from here. Should they have a say or not? In a constituency system, it's very difficult to justify it, because you do not reside in a particular constituency.
Right.
But there must be a middle ground, and the only way to decide that, I believe, is by way of referendum. So the people decide whether they want it or not.
Right.
Because to me, it's... Okay, so this is how I view it, It is unreasonable. You come in today, you decide who will govern me. I have to live here. I have to exist here. Whatever taxes this said government you elect, I have to deal with for a 5-year, maybe a 2 years, whatever the circumstances are.
Maybe a 1.
You are in Bujumbura,
New York City,
wherever you are, you don't have to face the reality that I do. Yet still, you are imposing a position that may not be tenable for me. That's how I view it, right? But my thing is always, I don't think, okay, if you go overseas to live, you should never be able to vote here again. If you don't permanently reside here, for at least, let's say 6 months, let's be gracious, and 6 months, a year. You know, because people will go, people will come back.
Then you don't have a say.
I don't think so, because it is unreasonable. Because at the end of the day, what I have to live with is imposed by you, but you don't have to deal with it.
Krios, 4.
You're a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis. You're a citizen wherever you are. Should I give up my passport part-time because I'm living overseas? And what to the argument that
election results are coming in?
I felt like it was an LIDC for a second.
And we are back with further results from St. Christopher 3, West Bastyr and its surrounds. Station 4A at the Apostolic Faith Church, where there were 478 registered voters, 478. There were 318 votes validly cast, that's 318. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 76 votes, that's 76. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 33 votes, that's 3-3. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 207 votes. That's 207. And in polling division 4B, also at the Apostolic Faith Church, where there were 517 voters registered, that's 517, there were 346 votes validly cast. 3 were rejected. None were spoiled. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 80 votes, that's 80. Kervin Freeman of People's Action Movement received 41 votes, that's 41. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 222 votes, that's 222. In St. Christopher 5, polling division number 2 at the preschool in Sandy Point, there were 400 registered voters, that's 400. The number of votes validly cast were 258, that's 258. There were 2 rejected ballots and there were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 84 votes, 84. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 138, that's 138 votes. And Stacia Williams of the People's Labour Party received 34 votes, that's 34. In polling division 3A, located at the former Xylee supermarket, there were 286 voters registered in 3A. The number of votes validly cast was 204, 204. None were rejected, none were spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 92 votes, that's 92. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 94 votes, that's 94. Stacia Williams of the People's Labour Party received 18 votes, that's 18. And in 3B, also at the former Xylee supermarket, where there were 297 registered voters, 200 votes, 200 were validly cast, 2 of which were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 86 votes, that's 86. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 81 votes, that's 81. Stacia Williams of the People's Labour Party received 31 votes, that's 3-1. Further results from Nevis 11. At the Cotton Ground Community Center, polling station 3A, where there were 323 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 189. There were 2 rejected ballots. There was 1 spoiled ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 125 votes, 125. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 61 votes, that's 6-1. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. And in polling station 3B, also at the Cotton Ground Community Center, there were 357 voters registered, and there were 201 votes validly cast, none rejected, 4 spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 103 votes, 103. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 96, that's 9-6. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. And in polling station 4A, located at the Violet O. Nichols, Jeffers Nichols Primary School, there were 369 voters registered. 167 votes were validly cast, 167. There were no rejected ballots. Spoiled ballots, there was 1. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 68 votes, 68. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 99 votes, that's 99. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement did not receive a vote. And in constituency of St. Christopher 4, polling station in Old Road 2B, where there were 327 voters registered, 217 votes were validly cast. 4 were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 116 votes. That's 116. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 67 votes. That's 6-7. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 30 votes. That's 3-0. In polling station 3A, located at Virchild School, there were 395 voters registered. 281 votes were validly cast. 2 were rejected. None were spoiled. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis and Labour Party received 161 votes. That's 161. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 77 votes. That's 7-7 votes. And Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. That's 4-1. In Virchilds also, at polling station 3B, where there were 423 voters registered, the number of votes validly cast were 286. There were 5 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 149 votes. That's 149. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. That's 8-4. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 48 votes. 4-8 votes. In Middle Island at polling station 4A, where there were 318 registered voters, 318, there were 202 ballots validly cast. That's 202. 1 was rejected. None were spoiled. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 149 votes, 149. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. That's 8-4. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 48 votes. That's 4-8. I'm sorry, I'll go over that. In Middle Island polling station 4A, 318 voters were registered. Votes validly cast were 202. 1 rejected, no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 113 votes. That's 113. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 69 votes. That's 6-9. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 19 votes. That's 1-9. And in 4B, Middle Island, where there were 301 voters registered, there were 201 votes validly cast. There were no rejected, no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 117 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 76 votes. That's 7-6. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 8 votes. And polling division 5A at Halfway Tree, where there were 395 voters registered, 257 votes were validly cast, one of which was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 123 votes. That's 1, 2, 3. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 92 votes. That's 9, 2. Kendale Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. That's 4, 1. And polling division 5B, halfway tree, where there were 411 voters registered, there were 273 votes validly cast. There was no rejected ballot, but there was one spoiled ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 127 votes. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 102 votes. That's 102. Kendale Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. In summary, therefore, in constituency number 4, there were 3,579 registered voters. There were 2,343 votes validly cast, 2,343. There were 20 rejected ballots. There was one spoiled ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,269 votes. That's 1,269. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 761 votes. That's 761. And Kendale Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 293 votes. That's 293. Therefore, I can report that Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been returned at the polls for constituency number 4. That's all for now, and I will be right back, but over to Master Control.
All right, welcome back. These results are shocking. Samuel Duggins, I have here, I lost track of the count, guys, forgive me.
He won by 508.
508 votes, yeah. And then he won to PLP by 700 and, I was counting up, but I lost track of that. But
PLP got 293, PAM got 761, and Labour got 1269.
1269.
That is truly shocking because in the last election, PAM beat Labour by 350.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's an 850 swing.
So this is significant because you had Samuel Duggins, who is, I remember throughout the campaign, it was said that he is not originally from number 4. That was the campaign being used against him.
Neither was Lindsay. Neither is Lindsay.
He came and he won the constituency.
They're cousins, you know.
By they are. All right. He came and won the constituency by a whopping 508.
To me, I think this locality argument, especially in Caribbean politics, really doesn't hold much water. Because one, many of our MPs tend to not live in their constituencies. Let's start there. And then you do have another significant portion who aren't necessarily from their constituencies. Of course, locality does help because when you argue, you can say, well, I'm from here. So you're electing one of your own. But the reality is it's not always a guarantee. And so for me, when you see this sort of victory, and again, the time period of 2 years, of course, this whole bacchanal separation of coalition being considered, in the space of 2 years for you to be able to say, hey, I won by 350, to, hey, a newcomer, because Lindsay has been running in number 3, I think he ran at least once or twice before to 2015.
He lost twice. He lost twice, he won twice.
Yes, he ran at least twice before.
At least 18 years.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
He ran even before that. He's been running in that constituency.
He ran 4 times.
No,
he ran 5 times. This is 5th time.
So 3 to 2.
He ran in 2000?
No. He ran in 2004.
2004, 10, 15, 20, 22.
Lindsay, he won in 2015.
He lost twice, he won twice. And as well, yeah.
And get blocked on the 3rd time. But anyways. So yes, so to see that sort of that sort of rejection, the locality rule at this point in time doesn't really.
Well, I think maybe not in this case, but it matters. It depends on
the constituency,
and where you are. But it has to be coupled with
your general personality and the work that you do, and meeting people where they are.
It can't just be that
you're from here. So
I'm from here, but I've never seen you. You never really.
You don't talk to anybody.
With me. I mean,
you don't assist anybody.
Nothing against Kendale, but Kendale, this happens to good footballers, right? Kendale's constituency is a sporting constituency, right? But he was an outstanding footballer, and so he played for teams external of where he's from. He's currently registered with my team. He played for Canary.
He still plays?
No, he hasn't played lately. He played for Canary, right? So, yes, you're from there, but you've gone to represent teams outside in the sports that you love.
So your roots aren't in the area that you're from?
He is, but I'm just giving an example of he is on one end claiming you're not from here, but your local has a football team and you haven't played for that football team for most of your life. I mean, it's an advantage and a disadvantage because he went out because he was a good footballer and his team wasn't doing all that well. But one could respect you more if you stayed home
and try to build your own.
Yes. So the I am from here must come with what have you contributed.
I also contribute to here. I also interact with the people.
I'm well connected to the constituency. One makes the comparison, I'm told, that Samal has had scholarships, for example, in the constituency since around 2000, 2002.
Let me hear from Rahim. Rahim, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, from the strategy position, obviously, I mean, these things happen and these things are warranted. Because sometimes, as you know, you place people in strategic locations to be able to win a seat. So somebody may very well not be from that place at all, but you place them there because that seat is predominantly a Labour seat or predominantly a PAM seat, and you send somebody else who has a much stronger personality elsewhere and fight it off. I think that there needs to be some organic relationship to the community. I disagree with Kamali on that point because I think this mechanistic idea of politics within the region really has to stop. And it's not just about the strategy of winning elections, but ensuring that representatives who are from the area are able to possibly contribute better. I hold that view. But equally, I mean, a lot of the issues within the Caribbean are the same. So it's not that somebody cannot be a great representative if it is that you're not from this area. But at the same time, I think you are much better if it is that you are from, but equally that you've topped it up with some level of community engagement. That's really the organic politician. And if you look at those that have made it in politics throughout their journey, throughout the 20 years and the 30 years, they've never just been strategic and just running locations just because for running sake. But they've grounded themselves in a particular place that they've been from, and they've really mushroomed into the politician or great politician from that location. But it brings us back all the way when you mentioned the overseas voting. And it's directly connected to that. Yes, the Caribbean is a truly migratory zone, but at the same time, I still hold the view that, listen, you need to have some level of control or level of participation within the country. There needs to be some metric upon which we base how we assess or allow overseas voting. Because as Kamali mentioned, you can't come in for one day, decide a government, and then leave. Yes, you pay remittances. Yes, in some instances there are taxes. Yes, in some instances there are property taxes being paid, etc. But there are some other fundamental things, and I think obviously because our system is so undemocratic, there aren't avenues for these people to contribute to national development. So the vote is the only thing that they have.
If we could go back a bit to the overseas vote, I don't think I got your take on that, Creos.
I was saying that, a citizen is a citizen.
Right.
And there are people who live outside who still contribute to the country. And residency, of course, is one metric, right? But it's not the only metric. Right? And so I think that citizen carries around that right, wherever they are, for however long they're there, because people come back home, people are sent back home, people, their circumstances bring them back home. I remember I worked for a few years in the office of the Prime Minister when Dr. Douglas was there, and you had the Prime Minister's lecture series around Independence time. And what was that geared towards? You brought home a son of the soil who had gone overseas and exceeded, and the persons who were targeted to come to that lecture was young people, high schoolers, college students. And you were really saying to them that, don't let these borders
limit you.
St. Kitts and Nevis be your limit. But you can shine for your country. You can contribute to national development outside of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so if for umpteen years you were telling young people that, well, they go overseas, they become lecturers at UVI and UWI, and because they're residing over there, they can't be here. Well, we don't have universities here. So that our locals, so there were merits, there were demerits.
I wanted to give my take on the overseas voters, and basically it is along the lines of the sentiments shared by Garth earlier, where, yes, you people come home, they vote, they leave the next day, right? But you have people who, nationals of St. Kitts and Nevis, who do not reside here, but they make a significant contribution to the country's development. You have people from St. Kitts and Nevis who do not reside here, who sustain families here.
Whole families.
As a matter of fact, I know of people who have left St. Kitts and Nevis, they've gone to New York, and they're paying mortgages, they're paying bills, they're sending their children to school, they're basically contributing. And if they did not get that opportunity to leave, what would have happened? No, should I? No, you're telling me that I should tell this person who is perhaps doing more than people who live here in St. Kitts and Nevis that they can't decide who the next government is? I disagree.
Yeah, but the question then becomes, gentlemen. So all right, fine. Let's take the argument of those who contribute immensely. What do we then think of our democratic system if a significant portion of people overseas are the ones determining the government, but not having to live with the reality of the government?
And that is the main question.
Well, that doesn't happen in St. Kitts because you're not going to get that many people registering. So that's an academic argument. I think from a practical perspective, if we saw the figures of overseas nationals, you give everyone the information, you see what percentage they are, right? And you say, listen, what is your decision? Let the people make the decision.
But I wouldn't say,
if you were to guesstimate, what percentage of the overall voters are from the overseas? What percentage would you give, or even a general range?
I don't think it'll be more than 5 to 8%.
Yeah. I actually figured it as well. I wouldn't range it between
how many persons voted in 2020?
Well, when we're looking at the numbers, when we started the night and we didn't have as many boxes, the numbers weren't very different in terms of voter. But you don't know if locals didn't go this time.
No,
and
I'm saying how many voters? Oh, you mean yeah? Okay, I get you. So 2015.
Because then those that stayed home might also be affected by those that came
2015 might be a better gauge. 2015 might be a
Yeah.
better gauge but the numbers, I can't tell you the recent numbers, but when we started and we had like 10 boxes, majority of the numbers, the voters matched 2020. But we know that planes came in. So you don't know if those persons replaced persons who just didn't show up. So
it's difficult to judge.
It's difficult to judge. But if it is 5 to 10%, I don't think it's as much as 10. But if it's 5 to 10%,
you see, the percentage argument, might not hold either, because you can just bring people in targeted constituencies.
Exactly.
Bringing
1,000 people, put them in number 3, and then
they're registered all over the place. But what I'm saying, in seats that you have seats, people are winning by 28 and 4.
And 4.
Doesn't seem like there would be any of that this time around. But that happens.
To your pleasure.
And so you could very well bring, a targeted number of
Devon, what about a diaspora constituency?
Oh God, I heard this.
wow.
Oh God, I heard this argument.
Oh wow.
And when I first heard it,
I have
thought it was the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's
right?
been recommended by
No.
one of our most intellectual
Who that is?
persons we're proud of.
Who that is?
Huh?
Who that?
Don't worry about that. I don't want you to discuss.
God, I have done
To the
that.
person,
But no, I
he
know.
won't say-
No, 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 it wasn't. That, no, it wasn't that person. It was in I will tell you. I don't like to guess. I can tell you exactly who recommended it.
Because I heard this argument. Our main opposition party was positing, the leader of the party was positing that argument as well. I meant our constitution to allow for a seat in the parliament to be for the diaspora. So I guess they don't have ballot boxes in embassies or however the situation goes. And the first thing that popped into my mind, I was just like, how does that even work?
But you can have absentee ballots.
Of course. What do you mean? How does it even work? It means
I
that the
don't-
persons who reside outside of St. Kitts vote wherever they are in whichever jurisdiction, or mail in their ballots and elect a person to represent them in Parliament. And it's likely that if that person is in the ruling party, that person would be the foreign minister.
I don't know if I will go so far as to suggest a diaspora constituency, but what I would suggest is that
Have some level of engagement of the diaspora.
with all of these people, you do it by absentee ballot.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody who is registered, they mail the ballot. So you can determine on the basis of the issues. I don't know if parties bring home people or people are funding their own return home, but it will take away in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Okay.
It will take away the bias of I'm voting for who I brought me home.
Stick up in. I think Rahim wanted to add something here.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is really just put it to the people to vote. I think put this decision, and I think for once and for all, the people should decide on that particular or on that issue via referendum. But I'm cognizant, however, that a referendum on that might very well fail, because we know how referendums in the Caribbean work. Parties play politics with it. They run around like it is a game, and it's like petulant children. And at the end of the day, they don't tackle the real issue. But more so, I suspect that political parties in St. Kitts and Nevis will never put this issue to the people, because they know very well what the benefits are from the overseas voting. So a lot of, and I've realized that across the region, a lot of parties that don't want to address this issue and make the arguments, of course, and it sounds good, the arguments of remittances and the arguments of taxes and the arguments of mortgages, etc. When I posit the question to them about that overseas voting and deciding governments and changing, they already starstruck. But I think put it to the people, let the people decide in a very real way whether it is that is really what they want. As much as we talk about the electronic voting and we talk about the mailing voting, the truth is my pessimism shows me that I don't know that the Caribbean is ready for that thing yet. If it is that we still have dead people on the list from since 19 something, and we have a party, I don't know that we can facilitate.
We are ready because we are as capable as any person in any other region in the world.
I
We just have to get the right persons to make the right decisions and put the right laws into place. We can do it.
We host Carifesta, we host CPL, we host.
I don't like that idea that we're not ready.
These are things that require a lot of. At the end of the day, we've heard all sorts of rumors about what Dr. Harris was going to do and what will happen with the voters list and this and that. And for the most part, I've kept calm because some of them are impossible.
Yes,
some of
them
doesn't allow it. Some of them can't be done.
They can't be done. They just can't.
I'll tell you what happened throughout this campaign. It was a lot of fake news.
Yeah.
And I'm being real here. I think people sat at home and just made up some let me say stupidness.
And they just started to posit.
And it's sad because this thing went throughout social media, and for those people who are not as strong-minded and they have a weak heart, people took it to heart
and
without even trying to fact check the information. Say, is this really possible?
But
so you find that a lot of things that were going around about this happening and that happening and
I think sometimes too what happens in the Caribbean protocol tends to whatever processes or procedures you use can also give people the possibility of not having confidence in your system. Because up until 2003, we used a very similar political system in terms of electing members to parliament. We had an electoral office, which is a department under the office of the prime minister. And that office is who organized elections, etc., etc. It got to a point where after the 1999 election, there was this broad-based consensus. This can't continue to work. Because of the fact that it is a department under the Prime Minister's office, and you're hearing, 2 weeks after an election, a pond dry up and 5 ballot boxes inside of the pond. You know, all them kind of fancy in the ear proposals. You then had a situation where in 2003, the government decided, so here what? There's no confidence in a government department being able to execute an election. We're going to create a completely autonomous body. Theory.
Completely autonomous body.
Theory. We're going to create an autonomous body. Yeah? The members of the board that run this body are from all over and have them executed.
Who appoint them? And anytime you have appointment, the system anywhere in the world.
It triggers the political involvement. But then here's the difference. What you then had was a situation where a lot of persons in Antigua went from distrusting the electoral process to moving to a position where if you tell them, hey, government can thief election, not so long as electoral commission around. And that's the difference. So then what you're able to do is build people's confidence in the systems that they use. And that was the difference.
Stick up in Kamali. Rahim, go ahead.
Kamali, I get you, and believe you me, I mean, St. Lucia is an autonomous, at least, body as well.
On paper.
But you see, once you have situations like the ability for prime ministers to call snap elections, once it is that you have the underfunding of these agencies, because they can be autonomous, but if they have no money to do political education, then we're going nowhere. So once you have the combination of these things, the powers of the prime minister, because already the electoral departments in some instances have the 21 days to prepare. Yeah? And once you have this conflation of all of these terrible democratic practices in one place, then I don't know that we can truly tout ourselves as the greatest democracy in the world, just because we have free, fair, and integrity-based elections. Because it can be autonomous, it can be independent, but a certain level of financial autonomy also comes with that level of being able to do stuff. And a lot of electoral agencies within the region continue to be underfunded because, again, the prime minister only remembers the agency when he wants to call a snap election. But I'll tell you this: if any serious government is elected so rather let me put it better: if any government that is serious about democracy comes out tonight or comes out tomorrow morning, for sure the powers of the prime minister in reaching the snap election will be removed. They will really, for the first time, put in place that fixed date for election, because they know what snap elections can do. They know the excessive amounts of power that the prime minister yields. So some of the issues raised by the premier and Sean Richards should not necessarily be neglected. But I know the party politics in the region. You gentlemen tell me that I should have more hope, but we've seen this story over and over again, that the new government is going to come in and they're going to brush aside all these electoral reforms because the political will isn't there.
The problem is when a party or person's nominees win, it's very difficult for them to then want to change the system that enable them to win. That is human nature.
Yes.
But if you care about your country,
yes,
you sit down and you say, we need holistic change, because we just sat on the sideline and saw what is the worst of the worst that could happen. And we have to prevent that happening to our country ever again.
But then,
so that is a difficult thing for a politician to do, right? I'm not saying that they are selfish, but you're distracted by the exigencies of government. You start to not think about these overarching ideas that you need to fix certain things, and you get distracted by running a country, which is difficult in of itself. Yeah. But you have to make that conscious decision, particularly when you put it in your manifesto, you preach it on the platform, you say this thing cannot happen again. You actually have to make it not happen again. And I think that we are capable of doing it, but it can't be just piecemeal approach, fixed term, fixed election date, term limit. You have to do a holistic change to our electoral system to make it a modern system that the modern people in our societies feel comfortable that it will protect us from the men that want to corrupt it.
I want to add here though, and I don't want to just pick at small things, but I think it's critical that we assess this. If we had fixed term, 5 years.
This could possibly happen.
How would you all have operated for the next 3?
No, this will happen still. It has to
what
be
would have happened?
No. If you have
because in the UK, it's an act of parliament.
But if you have fixed term and the government break, there has to be a mechanism for a breakup of government. Fixed term doesn't change that.
I know.
But what could change is we could change our laws to be like England. When there's a dissolution of parliament, 25 days until election, not 90 days, 25 days. So you don't get all of that stuff that we've been seeing for the past 90 days. That's how you fix. But you can't do it in a piecemeal way. You have to look. You have examples throughout the Commonwealth, in the modern world. You just listen.
Could we stick
I think Rahim wants to make a point. Yes, take a point.
Oh, sorry, Rahim. We can't see you. We can't see you, Rahim.
So you can get forgotten easily.
I understand. But I was making the point as well that's similar to you, that anytime we talk about fixed terms, it doesn't necessarily mean, that there isn't any catering for emergencies, because the emergencies can arise. Emergencies insofar as a vote of no confidence can therefore destabilize the government and there call a fresh election. But I get you in relation to that holistic revolution, essentially. Because one thing that I've realized that it does happen in a very concrete way, which can be part of that holistic change, is that members of the opposition normally are starved of state resources. I mentioned it earlier. But it takes visionary leaders. It takes members of the opposition, when it is that they become government, to say, listen, the things that I've gone through in opposition, I don't want opposition members to be able to go through it in the future. So if it is that in my own term as an opposition MP that I've been starved of state resources, as soon as it is that I'm elected into the government, I need to be able to ensure that there is a proper mechanism in place whereby every single parliamentarian will be able to get the resources on an equitable basis. But because of the partisan nature of the politics, we want to be able to ensure that this candidate that loses by over 2,000 votes get more resources than the elected parliamentarian. So it's a very partisan way of being able to secure for the next 5 years. But I get you in relation to the holistic development, and believe you me, that's really the way that we need to go.
I've listened to everybody, right? And so here's what I think is I can agree with my good friend over here in this pink looking color. I don't know if my eyes are failing me.
Is red.
It's red. Yeah. Anyways, we're not going there.
Everything for him is red right now.
We're not going there today, right? In terms of it cannot be part and parcel, it has to be holistic. Because what you have is a situation where we don't elect democratic governments. We essentially elect our preferred dictator. And I say that because when you look at the powers of the Prime Minister, it is ridiculous. So I, as Prime Minister, am automatically the lead legislator because I'm head of the largest party in Parliament. I'm the head of the government. I have the power to not only be the head of the government, but to dictate who is the head of the state. Bam. I am more than likely given the power to appoint the cabinet. I can appoint almost every single statutory body, almost every single constitutional committee, police service commission, boundaries commission, electoral commission, and I'm just referencing our constitution in Antigua. And so what you're essentially doing, you're giving one person who by genetics and by nature is flawed and corrupt, according to the Bible, this power that is practically unchecked and unlimited. Because the excessive power I have, those who are supposed to check me, I check them. So who holds me accountable? Nobody.
Who checked him?
Huh?
Who checked him?
Moving right along. So then, wait. So then here's what I say. We're using a system that I think anybody can admit was not made for the Caribbean. We're using a political system that was made for a parliament of 650
and
people.
Where people like to resign.
And as 650 people,
but the things we're asking for is to mimic that same place.
And that is the problem. So then what we need to do is create a system specific to us, because let's take the UK versus here, for example. In the UK, you had a party in government with a wide majority saying to the party leader that gave them to the majority, because of how corrupt you are, because of our lack of confidence in your competence as a prime minister, you must go. You don't have a choice. Leave this office and get somebody else to lead this party and this government. In the Caribbean today, let's take Antigua for example. Our parliament has 17 seats. The Labour Party has 15 seats. Never in our lifetime would anybody stand up, particularly the majority of the members of the party, and say, Prime Minister Brown, you are incompetent, you do not deserve to govern. It's not going to happen. So we're using a system that doesn't work for the Caribbean.
But we had that in
your circumstances. Twice. Yeah, but your circumstances.
But then you have to go to election.
We had that.
And that is it. Yes, so we're talking about being able to hold a prime minister to account without having to toss a country to a general election.
It's the men. Because
it is the system.
In both places, in both instances,
it was the government killing itself.
Dr. Douglas could have stepped down and allow somebody else to lead the country, but he had a decision to make. And I believe that Dr. Douglas perhaps was trying to protect the party and the country from what we are seeing today. But in Timothy's case, in Dr. Harris's case as well, he could have done exactly what Boris Johnson did.
Resign?
Yes, he could have done that. It's open to him.
And kill your pride? How dare you?
It's open. But who had more pride than the slippery pig?
Listen,
in the UK.
You all realize that the UK has an unwritten constitution?
It does.
It depends on convention.
Yes, but then convention
and the
is
parties,
still powerful.
And it means when you say, when you say honorable member of parliament for constituency number, it's supposed to mean honorable. It's not supposed to mean stay there no matter who or what you mash up. Honorable is not just a word. It's supposed to be the way a person behaves.
But again, it's a system, because you're talking about this.
No, he's saying it's the men.
I understand, and so that's something. I think this system needs to change, because we don't have parliaments with 650. Let's be honest. You have a situation where in the UK, the maximum amount of persons that you'd have serving in the core cabinet is about 20. You have a Boris Johnson who has a parliamentary party of about 389. So you have 360 other people who are part of the government party but are not actively involved in the day-to-day administration of the government. And so the government, the front bench, can be held to account. Where you have in the Caribbean, a parliament of 15, all 15 win, and all 15 in the cabinet. How is the government going to hold itself to account? It is impossible.
Kamali, I get you. But you say it's the system, and I agree. But equally, Kamali, you can't neglect the fact that it's equally the men as well. Because at the end of the day, as the other colleagues have mentioned, you could really put all the laws in place to be able to quell corruption. But if you have truly corrupt men, they will find a way to be able to bridge the system. And when I reflect really on what has happened in St. Kitts and Nevis, in some respects, I've said that I've seen no major or stark difference between what Dr. Harris did and what Dr. Douglas did before. As a matter of fact, they may very well have been cut from the same cloth when you look at some of their own decisions and processes in relation to how they've dealt a blow to the body politic in relation to democracy. Because you can have that power. The Prime Minister does have that excessive power. But the question is how you utilize that power. Because I don't doubt for a second that many of some of these decisions, of course, even if the Constitution empowered you to do so, there is something really in relation to your own delegation. Of course, you don't delegate it in an unconstitutional way, but there are certain mechanisms that you could take in place as a person that allows you to step behind that power. To be able to stop utilizing that power in an arbitrary manner. Because the truth is, and I've said that, I don't know that the countries in the region are going to engage in a deep constitutional reform process if the referendum and is going to be utilized, because these referendums have never been accompanied with political education. Grenada's one has failed, St. Kitts ones has failed, Antigua in themselves one has failed in relation to the CCG
and Grenada was surprising.
Yeah,
because
the thing is, what we
wait, sorry, Chris,
we
sorry
are
to cut you
young.
off. No, sorry to cut you off. But people are saying that we need to just. You could continue exactly with your thought. Let me just, Yolanda, if I could just run through the results so far for the persons who want to know. In terms
Sure,
of
go right ahead.
constituency number 9, Nevis, currently with many boxes to come, Mark Brantley is leading 469 to the NRP's 374, and the third party, MRM, has 13. In constituency number 10, that has been declared for Eric Evelyn of the CCM, who won 616 to 229. In constituency 11, currently Dr. Janice Daniel is leading 658 to Alexis Jeffers 559, with 5 more boxes to come, and the MRM has 11. In constituency number 1, for St. Kitts, only 3 boxes have been released. Currently, the Labour Party has 451, PAM has 190, and PLP has 174. In constituency number 2, we have no results as yet. In constituency number 3, with 4 boxes remaining, the lead for Labour parties, they have 937, PLP has 360, and PAM has 136. In constituency number 4, Samal Duggins was returned. He received 1,269 votes. PAM received 761 and PLP 293. In constituency number 5, currently, PAM leads 708 to Labour's 577 and PLP's 170, with 4 more boxes to come. In constituency number 6, Labour Party is clearly going to win. They have 945 votes to PLP's 76 to PAM's 33. So I think we could declare that for Dr. Douglas for the 89, 93, 95, 2000, 9th time. You know, off the top of your head. In constituency number 7, with only 2 more boxes to come, the PLP, Dr. Harris, has 1,022. Leon Natta Nelson has 746, and PAM has 130.
Wow.
And in constituency number 8, we haven't received any boxes.
Not
So
even
8 and 2, I can tell you, I was informed reliably from constituency number 2 that the boxes left to go to the central location at 10:30.
Wow.
So it seems like they had a long line.
Yeah.
My father voted in number 2 today at the polling station that went outside the PLP candidate's doorstep, and he was there for 6 hours.
Why?
That's the time it took him in the line.
Yes, that's a New Road box, right? New Road?
It's up, what is it called again? The J, something, named after somebody.
Highway? Like the double
Highway
carriage?
building.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that one was problematic. I heard another one in 2 was
6
problematic.
hours.
6 hours in the line.
But what's the
that's
issue with the efficiency?
Maybe they just had too many persons in that. Yeah, something had to be off.
Something was not working. And the splits, what he was saying is that like he might be in L to Z.
L to Z.
And when he's there, that line has maybe 200 persons, and the other line, let's say from A to K,
5,
doesn't have anybody at times.
Yeah. But wait, I have a question, and this is a bit veering off of the topic. When I was looking through the numbers in terms of how the voters were distributed, I realized that there's some constituencies that are extremely larger than others.
Well,
when is the last time that some of these boundaries have been adjusted? Because number 8
1983.
is extremely huge. Number 6 is
84,
extremely huge as
All you have to do
well.
is check
And Nevis 9.
And Nevis 9 as well. In
That's
terms
a
of
topic
number,
we
are
can
extremely
we
large.
can discuss. But I wanted to make, we can go there, and that's a whole topic in itself.
Sorry,
right?
Krias. Rahim, you were trying to make a point?
I was just telling Kamali, all you need to do is check the court's decision in Mark Brantley versus.
Well, I saw that. No, I'm not ignoring that. I'm cognizant of that, right? But
they mentioned.
But then that case does not negate the fact that there is need for some of the constituencies to be adjusted, because like number 8, for example, is extremely huge.
Politics at hand. I think you're negating the politics at hand. That you're not going to find that realignment of any boundaries because political parties are not willing to be able to reduce their majorities in some very interesting and favorable seats, as opposed to recognizing that if you split the seat, you may very well get 2 candidates as opposed to 1.
Well, in our situation, the former St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party government actually attempted twice, both of them ending in litigation. The first one that was rejected on the basis that the government had set up a body to consult on the boundary changes, and it was felt that body had usurped the authority of the Boundaries Commission, and that there weren't really changes recommended by the commission. And then the other one on a small point of publishing the
public
results,
consultation,
which went all the way to the Privy Council. And then you had the unity government who cracks appeared very early, and because of the popularity of the Labour Party, they weren't going to find common ground on how they change the boundaries.
How they gerrymandered.
Because the Labour Party, because of its popularity, could very well do a systematic change
and
that doesn't affect them
against them.
Right? So it's going to be a point of note as to where this new government will go in reference to that.
It's needed because even for us it is needed as well, because we have, for example, I'm going to share just, and I think maybe two. Well, Antigua is big in terms of land space, and so of course population density also varies. In the western half of the island, it is densely populated. St. John's Parish alone has about 20-something thousand people out of a population of 100,000. You go to a parish like St. Philip's, if 5,000 people live in the parish are plenty, right? And so you have a seat, for example, that is very small, like let's say St. John City West, where the Prime Minister runs, where in order to win, Uncle Gassi might need one comfortable 2,500 votes. Yeah? You go to a St. Philip's North, which is in the absolute eastern end of the island, Atlantic side. You get 600 votes, you're walking to Parliament easy. Mm-hmm. You have some constituencies that are as large as 10,000 voters. Mm-hmm. And so like the last time that changes to boundaries were attempted, really and truly, they were, it was like the boundaries that were drawn by the former party were based on polling divisions essentially. Mm-hmm. And so you had, okay, all of these polling divisions tend to be UPP, and they just clumped them together and redrew the boundaries and cut a constituency in two. And so in cases like that, it was clear to see, okay, yeah, then this cutting doesn't make sense. But then it does not negate the need to do it. And what I find is particularly must be paid attention to in a country like St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua and Barbuda. You have two governments that are doing extensive housing programs. And so you're moving around large sections of the population from one place to the next.
That is exactly why number 8 is that large because
a lot of housing projects
all of the persons from central, in Bastia, that don't have land from constituency 1 and so on,
have moved to number 8.
While I don't want to pause the discussion on the boundaries issue, the point I wanted to make earlier about I think we are a growing democracy on the issue of changing. We must update our systems, our laws. And for the most part, I think sometimes it's the people. But I want to make the point that Robert Bradshaw, Dr. Douglas, and Kennedy Simmons were men of their time. Mm-hmm. I think we've moved past that in our politics. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe somebody might emerge in the next 20, 30 years, perhaps. But I think in the next couple of years and elections, we won't have anybody spending 15 and 20 years as Prime Minister.
Yeah, I don't see that
It's
either.
not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't see it.
There are going to be checks on those individuals. And just like because what it is that, especially in Dr. Harris's case, it's not a party, but you had
the government.
You had members in his government who checked him. Some might argue that they waited too long. Some might argue that, or maybe when the history books are written, Sean Richards might be seen as a hero, right? Maybe he might have saved the country from greater frustration and greater corruption and all of that at his own demise, right? But perhaps he found no other way to get out of this. And to say, Dr. Douglas tried, in my view, Dr. Douglas tried. The country perhaps didn't listen because of the messenger. And of course, it was easy to get away with, you've been there for too long. You've been there for 20 years.
But then part of it is, and this is one of the reasons why I've often been ticklish about two things. Regular changes in terms of heads of government in terms of heads of government, and also term limits. Because my issue with term limits is this. Who am I? Who are you? Who is a constitution to restrict the democratic right of a population to choose who they want to lead? Right? Because let's take, what is his name? Number 6, Dr. Douglas, for example. It was the democratic will of St. Kitts and Nevis to have him serve as Prime Minister for 20 years. It was also the democratic will of St. Kitts and Nevis to remove him from office when they saw fit, right? So who is a constitution to say the person that you prefer, you cannot be allowed to have them because you know what you have, but you never know what you're going to get, yeah? My second thing has always been with this consistent change in terms of head of government. Everybody has a different perspective on government. Everybody has a different management style. What you can end up having is consistent instability. Let's take, for example, not saying that they are an unstable country. So to anybody out there who might get offended, their business that, but I'm not saying that. St. Lucia, for example. St. Lucia, to me, I find is unstable in their politics in terms of there's this constant change. After John Compton died, okay, you have Vaughan Lewis, you have Stevenson King, you have Kenny Anthony, you have Alan Chasney, you have Philip J.P. Like every single election, the government changes. What that does, because what we cannot underscore in our democracy, our democratic leaders are stupid. Like, you will have a party that has spent millions of dollars in a program. Election happens tomorrow. This millions of dollars that has been spent then goes into the drain. Oh, I mean, I like that program. Shut them down.
It's called the laptop program.
Another party comes and does the same thing. If you were to tabulate the amount of programs that have been shut down and restarted and recreated just over 20 years, you look back and say, wait, we've wasted millions, if not billions of dollars just on this constant change and everybody having a different perspective. So for a lot of things that people think are the typical topical things of modern, term limits and we should constantly change prime ministers, it comes with a cost.
Well, I agree with you there because I think that part of why our country is where it is comparatively to other OECS countries is that, one, we had a maximum premier in Robert Bratcher who dominated the political scene for over 30 years, from the 50s to the 70s, right? And then we had Dr. Simmons for 15 years, and then Dr. Douglas for 20 years. And we are where we are. We have made great strides. What some pundits would argue is that on the governance side of things, we haven't gotten it right. But in terms of economic advancement, in terms of the transition from one state of economic activity to the next, we have gotten that right. And we are where we are today,
with you,
right?
100%. That's right.
And so maybe on the governance issues, we are not where we want to be, right?
But we've come a far way.
You have situations like in a.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was just commenting on the term limits issue. I mean, um, I'm neither here or there on that matter, but suffice it to say, I support those who think that there needs to be a regeneration of knowledge and regeneration of ideas, etc., and proper succession planning. Because yes, of course, Kamali mentioned it right that while St. Lucia goes through the every 5 years, and Kamali, I'll tell you as well, that too is the will of the people. But at the same time, we have to be able to look at these things in the context of our democracies are not made for demigods, and it's not for somebody to be able to be elected for life. These positions are not supposed to be like that. And what happens is that when it is that you're so fixated on this one individual, you realize that once that individual has gone, then sometimes the party falls with them. And therefore proper succession planning, of course, proper party management with more than one individual who already operate at the helm. Of course, you're always going to have a leader, but there needs to be a proper succession planning. And I mean, I don't know that we should say that it's not democratic to be able to have fixed terms for a leader. I mean, the America, who is regarded as the greatest democracy in the world, has fixed terms. Yes, some could argue it robbed Barack Obama from a third term, but equally, some might argue that it stopped Donald Trump from possibly ever having a third term again. So
Or George
there are
Bush.
various schools of thought on that particular matter, and I guess you can associate with which one it is. But I don't think that no person should be prime minister for life.
Let me tell you on that point, because
Yeah,
I have to leave because I'll be called home.
That's
The
no
most important statement I've been here a lot longer than you all fellas. I'm over time now. The most important statement that I heard throughout this whole election from my former teacher, who's the next Prime Minister, St. Kitts and Nevis, is that he's going to give it his all for 10 years and walk away, because the role of Prime Minister requires all of you. And he doesn't plan to die as a Prime Minister. He wants to do other things with his life. I've never heard a political nominee, a prospective Prime Minister in our region make any statement like that. And in my personal opinion, it was profound.
I don't want to rain on your parade, and I believe it is profound as well. But I've heard that story before.
Yes. Well, we're not going into whether he's going to do it or not.
I agree.
But the fact that you can actually say it. Have you ever heard it be said?
I mean,
I have.
I have never.
I've heard from your
I still haven't ever heard it.
You didn't hear him say it? He said it on another station.
She will do 2 terms and that would be it. But I think a lot of it as well also comes from the fact that, and I think Peter Wiggum mentioned it in an interview, of the way we treat our prime ministers after it is that they've demitted office. We really get them to the doldrums of history, and really delegate them to the dustbins
That
after
is
they've had an electoral loss. And I think we really need to change that, because albeit that we may differ on philosophical underpinnings, albeit that we may differ on methodological approaches, these individuals have served the country well, and therefore we have to be able to put in place a system whereby these individuals recognize that there is a life after politics, and that the country in and of themselves can recognize the contributions that they've made, and that they don't have to stay there for 30 and 40 and 50 years, and in some instances, like some of our leaders.
I want to challenge that a bit.
Sorry, just before I go, and last thing I'm going to say, I'll give you an example. 2007 World Cup, I was in Barbados. I parked my car, me and my cousin went onto the bus that took us to Kensington Oval to watch the cricket. On the bus, with his hand up, holding the bar, in the middle, jammed up with everyone, was your few days former Prime Minister, St. Lucia's
Stevenson King?
No. Kenny Anthony with his wife. He had just lost the election a couple of days before. We drove up in the bus, and I was thinking to myself, this is a Prime Minister standing up in the middle of this bus with me, a student at the time, going to a cricket match. We pulled up right where the VIPs were pulling up in their driven vehicles to come out. And out comes the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia, out of his limo-driven vehicle, going into the VIP booth. And that is when the moment that what you just said, how we treat former prime ministers once they lose is to just throw them away. We take away all of their privileges, and we should not do that.
We have two stark differences in approach here in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Yes, because it wasn't what's his face made a national hero after Douglas became prime minister.
Many years after.
Well, he was knighted by Dr. Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
He was
a little bit after Douglas went into office. He received the national honor.
But Dr. Douglas was stripped of his security, everything. Mm-hmm. Has had to pay for private security and driver since he lost in 2015. That is still the state of things today.
And it should be.
Two completely different approaches.
Well, in Antigua, the approach is different too, because usually for us, the benefits that you have as prime minister, once you retire and you leave office, you continue with them. Because for Sevilla lived in a house paid for by the state, car, assistance, everything. Celesta got the same treatment. The former prime minister, immediately preceding Prime Minister Brown, was offered it. He actually was the one that told them, I don't want a limousine, I'm fine, I don't need like a secretarial staff or anything, I don't want it, just pay me my parliamentary pension, I'll be fine. So I find maybe it's different in others, but for us, to me, I think our former prime ministers actually live better. When they leave office and they've retired, they're treated well.
Well, we need to have that as a
consistent. Really
I know here the former Labour Party administration actually was putting together a policy on that. Not only prime ministers, but parliamentarians and members of cabinet and all of that. It hadn't been concluded. Probably it might have needed to be legislated, but that was thrown out the door. Dr. Douglas, when he left office, then had to buy his personal vehicle and was refused. Duty free. Yes. Was given great difficulty.
Gentlemen, have a good morning. Janana, it was nice being with you all. I'm
no problem. But I find it so it is just absolutely amazing, because it goes back to, again, why is it that we can't have a system that is fair and balanced for all? Because we all know that power is for a time, and that human limitations are for a time. But then the way that you treat people in your own society speaks a lot. Because even though we may agree on a point of politics or a point of policy or a point of philosophy, it does not mean that as a human I will treat you lesser than. Mm-hmm. And that has always been my thing. Because when I looked at, for example, the treatment that has been meted out to all of our former prime ministers, well, those that I was able to see, I am actually amazed, because my school is actually built next to a house that Sevier lived in up until he died. And so you see that sort of thing. And so for people, for example, like Dr. Douglas, who would have spent 2 decades as prime minister, some level of respect, like just common decency. And even for Dr. Harris, for the 7 years that he spent as prime minister, I think that some level of decency should be given to him and to others that may find themselves in the same situation. Because the reality is, the job of prime minister, whether you occupy the office for a day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 10 years or 50 years, it is a taxing job. Because every single person that comes into your border is automatically your responsibility. And that is a very heavy crown for anybody to handle. So even for Dr. Drew, when his retirement does come about, I hope I'm not driving through New Road and see how he handle, try to catch one bus or beg one ride, because it is just really sad.
Yeah. On the point of the results, we haven't had any for quite some time.
We can't. The counting stopped.
No, the counting is being done over and over and over, because somebody probably doesn't like to hear the results. That's what usually.
So wait, what's happening in number 5
at this time?
Wait, guys, hold on. I think Rahim was saying something here.
I said I know a famous man once who said stop the count. I hope nobody's saying that tonight.
Yeah, well, we have nothing in for number 2.
But in general.
And number 8, the rumor on the ground is that some counting and recounting seems to be going on in number 5.
8? Oh, in number 5.
Number 5?
Nobody's getting any
Oh,
any
yes, I
any-
did.
Is there any truth to that?
A number of reports suggest that's the case.
That is being recounted?
Yeah.
That
the incumbent lost?
That Kenny has lost and is asking for recount?
I don't want to say, but it appears as if that Sean has lost and is asking for a recount. I don't know how credible the reports are, but this is what social media is saying. Some people underground in number 5. But it's close. It's close.
So, that
so don't quote me.
7 seats for Labour. Far cry from
don't quote me.
Going in with 2 and coming out with 7.
But it would speak volumes more to, I guess, the dissatisfaction of the population as to how this election came about. It was really sad. Because one of the things I remember, now my good friend over there, Devon, we have our political conversations all the time, and we just laugh, right? And I remember the day leaving school when I saw the press release, Dr. Harris is going to make a national address. And I called Devon and I said, Devon, I'm going to bet you 2 things. 1, he can fire all of them. And 2, Parliament is going to be dissolved. And him being the optimist that he is, Devon said, no, he's probably going to come and say they've reconciled because they've been to the Lord and the Lord has shown them the answer. Give him praise in the House. But I've instructed the Governor General to remove BAM from the cabinet. I said, okay, I'm send you a message. Okay, I'm going to get 1 out of 2. I've additionally instructed the Governor General to dissolve Parliament. And I said, I get 2 out of 2. The reality of the situation is this result, it's not only, I don't think it's necessarily only rejection of unity. It is the population saying, if you make us a promise, if you tell us this is what you're going to give us for 5 years, do it. Because at the end of the day, when I now have to respond to what you have done, I will speak clearly and I will speak with no water in my mouth. And what the population is saying, what the electorate is saying, I bought into your idea of unity. You killed my idea of unity, so I'm going to kill your possibility of government.
Kamali, I must admit, yes, I was a bit, I was shocked.
You were?
I was shocked. Even though I had an idea that this may have happened, I was shocked. I didn't see the Prime Minister dismissing all 6 parliamentarians at the same time. Unprecedented, never before done.
Why was that so shocking? They made it abundantly clear.
They were not going to return to cabinet.
That we are not going to reconcile unless you give us what we want. And he made it clear that I am not giving you what you want. Then they filed a motion of no confidence. You thought they was going to take it back?
But then
legislated that the motion has to be heard in a certain number of days. So there was absolutely nothing else the Prime Minister could have done but to fire them and go back to the polls. Right. He wasn't going to let them throw him out with the motion of no confidence because he's outnumbered in Parliament.
Right.
So he was willing to take it to the people because there was, his 6 members who didn't want him. Plus, we know the opposition benches don't want him. So he was going to be tossed out if he let the motion be heard. There was not a choice.
I want to add this. I remember when Team Unity fell apart, people were saying it is Harris' fault, PLP. Well, Harris, PLP fault. Harris' fault, PLP fault. And I remember sitting here on several occasions saying, no, if Team Unity mash up and broke up, it is PLP, PAM, and CCM. All of them were part of it.
Equally.
All of them were
because
part
to
of
some
it.
extent too, even when I read the letter, I kind of found the letter unreasonable.
There were options given, and we talk about examples elsewhere, right? Boris Johnson faced an internal motion of no confidence that is in his party.
And really won.
And he won. And then apparently those who were in his government,
the top brass,
right, felt that they weren't comfortable with that decision. And so they took personal actions to resign from his cabinet
to ensure that he had no choice.
Some people thought that is what these guys should have done. They should have resigned from his cabinet, right? That Sean and Brantley and they should have resigned from Dr. Harris's cabinet, right? Because if you resign to the point where even without a motion of no confidence, really Dr. Harris only could have gone until the end of the year or sometime
because
next year.
the budget debate would have blocked the continuance of the government.
Yes, and he couldn't legislate.
But then look at it from another way, because my mind is now looking at it from a legal standpoint. If all of them, well wait, then again, there's kind of rejected. But anyways, I'm catching your thought process, because I think in this whole situation, and that's why I kind of find it sad that unity has ended. All roads end in one particular way. Dr. Harris was placed in a corner where there was no alternative. Literally. He was placed in a corner where this is the only option, to dissolve parliament and give it back to the population. Because you have a government. Now, you are cognizant, I only have 2 seats. Yes, I have the loyalty of the others, but those are senators, of course. So their legislative and parliamentary power is practically none. And so you have a situation where you have placed a prime minister in a situation where he has no other option. He has no other option.
I mean, Kamali, he has an option. He had the other option of resigning.
He had that option,
but then him resigning would have done what exactly? Because if he left as prime minister,
but what is Boris Johnson resigning doing? We can't just take some examples.
Yeah, but then more than likely somebody competent is going to succeed Boris Johnson.
Exactly.
And you're saying that there is nobody competent. Well, I'm happy.
Okay,
I'm happy.
Look, no. Let me talk truth. Yeah. So now let's all be Captain Hindsight and change the narrative of history. After the letter and the internal confusion, Dr. Harris says, I'm going to step down from my capacity as Prime Minister.
Yes.
Unity is placed in a position to elect somebody who will then continue to serve as Prime Minister. Who the hell in that coalition you would have confidence
They could have asked Dr. Douglas.
No. Outside people.
They could have asked Jeffrey Hadley. They could have asked Dr. Hadley.
No. We're talking about people in the coalition. Within that coalition, who could they have picked to continue to run a team unity government?
Guys, if I could stick up in here, we'll take a short break to catch ourselves. I am really tired. We'll take a short break to catch ourselves, and we'll just stand by and wait for some more results. And when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. It is 2:21 a.m., Saturday, August 6, 2022. This is the Election Watch here at WinFM 98.9. I am one of your moderators, Devon Cornelius. We had earlier Yudana Weeks, and our panelists here, Desil Hamilton, Kamali Mannix, Krios Shriman, Garth Wilkin. Earlier we had Tawana Wigley, Azad Gomes. Did I miss anyone? I don't think I missed anyone.
Rahim.
Rahim Fergus. Augustine Joseph. Sorry. Really tired. So we'll take a short break to catch ourselves and stand by for the results. When we come back, we'll keep the conversation going, bring to you very interesting and intriguing conversations and perspectives from the different panelists, and of course the real-time updates. Let's take this short break and we'll be right back.
St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 228 votes. John D. Jeffers of the United Lamiguan Party received no vote, and John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 61 votes. That's 6-1. At polling division 2A, Skelec building, there were 416 voters registered. The number of votes cast was 211. There was one rejected ballot. There was no spoilt ballot. Nubian Grill of the People's Labour Party received 37 votes. That's 3-7. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 135 votes. That's 135. John Jeffers of the United Lamiguan Party received no vote. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 38 votes. And in St. Christopher 6, polling division 3B, where there were 329 voters registered, 242 votes were validly cast, no rejects and no spoils. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 215 votes. That's 215. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 13 votes. That's 1-3. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 13 votes. That's 1-3. In Dieppe Bay Primary School, polling division 4, there were 427 voters registered. 277 valid votes were cast. There was 1 rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 197 votes. That's 197. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 6 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 73 votes. That's 7-3. At the Parsons Community Center, polling division 5, there were 332 voters registered. 244 valid votes were cast. There was 1 rejected ballot, 1 spoiled ballot. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 186 votes. That's 186. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 12 votes. That's 1-2. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. In Sadler's Primary School, polling division 6, where 493 persons were registered, 309 votes were validly cast. 1 was rejected, 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 216 votes. That's 216. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 21 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 71 votes. That's 7-1. Finally, at Sadler's Primary School again, polling division 7, where there were 360 voters registered, 213 votes were validly cast. None rejected, 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 167 votes. That's 167. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 13 votes. That's 1-3. Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes. That's 3-2. Summary, therefore, in St. Paul's, number 6, constituency number 6, where there were 3,467 registered voters, 2,339 votes were validly cast. That's 2,339. 3 were rejected, 5 were spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,926 votes. That's 1926. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 3 votes. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 98 votes. That's 98. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 309 votes. That's 309. Therefore, I can declare that the Honorable Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been returned at the polls. In Tabernacle, polling division 8A at the Violet O. Petty School, where 412 voters were registered, 238 votes were validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots and no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of People's Action Movement received 28 votes. That's 28. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 124 votes. 124. Leon Natta Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 84 votes. That's 8-4. And in polling division 8B, again at the Violet O. Petty School, there were 315 registered voters. 212 ballots were validly cast, 212. 1 was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of People's Action Movement received 18 votes, 1-8. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 120 votes, that's 120. Leon Natta Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 73 votes, that's 7-3 votes. In summary, therefore, for constituency number 7, there were 3,846 registered voters. 2,358 votes were validly cast. 12 were rejected. 3 were spoiled. Lincoln David Pell of of the People's Action Movement received 176 votes, that's 176. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 1,266, that's 1266. Leon Natta Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 903 votes. Therefore, I can declare that the winner of St. Christopher 7, Dr. Timothy Harris, has been returned at the polls. We shall be right back with some more information. But over now to Master Control.
All right, it is 2:47 a.m. here in the studios of 1FM 98.9. It's Saturday, August 6, 2022. We are still standing by for results from the different constituencies. We're waiting for number 8. That is constituency number 8, Dr. Terence Drew. Yes, the largest constituency. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. We have Andrew Talbot of the People's Labour Party and Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement. So we're still waiting for results from that constituency. We are standing by and we're hoping to hear from the supervisor of elections very soon as to what the status or the update is in that constituency. We will continue the discussion very shortly, and we trust that you guys have been enjoying the panel this evening. A number of different views and perspectives. Everybody were able to give their view. Labour, PAM, CCM, NRP, everybody, and a little bit of something. PLP, a little bit of something. So very, very interesting. The results are very interesting. But I think it is safe to say that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, there has been a clean sweep. Based on the results we have some results coming in right now.
Good morning, and we are back with some additional figures. This time we are releasing information on constituency number 8. At the Keon Daycare Center, polling division 1A, where there were 386 voters registered and 240 votes were validly cast. There was one rejected ballot, no spoiled ballots. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 43 votes, that's 4-3. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 121 votes, that's 1-2-1. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 74 votes, that's 7-4. Again at the Keon Daycare Center, polling station 1B, where 370 voters were registered, there were 221 votes validly cast. There was one rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 50 votes, 5-0. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 92 votes, that's 9-2. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 78 votes, that's 7-8 votes. At the Church of God, in polling division number 2A, 484 voters were registered. 295 votes were validly cast. There was one rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 52 votes, 5-2 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 128 votes, 1-8. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 114 votes. And in polling station 2B at the Redeemed Baptist Church, where there were 475 registered voters, there were 251 votes validly cast. 3 were rejected. There were no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 53 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 111. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. At Keon Primary, polling division 4A, there were 454 voters registered. 295 votes were validly cast, 3 of which were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 47 votes. That's 47. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 160 votes. That's 160. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 85 votes. In constituency number 9, Charlestown and St. John's, at the Ivor Walters Primary School, polling division 3C, where there were 365 voters registered, there were 163 votes validly cast. 1 was rejected, none were spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 85 votes. That's 85. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 74 votes. That's 74. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. At the Cicely Brown Integrated School, polling station 3D, where there were 311 voters registered, there were 161 votes validly cast. 2 were rejected, there were no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes, 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes, 9-1. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. At the Education Department, Marion Heights, polling division 4A, 307 voters were registered, that's 307. 141 votes were validly cast. 2 were rejected. None were spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 66 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 69 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. Again, at the Education Department, Marion Heights, Station 4B, where there were 312 voters registered, 144 valid votes were cast. 1 was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 44 votes. That's 4-4. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 95 votes, 9-5. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And at 4C at the Pentecostal Church, United Pentecostal Church, where there were 384 voters registered, 174 valid votes were cast. 1 was rejected, no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes, 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 106 votes, 106. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. And at 5A at the Alberta Payne Center in Bath Village, where 414 voters were registered, 209 votes were validly cast. 5 were rejected. There were no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 81 votes, 8-1. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 119 votes, 119. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And in constituency number 11, Nevis, VOJN 4B, where there were 419 voters registered, 207 votes were validly cast, 1 of which was rejected. There were 4 spoiled ballots. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 78 votes, 7-8. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 124 votes, that's 1-4. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. At the Trinity Methodist Hall, where there were 422 voters registered, that's polling division number 5, 243 votes were cast. 2 were rejected, 2 were spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 137 votes, that's 137. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement, that's Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 104 votes, that's 104. There were no votes cast for Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement. At the Franklin Brown Community Center, polling division 6, there were 405 voters registered. 184 cast their votes validly. No rejects, no spoils. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 70 votes, 7-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes, that's 108. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 6 votes. At the Church of God, Brooklyn, where 421 voters were registered, 247 votes were validly cast, none rejected, no spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 90 votes, 9-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of Concerned Citizens Movement received 157 votes, 157. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement did not receive a vote. Finally, in polling station 7B at Butler's Community Center, where 415 voters were registered, 203 votes were cast. There were 2 rejected and 5 spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 80 votes, 8-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 120 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Therefore, in summary, for constituency number 11, there were 2,317 votes validly cast. There were 12 rejected ballots. There were 21 spoiled ballots. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 1,113 votes, 1113. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 1,172 votes, 1172. And Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 22 votes. Therefore, I can declare that Alexis Jeffers Quayle has been returned at the polls for the representative for Nevis 11. That's all for now. We will be right back with some updates, but over now to Master Control.
All right, welcome back to the Election Watch here on WinFM 98.9. It is 3:01 a.m. That was just the Nevis 11 constituency. Very interesting results. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement has been returned as the Member of Parliament for that constituency. Alexis Jeffers received 1,172 votes. Janice Daniel Hodge received 1,113. Alexis Jeffers won that seat by 59 votes. 59 votes. It was a close run. It was a close run. I want to hear from my panelists, your take on that, and the other constituencies as well, especially number 8, where you saw in Keon, Dr. Drew got Dr. Drew took out Pam in Keon.
Yeah,
I've never seen that before.
That's his,
Wow.
and that is supposedly the PAM stronghold, Keon and those areas. And I was trying to tell, our PAM friends earlier this evening, if you have been paying attention to Dr. Drew over the last 2 elections, he has been increasing his margins. He's lost, but he has been increasing his margins. And we can see the general consensus. People have been, disenchanted with the PAM and the unity construct. So even though they've gotten out some voters, they've lost people, even though they might not have voted on the other side, they just didn't go to vote. So that cost them these boxes. And if their strongholds, as we've been seeing earlier in the night, if their stronghold boxes have been going down so early into this game, then we can basically, pull the seat for the Labour candidate.
But
so finally we're going to have the Prime Minister we deserve.
Look back at it from even 2020. In 2020, you also saw a trend where, because Eugene is one of the unity construct. Let's look back at Team Unity. Eugene was one of the more senior members, having been a member of Parliament for some significant amount of time. But then what you saw, that even though he was a part of Unity, which was significantly popular in 2020, he was one of the individuals that came extremely close to essentially losing.
And he lost steam between 2015 and 2020. He lost.
His popularity almost collapsed.
I think it was
more
than 100 votes.
And so now the thing about it is, okay, so maybe he would have passed the mark in 2020 because, familiarity. And so one of the things I told my friends, politics has a lot to do with familiar. The name that I know the most is probably the name that I more than like put my ex next to, right? No, I am accustomed to Dr. Drew. Might not be accustomed. Well, I'm accustomed to Talbot, but circumstances considered. I am accustomed to what's his name?
Who? Which one?
The other guy.
Chesley Hamilton.
So you're not accustomed to him.
I am. Might be accustomed to him from way back in the whenever and whosoever when he run. But, in terms of his relevance from a political standpoint, has all but disappeared. And so, it is a tricky situation.
But who is accustomed to him, though?
And that's the point. And so for me, this result isn't shocking. I literally told my friends when I was coming here, the only way I see number 8 going is for Labour, because of all the familiar faces. And, of course, Dr. Drew having been working in that constituency for ever and the day. It's like the rewards of your work are now paying off, because one of the things that, as I think it was you mentioned it, locality is of course a factor, but also the amount of work that you do in a constituency speaks for you.
I want us to look at the actual numbers coming out of each box. So Dr. Drew, coming out of 1A Keon, Dr. Drew got 121 tonight. Back in 2020, he got 76. Chesley has 74 tonight. Back in 2020, he got got 147. So that's almost half of the PAM vote gone. Even if you add the PLP vote, the 43 that went to Andrew Talbot Bass, to the PAM numbers, you don't get the same kind of support going to the unity side of the equation. We're looking at 1B. Dr. Drew got 60 back in 2020, 92 this time. PAM got 165. They're down to 78. 2A, they got 114 compared to 212 in 2020. Dr. Drew got 74 and he's up to 128. The man is just, the momentum is there for Dr. Drew, and it's always been there. And I think Pam took Dr. Drew's momentum for granted. They took his momentum for granted seriously, and they just decided that number 8 is a Pam seat, so we'll just put someone who is familiar with Pam and we are going to win that seat. It was an unfortunate mistake for them that they did that, because as we can see here, Dr. Drew has been steamrolling their strongest areas of support. Earlier, I know some of our friends that were here before saying they're expecting Talbot to pull some of the Labour vote in the St.
I think he
Peter's
more pull on Pam.
area. But as we've seen again for the entire night, Pam has been the one that's been losing votes consistently. Labour ain't losing nothing.
But then here's the thing, and so then it posits a question. Is it that the future of opposition in this country is PLP or PAM?
Well, I think Pam maybe can come back with some rebranding if they work on their candidates, maybe get a couple of fresh new faces, try to speak to their constituents and find out what they really, really want, and not just give them something and tell them, okay, well, this is the best that we have for you. Listen to the changes that the people want to see inside of the party. I mean, you look at Labour and how, they rebuilt and how they made it, a very public process. They invited people to be a part of that process, to be heard. You see how, they included, the young people and stuff like that. And again, you have all of the challenges and issues that persons had with the unity government, coming off of the pandemic and all of these things. So there was so much going against Pam going into the elections for them to just take someone and just put them in as a candidate and expect that, hey, people are going to just go out and vote and support them. It doesn't work that way.
So, guys, I'm looking here at the seats. So, Labour, we haven't received any other results from number one, right?
No.
Okay, but I think we could call number one. So, if you look at it, Labour has taken 6 seats
already.
Yes, basically.
Yeah. So
it's going to be 6-1-1. I'm told that what we were hearing in number 5 is not actually so.
So Pam gets number 5.
Yes.
Pam gets number 5.
Kenny,
all right.
Kenny lost by about 200.
Wow. That is not bad,
I mean,
but thank you for clarifying that. But so 1, 2, constituencies 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8. Those are the constituencies that we give to the St. Stephen's Labour Party.
But do you know what is so
I want to, before you continue, I want to congratulate the St. Stephen's Labour Party. I think what has taken place here is a serious shift in the landscape, in the political landscape here in St. Kitts and Nevis, where people, while it appears as if there was a low voter turnout, those who went out to vote made their voice, made it clear that they wanted to return to the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party, and we saw that with the breakup of Team Unity. We know, and anybody could have realized that would have been at an advantage to the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party.
Can you lock off the Wi-Fi, please? Because there's a list on Facebook and it's annoying me. Flo, if any managers are...
I want to really congratulate them. I think they have done well. Samal has really shocked a lot of people, going into number 4 and winning it by 500 votes strong. That's really good. That's
so now here's my question, because I want to play devil's advocate. What do you see the cabinet looking like? Take into account the individuals that have won and considering some of the individuals that might be appointed as senators to the National Assembly. How do you see Dr. Drew constructing his cabinet?
Before I go there, though, I want to know if, because we can call 6 seats for Labour. Before we go there, I want to know if Labour is going to have that 6 seats, or if they're going to invite the CCM into their cabinet.
I wouldn't advise them
to have 9. But then I mean, this is politics. One of the major issues on the federal front is fair share. And I think Labour has addressed it to some extent, saying that they're willing to have a conversation about it and keep whatever support that's happening going over to Nevis. I don't think as PLP tried to paint the image of back to Douglas Labour when nothing used to happen and all them kind of things. We are going back to that, but it would be good for them to come over and sit down and have a conversation and see what can maybe happen. I don't think anybody really wants to be on the opposition benches, but with the 6 seats, Labour has enough to farm the government regardless of anything. So
the only coalition that has worked in St. Kitts and Nevis is Labour and NRP. There was no public spat. There was no.
It just functioned.
Right. I don't think that Patrice ever felt disrespected. I don't think he was underutilized or anything like that. With that said, of course, it is Dr. Joe's decision to make. He's the leader of the party. He will become prime minister. Him and his colleagues will have to decide on their terms of engagement with any other party. My personal view is that Nevis should always be on the government side. That is my personal view.
I believe so.
In what respect? In terms of having a voice in the government or being a part of the government itself?
There should be a part of the federal government. I just believe
you don't have to give. They can sit on the government side in parliament. That can happen, or one or maybe two persons can have ministerial portfolios. There's a range of options. There are a range of ministries that have to be looked after, and it allows for a party with 6 seats to be able to spread the work.
But then the party that is dominating Nevis. Need I continue the sentence?
The party that is down. Well, the Nevisian people
and the history of their involvement in coalitions. Not very positive.
Well, it's who
Dr. Drew, if you take advice from this foreigner, don't do it.
It's who they've decided to go
if
into.
Them come to you, run.
I'm not. Listen.
Government headquarters.
Listen, Kamali. I mean,
bar it down.
You are.
No, listen to Desi later.
You listen. I'm a federation man. I believe.
I'm not against federation.
That we are at a point in our history where we need to stop encouraging separation of St. Kitts and Nevis, especially on a federation level. There should be. I mean, there should be some level of cooperation. There has to be some level of cooperation. I ain't want nobody. I can't deal with another 2-3 cycles of fair share. We ain't getting with fair share. I do not want it. I was born in JNF. I spent quite a bit of my childhood in St. Kitts, but I migrated to Nevis, and I've grown into basically a Nevisian. I call myself a Kitty Nevisian by heart because I just have love for my country. So I really I'm disappointed when it seems like we're sowing seeds of discord, while right now the party construct mightn't be conducive to that relationship. Then SKNLP needs to start running some candidates over there. Like, let's get something so that, when we're moving as one band, one sound, and it's not this back and forth, side to side, running up and down kind of thing, wondering who gonna collude with who gonna mash up the next unity. Like, I can't deal with this again 3 years down the line. It's too much.
To me,
it is way too much.
So for me, I hear you, and particularly, of course, I understand your condition coming from a Twin Island state as well. Of course, our political situation is different because Barbuda is only 1 seat. So in the grand scheme of things, from a political standpoint, from a forming a government standpoint, from a forming a cabinet standpoint, Barbuda is usually not even cared about really and truly in the grand scheme of things. Because if you win 9 in Antigua, which is very much possible, you don't have to think about Barbuda is a non-factor. Really and truly, let's just be frank.
But in Barbuda,
I'm gonna done when you go on your nationalist right, I'm gonna stop you. Okay. So on the grand scheme of things, for me, it's kind of irrelevant. So I understand that you must have cooperation in terms of everybody must come together to build St. Kitts and Nevis. So the next time Kamali comes and takes his vacation, I can enjoy it. Because I stamp my passport enough times. Then, even if you get a Kittitian passport, no, that's another conversation for another day. Right? For me, No, put them in the government. They can sit on the government bench. They can sit on the government side. You can have even an agreement of, well, you really need confidence. Just them being able to work along with you. But having them in the cabinet, no. No. The door, run. If they come to government headquarters, lock the door, bar them down. No.
Well, the other issue is that from what I observed, when NRP and both CCM held office at the local level in Nevis, Dr. Douglas engaged the premiers. He engaged. There were periods that you had joint cabinet meetings and that sort of thing. I don't know to what extent that operated with unity while they were sitting in the same federal cabinet. So. And it's CCM who is in office in the Island Assembly, so it might not have been necessary, right? But there was always some level of cooperation between the federal government and the Nevis Island administration, and I think it's necessary. I think that all that Dr. Harris did on a daily basis became public knowledge. Did for Nevis, because that is how unity operated. Everything had to be grand and publicized. But there was a working relationship between the NRP-led NIA and
that's why I was kind of hoping that Janice would win, because I think Janice would make a good compliment.
Yeah, I would like to see her,
being in the cabinet with Dr. Joe. I think should have made an amazing compliment to the whole operations of the cabinet.
She has some incredible qualifications behind her, as someone working in the environmental sciences and stuff like that. She did some great work in I think it was BVI, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the BVI. USVI. Which one?
The Virgin Islands.
Virgin Islands?
USVI.
Yeah,
the Virgin Islands.
In the USVI, she did some great work there. And so, having somebody like that, and I know for their campaign, I mean, I have some comments on the NRP campaign side, but I know that she spoke a lot towards like sustainable development and, marine diversity and biodiversity and all of these different things and protect climate change and all of these kind of things. Like, these were a lot of the things that she spoke about, and these are things that we need to be focusing on as small island developing states. So, there's some expertise that she has that, could have been some real benefit to the government benches. So it's unfortunate to see, her lose that position, and from my opinionated perspective. But again, I think it's due to the fact that NRP hasn't really recovered yet from the restructuring process that they kind of had to start going through after the fallout with the election scandal and everything that they had a couple of years ago with the voters lists and all of those things, when CCM really took some steam and some traction and stuff like that, and then they lost very heavily in the last Nevis local elections 4-1, and then being dealt the blow of all three in 2020. So it was really, I think, and then they were kind of caught off guard per se
in
for
this election.
This federal election.
That's why I think her performance is still exceptional.
Yeah, they were preparing
more looking at the
for
local elections
they were preparing for the local
federal elections
than the federal election. So I mean, she's done. She's done well, and I'd like to congratulate her for it. I'd also like to congratulate Alexis Jeffers, for retaining his seat in government, so we can, well, not in government, in parliament, so we can look forward to, what we will hear from him, whether it's seemingly on the opposition benches, and
but this is not what I'm thinking. Usually what you tend to find when you have federal elections tend to give you the mood of the people. I'm speaking to Nevis in particular. So the fact that oh my God, I keep calling her Janice. I really want to refer to her last name. Daniel Hodge is this close to Alexis Jeffers in the polls, and really a lot of the candidates are very close to their CCM counterparts. I am patiently waiting to see what the local elections will hold. Because if this is the trend for the federal elections, it means that if NRP is able to work on whatever, difficulties and niceties and fancies are going on in terms of the whole internal structure and campaign mechanisms, it means that once they fix those things, when are scheduled to have local elections?
Local elections is due, I think, by March next year. Mm-hmm.
Then when local elections come around, you might well have a Nevis Island Assembly that has less CCM and more.
Might end up 3-2.
Yeah, they might shift a bit to looking more, balanced.
But maybe one could make the argument that CCM has seen the error of their ways and that they will polish up for March.
Well, they have to, and looking at it now, hopefully by the time they dissolve Parliament in Nevis, they announce the election date and all of these things. Huh?
Why is it 5?
Where's what 5? Nevis? You mean in the local?
The NIA.
There are 5 parishes.
5.
Well, so
five
one
parishes,
person
5
essentially reflects a parish.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are all of them equal in number?
No, there's no equal in number. No,
so it's just your elected to represent.
Well, yeah, something like that.
Oh God, the Westminster system. Our
constituencies need so much work. Just in case any of the the parliamentary representatives are listening out there, I don't mind being on a boundaries commission since nobody else wanted to work.
Don't pay him.
I ain't got pay me. Just meetings, we'll go in and we'll sit down and we'll get this thing fixed.
Figure it out.
We really need to be working on this, because I mean we can see the even right now in number 8, I mean some of those votes gonna be helping in maybe number 1 for Natasha or number 7 for whoever else the other constituents be, but everybody is just so bunched up in these areas. And maybe split them up or something. But
then why not break up Otleys and Keys and put them together and form one constituency?
Otleys and Keys in the center of 7 and 8. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. But
Otleys 2 Keys is Keon is in that.
In the center.
Yeah, is in the center of that. So what you'll get,
it cuts down number 8.
Well, that is partly what was proposed in 2 iterations
2014, just before 2015 elections.
by the former Labour administration. So there would have been 2 constituencies made out of number 8. Because it's I think 7,000.
7,000.
But it's not the so much the number of registered voters, but what the Constitution speaks to is
population density,
the inhabitants.
Because I think we have a similar problem, because one of the larger constituencies, both in geography and number, is St. John's Rural East, which is the constituency of Celeste Bird. And Rural East it's one constituency and different in every way possible. The northern half of the constituency, middle to upper class, extremely large houses, people with heavy money. Southern part of the constituency, the other end of the stick. Northern part of the constituency, kind of sparsely populated to some extent. Southern part of the constituency, densely populated. And that constituency is large enough in terms of number, you can literally split it in 2. And so and then it's right next to St. George's constituency, which of all the constituencies has about 10,000 voters. And so the plan of the former government was to cut Rural East and St. George's where they meet and create a circle in the center to kind of take the burden off of both, and then amalgamate some other constituency and make it one. And so the idea of taking 2 constituencies and putting it into one is, I think, what triggered Labour to go to court and all that crap.
And a circle in that's kind of complicated.
Because it would have cut up the map in an interesting way, but then that's what kind of created the conflict. But I think boundaries are something that need to be just, because technically every 10 years we have a census. And every 10 years a census should reflect to you how the population settlement of your country has gone.
This is going to be a serious opportunity for the new government, in that I think we're in the midst of a census. So
no, they have the perfect chance to change the boundaries.
Months,
and then, how long has this census been going on, though? Didn't it start in 2021?
No.
COVID?
No.
COVID stopped it?
Just a few months ago.
Just a few months ago.
Yeah.
How long does the census take?
Listen, I'm so glad you guys brought up the census thing, because we take statistics for granted here. We
in the Caribbean, it's a general thing.
I mean, it's always so hard to get information on anything. I mean, and I believe Labour did some talking about, doing some stuff in the civil service and digitizing one or two things here and there. So these are some things to look forward to and really hold them accountable to.
Well, one of the things that the new member for number 3 campaigned on.
Is he really new though?
And
yes,
I would say returning member for number 2.
Yes.
He's
new to government
for number 3.
Yes.
He was in opposition, so new to government.
He's a computer/software engineer, so I think that is one of the platforms that
yes,
he sold.
but going back to the question, I think, and the response I would give to that is, digitizing is an easy road out, right? And it's good. We need to modernize and have the information at the click of your finger. But what I have found is that the person with the information have to want to give you the information.
Freedom of the
right. Because I can sit here and tell you numerous stories about information I requested. Regional institutions wrote to government officials here in St. Kitts and Nevis, asking for specific information. And this is not information that you would think would make anybody look bad. Mm-hmm. This is information. This is public information.
Should be public information.
No. This is public information, right? And the response I got was something that everybody would tell you would irritate them. Right. So digitizing is good, and I think that's where all our information needs to go. Because the statistics department, for example, has a website, right? Is it the best? No, not all the information is up there. But I know that if you request information from them, they will present it to you, right? But they have to want to give you that information, and freedom of information is something that's totally lacking in St. Kitts and Nevis.
I want to, not to cut you off, but my last intervention, I really have to run. I have a long journey back to rural St. Kitts. I might drive the next way around to get the complete look at what's happening.
At Labour Land?
You have any red shirts? Extra red shirts? We need more red shirts.
No, I have mine in my bag.
Hear the story now, Jesus.
I came prepared,
Hear the story.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to head out, but it was a pleasure being here. I think that the chronic problem that election results face in St. Kitts is continuing. Mm-hmm. We are at 3:30 in the morning. Ugh. I think we have a clue of where things are, but we do not have official information to confirm exactly what the position is, and something really has to be done about that. In my view, it's a simple fix. It's that I think the issue is that only the returning officer is empowered to count. Mm-hmm. And so he must count box after box after box, as opposed to having 7-8 boxes being counted at the same time.
Under the supervision of the returning officer.
Yes, so the longest it would take is the time it would take for the longest box to be counted. Right? It's a simple change. Would need some legal changes, but in larger countries, in larger democracies, we get the vote, we get the results by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. You know who is the winner and who is not the winner. Hopefully that can change the next time around. We have going to have a young new prime minister, and so maybe that is something that should be considered. So it was good to be here. I think I came a happy man to the show, and I'm leaving a happier individual.
As I was saying leading up, before you go, Krias, as I was saying leading up to the election, you know that song, "This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it." I said, this is the day that the Lord hath made, but some won't rejoice. And that's the harsh reality.
Glad in it.
And that's the harsh reality of elections. Some won't rejoice and some will.
Well, it's about the majority, isn't it?
Yes.
That's how democracy
and
works.
Make it as comfortable as possible for the minority, and not that they are ostracized.
Yes.
So am I hearing that Monday's a holiday? Nothing official, but is it a holiday? I'm just asking for the curious ones out there.
Maybe Saturday is a holiday or Sunday.
No, we want those people who work Mondays and Thursday and Monday through Friday.
Well, that will be up to the new Prime Minister.
The Right Honourable
instructing the Governor General accordingly. So we'll have to wait and see. Happy to be here with you, and I'm signing out. I'm going to the countryside.
Is WinFM going to get one of those nice like green screens so we could do like, you know, Wolf Blitz and pull up the different things for the next time?
I have no idea.
No, or we just fly Steve Kornacki in. The guy with the magic fingers and the whiteboard.
Desil, Devon say you can sponsor it.
Wait, from where? You hear me asking to be on
the board?
On the board.
For free.
For free.
For money. I don't know nonsense this. People arguing for free work.
Well, I guess we can say we had the National Assembly elections of St. Kitts and Nevis yesterday. We are into a new day, and we are still awaiting the results of several boxes. I think we are supposed to be getting results from Nevis 9, some more from Nevis 9,
8.
More from Nevis 10 is already declared. Okay, so just Nevis 9, and then we have St. Christopher 1, St. Christopher 2, more from St. Christopher 3.
And 8.
Yes, and 8. Right, so we're going to take a break right now, refresh, have some coffee, have some water, have something, and we'll be right back.
Good morning once again. We are back with more results, this time from St. Christopher 1, Polling Division 2C, which was at the Warner Park, where there were 407 voters registered. 253 votes were validly cast. 2 were rejected. There were no spoils. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 37 votes. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 49 votes. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 165 votes. Moving on to the Kim Collins Stadium, polling division 3A, that's 3A, where there were 534 voters assigned. 331 cast their ballots, validly cast their ballots. 3 were rejected. There were no spoils. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 56 votes, that's 5-6. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 31 votes, that's 3-1. And Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 241 votes, that's 2-4-1. Kim Collins Stadium, 3B, where there were 460 voters assigned. 238 votes were validly cast, no rejects, no spoils. Jacqueline Bryant of the People's Labour Party received 52 votes, that's 5-2 votes. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 49 votes, that's 4-9. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 137 votes, that's 1-3-7. And again, at the polling station 3C and Kim Collins Stadium, 420 voters were assigned. 202 cast their ballots, 1 was rejected, there was no spoiled. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 29 votes, 2-9. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 46 votes, that's 4-6 votes. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 126 votes. That's 1-2-6. In West Bastia constituency number 3, polling division 4B, where there were 517 voters assigned, 346 voters cast their votes. 3 were rejected, there were no spoiled. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 80 votes, that's 8-0. Kervin Freeman of People's Action Movement received 41 votes, that's 4-1. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 222 votes, that's 2-2-2. In polling division located at NEMA 5A, there were 633 voters assigned. 374 cast valid ballots, 374. 1 was rejected, no spoils. Akila Byron Nisbet received 93 votes, that's 9-3. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 49 votes, that's 4-9. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 231 votes, that's 2-3-1. And in polling station 5B at NEMA, where 642 voters were assigned, 367 votes were cast. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoil. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 74 votes, that's 7-4. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 51 votes, that's 5-1. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 240 votes, that's 2-4-0. Polling Division 6A at the Bronte Welsh School, 423 voters were assigned. 290 voters cast their ballots validly, 5 were rejected, there were no spoils. Akila Byron Nisbet received 93 votes, that's 9-3. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 37 votes, that's 3-7. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 155 votes, 1-5-5. And in polling division 6B, where 442 voters were assigned, 312 cast their ballots. 1 was rejected, there was no spoil. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 100 votes, that's 100. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 27 votes, 27. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 184 votes, that's 184 votes. Therefore, in summary, constituency number 3 had 4,429 voters, 2,788 votes were cast, 2,788. 21 were rejected. There were no spoils. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 720 votes. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 300 votes. That's 300. And Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,747 votes. 1747. Therefore, Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been returned at the polls for constituency number 3. And we also have a final result for St. Christopher 5, Sandy Point. Polling Division 4, Emmanuel Methodist Church Hall, where 378 voters were assigned. 241 votes were cast, 241. 1 was rejected, there was no spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 67 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 142 votes, 142. And Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 31 votes, 3-1. At the Nazarene Gospel Hall, 215 voters were assigned, that's polling division 5A. There were 132 valid votes cast, 2 were rejected, there were no spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 76 votes, that's 7-6. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 37 votes, that's 3-7. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes, 1-7. In the container that was located at the Gut polling station 5B, where 170 voters were assigned, 99 cast their votes. 1 was rejected, there was no spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 42 votes, 4-2. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 52 votes, 5-2. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 4 votes. And at the police complex in Sandy Point, the new police complex, where there were 269 voters assigned, 170 votes were cast. No rejects, no spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 63 votes, 6-3. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 86 votes, 8-6. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 21 votes, 2-1. Therefore, in summary, constituency number 5 had 3,223 voters assigned. 2,105 cast their ballots. 12 were rejected. There were no spoils. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 825 votes. That's 825. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 1,025 votes, 1025. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 243 votes. That's 243. Therefore, Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement has been returned at the polls for the representative for St. Christopher 5. We shall be right back with some more results, but over now to Master Control.
Okay, so welcome back to Election Watch 2022 for the elections here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We just saw the return of Sean Richards, the Honorable Sean Richards, as the representative of St. Christopher 5. Kenneth Douglas received a total of 825 votes. Stachio Williams received a total of 243 votes, and Sean Richards received a total of 1,025 votes. Desil?
Well, I guess, this is, again, telling of, this goes past what we were hearing earlier, in terms of the speculation that, there might have been an upset in number 5. Most predictions would have the PAM candidate being returned. And so we'd like to, offer congratulations to the Honorable Sean Richards. And, really look at some of the information coming out of these seats in comparison to 2020. When we look at the different polling stations, like in number 4, 67, we had 59 for Labour in 2020, going up to 67 this time. In 5A, 65, 5B, 41, we have 76 and 42. So Labour is still showing, that they're getting a bit of traction in that seat. So PAM, I think what this entire election is showing us that PAM really has to watch their back, with what's going on, and they really have to come back and, find a new strategy going forward, because as we can see right now, it's only projected that they're basically going to have this single seat. We have strong numbers coming out for Labour in constituency 8 and constituency 2 in, historically strong PAM areas. So, it might be hard for them to recuperate from the other boxes going forward. And as the results have been trending so far for the evenings, those first initial boxes have set the trends. Sean jumped up pretty early in this one, and he maintained the momentum throughout, even though, it seemed a little bit, close enough initially. There's some strong numbers showing. I think it's some strong numbers showing for the PLP candidate, Astachio. As a new candidate, getting 243 is not bad. I know that there was a lot of media going out, that PLP is one of the more popular parties, but we're not seeing those results really telling in terms of the numbers coming in across the different constituencies. So, you shouldn't necessarily believe everything that you hear and or see. And it's almost 4 o'clock here in the studio. I don't know how much longer we'll be able to go.
That's why I'm being the goldfish tapping on the glass. I'm hoping.
But we have
has some compassion.
I think we have enough seats being polled so far to basically determine who will be the government.
Certainly.
We have Mark Brantley leading still by a considerable margin in Nevis 9, even though all the votes have not come in as yet. Nevis 10 and Nevis 11 has already been declared for a CCM. Nevis 11 putting up somewhat of a fight, a very close win. Very close win for the Honorable Alexis Jeffords. In constituency 1, we have a massive lead for the Labour candidate right now. The Honorable Dr. Jeffrey Hanley. I think I might, was there in 3A, was it 241 for him? I feel like I might have been sleeping on the result for 2. Is it 2A? Which one is it? Is it 3A? Was it 241 for Hanley?
Yes.
Yes, 241. So I wasn't sleeping. Wow. So he has a considerable lead in front of his competitors. He's sitting at 1,120, while PAM is sitting on 365. And PLP, surprisingly, is not too far behind PAM with 348. So again, PLP is showing that they really had the unity construct was working for PAM. Basically, that's what PLP to me is showing with these numbers, because those two combined together would have a quite, quite a better showing in terms of the results. In number 2, it's trending again for the Labour Party. We have Marsha Henderson sitting on 363. PLP is actually in front of Pam at this moment with 109, and we have Pam sitting on 99. The seat always seemed like somewhat of a toss-up generally.
Number 2?
Yeah, number 2. Pam did well in them in the last 2 elections, but again, the unity construct would have benefited them in those times, and we don't have that right now. So, the Labour people have been able to energize their base. There's a new candidate, Marsha Henderson. Before there was the Honourable Marcella Liebert in that seat. She's not there anymore, and Marsha is showing here very early on that those persons who may not have wanted to go out to support the Honourable Liebert are coming out in their numbers right now to support her. So I think we can, make some early predictions in this seat that it's going to be graceful, and gracious to the Labour Party. So that is very good. Constituency number 3, that
history
is
has
the
been made there,
upset. That is the upset.
History has been made there.
Constituency number 3 has returned home. I would say historically it has been a Labour stronghold. Historically, then they lost some footing with it in the last elections, and Akila was able to take that seat back in 2020.
I don't think that there has been any other candidate who has lost, lost, and win again.
Mm-hmm.
So he made history in that regard.
History. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. A historic move by the Honourable Congress Maynard, and for the party itself, again, their strategy, their campaigning, everything has worked out.
And the jumping up again.
Yeah, I mean, look at the numbers. 1,747 to this is a combined total of 1,020 if you add Pam's number and PLP's number. PLP, and if you take away PLP from Pam and go back to putting it as Pam versus Labour, you get even more, basically even more numbers for the Labour side. I mean, the whole upset in number 3 was old Labour versus New Labour when Sam, broke away from the Labour party and, went to the Honourable Dr. Timothy Harris on the PLP side. So it's interesting to see that the support that was there has just literally just grinded away, and Labour has been able to take back West Bastille and send the Honourable Congress Maynard to Parliament with a clear, definitely clear mandate that he has the full support of the parties. We have in number 4, which was declared already for Samuel Duggins, now soon to be the Honourable Samuel Duggins, a massive upset, winning every single box. This was done by Lindsay in the last election, but this has been a complete U-turn over to the Labour Party. So Labour has taken basically, well, it's projected. We're projecting that they'll probably take number 1 and number 2, even though the votes haven't been fully counted yet. Number 3 and number 4 definitely are done. I would like to say that they did well in number 5, considering with the number of votes. The voter turnout in number 5 is, 64% based on my calculations. Back in 2020, they had basically around the same amount in terms of voter turnout, just about 64%. Congratulations to the Honourable Sean Richards for retaining his seat. Unfortunately, based on the forecast, it looks like he will not be the next Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, and he may be on the opposition benches. And, this is a time for him as the leader of PAM to do some, reflection, to look at what are PAM's strengths and what are PAM's weaknesses, and see PAM's future. Yeah, and what is PAM's future and where they can go from there. What shuffling maybe they need to do. Maybe they can emulate what Labour did, but then Labour had let's see, about 2 terms out of office. They left in 2015.
Yes, they had
and
2
then,
terms
yeah,
out.
and then 2020 went again, and they didn't make it back in. So they shuffled again, and fortunately enough, they were granted this opportunity for an early push back in into government. Otherwise, they'd be waiting until 2020, which might have been even better for them. Who knows? They might have had even more overwhelming numbers to show during that time. A strong showing by, I think, by both the other candidates, by the Labour candidate Kenneth Douglas and by PLP's candidate Stasio Williams. Congratulations to those men. And you know, guys, this isn't the end of your journey. If we take Dr. Drew, the next Prime Minister, as any example, once you stick to it, you work in your constituency, anything is possible. Because people, that's what you are as a representative. You're supposed to work in your constituency, get to know your people, have your people fall in love with you, so that you can be the best representation for them. Constituency 6, a clear mandate again to the Labour Party, returning the Honourable Dr. Denzil Douglas back to Parliament again for how many years? How many wins are this now? Nine, I think you guys said. 9 wins, 9 consecutive wins. Wow.
It might just be 10.
It just might just be 10.
Yes.
Well, 9 or 10 wins. Forgive us. It's almost 4 o'clock. We've been here for quite a long time. And then in number 7, the Honorable Timothy Harris has regained his seat. Unfortunately, he has lost a significant amount of support. With 1,870 total votes in 2020, he is down to 1,266. So a total of 604 votes lost. I think that for him is also a telling sign, and he needs to really, look at himself and what he wants for his party. If we look at the numbers coming out of for Labour, coming out from that same constituency in 2020, they had 607. Now they have 903. So that's almost 300 votes there. So yeah, we have, that's 670, 607. Yeah, so we have 296 voter gain. That is very, very, very significant. So a lot of upsets. Labour has been up, out, and about, showing their prowess in St. Kitts and Nevis, showing the strength of their party. So we just want to congratulate them on that. And hopefully, when they do make it into government, they'll provide us with some of the many things that we've been wanting over the past decade. Electoral reform, different things that are happening in the civil service, the civil service reform, stuff like that. A PAP and a peace program that, isn't just a handout, it's more of a hand up. You know what I'm saying? So these are the things that people really want to see coming out of the next government of St. Kitts and Nevis.
As well as freedom of information.
And freedom of information, so that the media can do their jobs. Because I want to see those investigative pieces coming out of Win FM. I must say, recently, following you guys' articles and stuff like that, I can see a push towards, kind of doing that type of in journalism. So I want to congratulate you guys on that. So keep at it. I would love to join you on the trail, but I have 2 hats wearing. I have work and school, so I have no free time to lend to Win FM only now because of my vacation.
I understand that.
But yeah, guys, keep it up. And I just want to thank all the listeners who have been with us so far for the night. If you're still tuned in, I am not sure what you guys are thinking. I can really use a bit of sleep so I can catch the motorcade when it passes by my house.
Definitely.
I still ain't even know how I can get home tonight, but Win FM will take care of me. Praise the Lord. Amen. Glory. Hallelujah. Claiming it on ear so that nobody can hear that on the part ear tonight.
You have to leave him there.
That is why we're going to do something about you at immigration. Don't worry.
I'm so glad this is recorded on public radio. I'm so glad this is recorded. But I can't say that the result of the election was shocking. The demise of Pam was the result of its leadership. There are a lot of adjectives that can be used to describe the leadership of the party, but I'm sure all of them have been stated over the past couple of months. And the party has essentially gone back to where it was in 1995, which is it's going to spend a few amount of years in the political wilderness. And it would not shock me if PLP replaces PAM as the main opposition party. Because as I was saying sometime before, the fact that Jacqueline Bryan could get that amount of votes for somebody who's very new to the constituency in comparison to, of course, the lawyer, it speaks volumes that whatever they were doing, however they were doing it, it was resonating with a significant amount of persons. Even for individuals like Stasio Williams and, Lord Jesus, the names are slipping me, Nubian and so on.
Kendale Library.
Kendale did well. My advice to you all, don't lose the faith, continue going, because if you're able to do this, if you're able to beat individuals who've been campaigning these constituencies for years and you guys have just been doing it for months, whatever you've been doing, keep at it and keep going. St. Kitts and Nevis has changed its government once again.
I always look at this changing of government as a kind of mystic thing for the school children, because every September or so, they have to do a topic called the government, and you have to learn those ministers all over again and their portfolios and so on. So some of them, I'm sure, didn't get accustomed to hearing Dr. Timothy Harris as a prime minister, right? They probably, were trying to adjust to that, but now it's another change again. They have to learn that there is a new prime minister with a different name.
Oh, yes.
Right? When I was going to school, it was easy because the only prime minister I knew was Dr. Denzil Douglas, right? So it was easy for somebody like me and Desil, right? But now, these children, they have been seeing...
But you see, that's how democracy works, though. And I think we're at a point in time in our history as a country where we are changing. We are not the same St. Kitts and Nevis that we were 20 years ago. The things that used to pass as, campaign promises don't work the same anymore. The issues are not the same anymore. We want new. We want better. We want focus. You can't just come back. And again, we were talking earlier about pepper in pot and rice. I ain't working right now. And even as the opposition, and I think this is something that NRP might have missed, is that don't just think just because the current government is doing a lousy job, it means that people are automatically going to support you. They want you to have a fire and a passion and, a burning, so that whenever you do go to represent them, if you do go to represent them, it is great representation. I mean, nobody likes to, back the losers. And I don't think they were able to change that image. They had I think they had good candidates. They had really good candidates. They spoke on the issues and stuff like that, but they still weren't able to change their image to seem like you guys are going to be the winners. You mean coming up against a political machine like the CCM, they're campaigning as the big blue machine. And we have, the Honorable Matt Brantley, who I think is a brilliant politician, a very brilliant politician. He knows his stuff. He knows how to energize his base. He knows how to bring his message over. Like the guy, he's polished. He is polished. You have to give credit where credit is due. And the Honorable Dr. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge, she is brilliant. She has an excellent team. But I think people were like, when you put them up next to CCM, is this really going to cut it? Can I take the chance? Really, it seems good, but is it good enough? And I think that's where Labour really edged them out in St. Kitts. And
Yes,
St.
I was
Kitts
just
end,
about to say
they were
that.
like, they might be doing this in government, they might whatever, but we are good. Actually, not we're just good. We are better.
Because I think, and again, I will say the demise of PAM is the demise of its leadership. I think people were willing to tolerate PAM as part of something else. I don't think St. Kitts and Nevis has reached the point of tolerating PAM as a government on its own.
But
I think the idea of PAM as a party with a majority of 6 still frightens a significant section of the population, especially the older ones that lived under the Simmons government. For them, because one of the things that I noticed from going to all of the party rallies, or the PLP, Labour, in a past grass non-PAM rally, to be very honest, because that was never going to happen in this lifetime. Like, you saw that a lot of the age crowd, no matter, like, there was literally one lady who had 2 sons had to hold her for to walk out, but she means she's coming. And if you sit down and you listen to them, their story is going to tell you, I would rather come here on my dying day and vote for Labour than to see a PAM government come back in this country. And if you can emotionally scar a whole generation of people, it talks about the quality of government that you had. Of course, I didn't live it. I might know it as some individuals, because I'm sure from the time I come out of the radio station, I'm going to see some comments, oh, who he be? He ain't from ya. Ain't talking about we politics. That's fine. But if you can do that to a generation, it says a lot about the type of government that was ran up until 95. So for me, the elections is not shocking. I can't say I'm satisfied or dissatisfied with it, because it is the democratic will of a population. I would say PAM has a lot of reconciliation to do with itself. With itself first, to figure out what the hell they did and if it was the best choice for them, and then reconciliation with I think their own support base, because I think not only did Labour supporters reject PAM, I think PAM rejected PAM. Because we go back to constituency 8 with a Keon, where Keon tends to be PAM town.
PAM City.
And PAM City, like these sort of villages and settlements where, from the time you pass through, it's yellow. And to see these areas wholeheartedly, unconditionally reject PAM. PAM has rejected itself. Why? Somebody needs to start asking a question.
When I was on the grounds, some people that I spoke to, they thought that the PAM politicians failed them.
Mm-hmm.
When they entered unity, and they did not live up to all that they said they would do.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people held on to Sean Richards' statement about we failed.
Mm-hmm.
He said something in connection to we failed. I'm sure you all remember that. And a lot of people have been speaking about it. So they held on to that.
And so to me, I think the party shot itself in the foot. Even when I was watching the rallies before I came to St. Kitts, and I saw like just the general ear in the party rallies, and you saw the general reaction of the general public to their plans and to their policies and to the things that they would say, and the general conduct of their campaign. I could have gauged from another country. I remember saying to some of my friends who are starting supporters of PAM, it's not going to happen. This election is going to go one of 2 ways: a divided parliament or parliament consolidated with Labour. And the second alternative is what happened, which is a consolidated Labour parliament. Honestly, I don't even, if let's say happenstance was happenstance and PAM did win, we wouldn't even wait until tomorrow for left, but to start swim. I'm so serious. I'm going to put my bag on my back, attach my suitcase to one rope, and y'all would see me swimming out between the strait going back to Antigua. But the population has spoken, and I think they've spoken with a clear voice. And to me, it signals a break from a certain generation. Because I think even though Prime Minister Harris was, well, in his 7 years as not Labour, I think he represents a certain generation of politics. That generation brought in with Douglas and who governed in that 20-year stretch. And so we now have a head of government who has no attachment to any previous government in this country. And so he's not of the age of Kennedy Simmons, he's not of the age of Denzel Douglas, he's not of the age of Timothy Harris. He's essentially starting his own age. So we're not living in the age of Terrence. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next few years, what changes will be made. Is PAP going to be abolished? Is PAP going to be improved? Is PAP going to be changed? What is going to happen to peace? What is going to happen to roof repair?
I think all of that is what everybody will be looking forward to see. And also the matter of fair share, if that will continue to be a talk. Fair share.
Fair share, okay, and so this is my take on the whole fair share argument. Denzel, don't say anything, I'm not talking to you. I don't have a problem with an island in a twin island state getting what it deserves. But the idea of, I've never been a fan of percentages, because percentages are, it's not fair to me, because just to say, okay, I deserve 40% because, no. I'm not too much in favor of ideas like that, because then, do you really need it? Do you really require it? Would it be better served as a surplus that stays there for when a COVID situation comes about, or when a whatever situation comes about, rather than just, okay, transferring 40% of the funds over to the NIA unconditionally, no questions asked, and you do whatever? That is a dangerous gamble and game to play, in my opinion. And so I've never been... So the fair share argument, I've heard it, and I understand where they're coming from, because I do believe that Nevis should be treated as equal as St. Kitts. Development, resources, infrastructure, whatever the situation is. But a flat percentage, But it will be left... As I said, I'm not talking to you, so be quiet. I'm tired, and if you start to talk again, I'm going to put you out the studio.
Well, it is actually it's actually 4:19, or we can just call it 4:20 a.m. on Saturday, August 6th, and I think we can call it night morning. I think we can call it a night morning.
We can call it a victory for the SKNLP
as well. Yes. And I know that Desil wants to get some rest because he wants to celebrate. And Kamali, you would want to get some rest before taking your flight, right?
Back to my lovely Twin Islands state.
Yes, Antigua, it was nice having you here. So it was... nice having you here. I was so shocked when Devon said, Kamali is in St. Kitts. We were looking forward to a Zoom meeting, a Zoom conversation with you. But then Devon was like, Kamali is in St. Kitts. So it was great, because I prefer actually the in-person. The in-person conversation.
When I got the offer, I said, here, let me look on the bank account. The money too heavy, you know? So I have to squint the eye before you put the bank account. And then kind of way, just pay like, oh God, you know, just pay like a landlord. And you say, oh God. I said, look at money in the coffers. I said, okay. I can't check for 4 days. I'm not dead.
All right, I will let you all give your final comments, your final words, and then you'll make your exit. But, you know, of course, the staff we have to stay, as a matter of fact, until the end of the count. Okay? So, Desil, your final words?
Stay safe, people. I think a lot of the tension that we had going into this election is going to be eased. I think that the results are going to be accepted graciously, and I want the people of my country to go out. If you're celebrating. If you're not celebrating, you sit down and, make whatever recollections and you move forward. At the end of the day, we're all Kittitians and Divisions, and we have to love each other. We have to love our country and get back to work and good governance, hopefully. Good night. Or morning.
For me, I think the population has spoken, the electorate has spoken, and of course, God raises up and he brings down. Everything happens in his own timing. I just hope that as the people of St. Kitts and Nevis go forward, that you go forward with an idea of how much, just looking at the ways that you can transform and revolutionize your small Twin Island state to make it absolutely better. Of course, you guys have the well wishes of all of Antigua and Barbuda. We love you dearly. So, yeah, good luck and congratulations to all those who won.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was amazing. It was an amazing night, and I'm happy that I had you all on my panel, and my panel, really took charge because you guys stayed for hours right down into the morning, and I know that sun will rise just about anytime soon. So thank you very much for coming, and I'll stay here and continue to monitor the election results.
Especially number 8.
All right.
Good morning, everybody.
So we'll go into a break.
And we're back. Good morning once again. And I have results from St. Christopher 8, which is the Keon St. Peter's area. Polling Division 3B, 396 voters were assigned, 211 votes were cast, there were no rejects and no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 42 votes, that's 42 votes. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 101 votes, that's 101. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 68 votes, that's 68 votes. In St. Peter's Community Center, Polling Division 4A, where 330 voters were assigned, 220 votes were cast. There was one rejected, no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 40 votes, that's 4-0. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 140 votes, that's 1-4-0. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 39 votes. In Station 4B, where there were 309 voters assigned, 197 ballots were cast. That's 197. One was rejected, there were no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes, that's 3-2. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 140 votes, that's 1-4-0. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 24 votes. In Community Center, St. Peter's Community Center, Station 4C, that is the Anglican Church Hall, 4C, 505 voters were assigned. 316 cast their ballots. One was rejected, no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 31 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the Labour Party received 251 votes. That's of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 33 votes, 3-3. Station 4D, where 387 voters were assigned, 219 ballots were cast. There were no rejects, no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 40 votes, 4-0. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 130 votes, that's 1-3-0. Chesley Hamilton of People's Action Movement received 49 votes, 4-9. In Nevis 9, at the Alberta Payne Community Center, where Station 5B, 419 voters were assigned. 182 cast their ballots. 3 were rejected, 1 was spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 60 votes, 6-0. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 118 votes, that's 1-1-8. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. At the Methodist Church School, 6A, 396 persons were assigned, 170 cast their ballots, 170. 1 was rejected, no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 93 votes, 9-3. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 75 votes, 7-5. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Party received 1 vote. Polling station 6B, again at the Methodist Church Hall, 338 persons were assigned, 155 votes were cast, 155, 1 reject, no spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 87 votes, 87. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 64 votes, 6-4. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. At the Magistrates Court Polling Division 7, where 450 voters were assigned, 186 cast their votes. 1 was rejected, no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 58 votes, 5-8. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 122 votes, 1-2-2. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 5 votes. Polling station 5A at the Charlestown Primary School, where 445 persons were assigned, 212, 212 cast their ballots. 2 were rejected, no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 73 votes, 7-3. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 135 votes, 135. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. At polling station 8B, 481 voters were assigned, 215 cast their ballots, 215, 1 of which was rejected. There were no spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party polled 95 votes, 9-5. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement polled 116 votes, 116 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. And in polling division 9 at the High Court in Charlestown, where 144 voters were assigned, 57 cast their ballots. There were no rejected ballots, 1 spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 24 votes, 2-4. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 32 votes, 3-2. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. In summary, therefore, in constituency number 9, there were 6,669 voters assigned. 3,074 cast their ballots, 3074. 30 were rejected. 3 were spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 1,279 votes. That's 1,279 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 1,685 votes. 1685. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 77 votes. Therefore, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement has been returned at the polls as the parliamentary representative for Nevis 9. We will be right back with more information later. Over now to Master Control.
All right, that was the supervisor of elections providing an update on the results from the 2022 National Assembly elections. It is 4:32 a.m. here in the studios of WinFM 98.9 Saturday morning. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement has been declared the winner of that constituency, Nevis 9, 1685 versus NRP's 1274. Just to recap, Nevis 10, CCM 616, NRP 229. And Nevis 11, CCM 112, NRP's CCM 1172, that's 1,172, NRP's 1,113. I think this was the most interesting race on the island of Nevis. Nevis 11, you would see where it was a close fight between Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement and Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party. Noting that this constituency has been traditionally for the NRP for a very long time after they lost it in 2020 to Alexis Jeffers. The candidate at that time for the NRP was Patrice Nisbet, and I think he lost by some 200 votes, about 200 votes. So to see that they've cut it down to 59, I think is commendable. So I use this opportunity to congratulate the Concerned Citizens Movement CCM, Alexis Jeffers, Mark Brantley, and Eric Evelyn. I would also like to congratulate the Nevis Reformation Party, Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge, Dr. Patricia Bartlett, and Rohan Isles, and of course the Moral Restoration Movement, Samuel Keynes, and Patricia Mills Jeffers. They have done well. Congratulations. We are going to cut now. It is basically 4:30 in the morning. You would agree with me that it has been a really long night. We've been here from 7 o'clock. We were out in the field from 7 a.m. So we were up from, well, I was up from 6 a.m. on Friday. It's going for 6 a.m. on Saturday. So I think you guys would be lenient with us when we tell you that we're really, really tired, because we have to come back out to work again and get ready for the week ahead. But let me use this opportunity to express heartfelt thank you to the good listeners, our viewers here at WinFM 98.9. Thank you so much for joining the discussion. Without you, this would not have been possible. Thank you for your comments, even though we weren't able to follow all of the comments that were being made on the YouTube Live and on the Facebook Live. Thank you so much for following. We will continue to monitor the results of the election, but as I said before, it is safe for us to say that the St. Nevis Labour Party has formed a government with a clear majority of 6 seats, based on the trend that we've seen, based on the numbers that we have been seeing. Local political pundits say that this is not shocking because, the fallout of Team Unity, of course, benefited the Labour Party tremendously. They presented good candidates. They ran a really good campaign. And so now the people of St. Kitts and Nevis look forward to what the Labour Party would have to bring to the people, and hoping that they will deliver on the promises and on the initiatives and policies that they outlined in their manifesto. But the people of this country have sent a very clear message that this is what they want, and they are going to move forward. The Labour Party has majority, and so the possibility of a coalition is highly unlikely. If you have a clear majority, then you run with that majority. Highly unlikely. And so I think this is what most people were calling for. We don't want any coalition government, because then you have two parties with different views and different ideologies, different principles, and then that is where the confusion and the back and forth and the disagreements start. Of course, you know, in parties themselves, in one party, there will also, these things will also happen. But the people of this country in St. Kitts, they have sent a very clear message that it is the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party that they want at this time to run and govern the affairs of this country. Until next time, you guys stay safe, and I wish you nothing but the very best. To those of you who exercised your constitutional right, thank you for going out in your numbers and voting. Doesn't matter who you voted for, whether it be the SKNLP, the CCM, the PLP, the NRP, the PAM, the MRM, the ULP, the independent candidate in the person of Mr. Carlton DuPont. You went out and you let your voice be heard. So congratulations to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for sending a clear and direct message that this is how they want the country to be governed. So again, congratulations to you, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, and congratulations to Dr. Drew. I think for the most part, Dr. Drew is beaming right now, and he's smiling from, what we say, grinning from ear to ear, because, you know, having lost in 2015, lost in 2020, and coming back now and winning, or doing so well. Well, the constituency has not been declared, but he has won and done really well in the PAM stronghold. So kudos, and we'll know close off this program. And of course, as the results continue to come in, we will be updating our social media pages frequently. So stay tuned to WinFM 98.9. Check out our Facebook page at winmediaskn.com, our YouTube channel. You can also check our page, www.winmediaskn.com /elections. That is where we're going to have the real-time updates about the election. Guys, take care. Thank you so much for joining us. Until next time, I've been your moderator, Devon Cornelius. Thank you to Yolanda Weeks, and thank you to all of the wonderful panelists for bringing a very fruitful discussion. Y'all take care. Bye.